Summer is in full swing in North America, and there's no better place to be than the Sunshine Coast. This is Vancouver, Canada. Fresh off the heels of the regional qualifier in Sydney, Australia, Irelia finally takes down a win at a major tournament. But of course, around the corner, we've got some very hungry, dazzling Aurora players ready to take home a win. With 40 legends now in the game since the release of Unleashed, anyone has a chance and opportunity to climb to the top of the tournament to take home that grand prize. Now, of course, we don't know who it's going to be. Could it be a new legend, something like Rengar, who gets to play units with ambush abilities, or will we see a rise of the Sand Soldiers themselves with Azir and maybe take home another win like we saw in Lille? Now, Unleashed is only just now heating up with our second stop here in Vancouver for regional qualifiers. Don't go anywhere. The action starts right now. Good morning, Riftbounders across the globe. I'm Bear Bryant, and I will be your host and interviewer for this weekend. And I'm joined by one of our wonderful casters, the Eggman. I've got the pleasure standing next to. How are you feeling on this Vancouver sunny morning?
Yeah, I'm super excited. This is, a huge event this weekend. We've got not only a huge Riftbound event, but we've got the new Unleashed meta here for North America, and excited what's going to take it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just the fact that we have, because we have 8 exciting rounds for our players today in the main event. Of course, we have a ton of things that we're going to go over before we sort of enlighten all of the viewers at home. Round 1 is coming up, but of course, we've got our schedule that we want to break down for. As I said, 8 rounds today and Saturday, starting right now as our players are getting sat at this moment behind us. And then, of course, as we'll get to it tomorrow as well, Sunday, 5 more rounds of Swiss. You qualify for that by going X and 2, essentially, by having 6 wins, and then a top 8 single elimination right afterwards.
Yeah, so 16 rounds across 2 days, a lot of Riftbound, and we're really excited for it.
Absolutely, but don't go anywhere because these players are going to be prized focused as they are going for these wonderful prizes that we have. Of course, the champion prize being that Poppy Defender of the Meek alternate art with the cool little Poro in it, is a big fan of mine. Yeah. Top 8 spreads off for a different one, of course, and we have even added extra prizing here that first started in Sydney but is now carrying over, of course, to these regional qualifiers. That Vex playmat is a hot commodity, I've got to say.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and I love all the prizing that has been added. It's been really nice.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to get some prize wall tickets as well for our competitors that they can go, of course, and redeem some of those plated legends, but we don't want to forget some of the other stuff that they're playing for, the best ofs. These players are going to be here and showing off and trying to win the single best of for each of the legends in our format. 40 legends across the entire tournament, and I guarantee you that every single one of them is probably represented today.
Yeah, and I've been on the floor, I've been listening to discussions, what people are trying to do with it. People are hungry for these, 100%.
Yeah, I think there's even specific teams out there that are like hunting for these.
Yes.
They don't care so much about always getting first place, but they're trying to rack up as many trophies for their trophy wall.
Yep.
But these best ofs are, of course, just one of the many things you have. You can earn more of these across all the events that we've not only had earlier this year, but ones that we have coming up afterwards. So we're going to go into our roadmap, which explains all the events that we've seen already so far. Of course, Houston, Spirit Forge, we've passed these ones quite a while now. Yeah. Bologna, Las Vegas. We're going to go to our next one, which is the Unleashed format, which is where we are currently at, essentially. We just had Sydney that we've already come and passed through, and here we are right now with Vancouver, but we don't want to forget, in a couple weeks' time, we've got Utrecht and Hartford coming up afterwards.
Yeah, so we're pretty much kind of in the middle half of this format, but then we've got a new set, Vendetta, coming out July 31st, some events from their Radiance in October, which maybe we'll get some hints of what we include in that as well, but finally ending in Los Angeles, which I'm from, so definitely going to be that one.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. I have heard we might get a little bit of inklings of some information on maybe some set 5 and also maybe some set 4 stuff, so make sure you tune into that tomorrow before we go into our top cuts. But that's for tomorrow. We want to talk about some predictions here for our lovely casters this weekend. I didn't make one any of myself, but I'll be honest, you guys got a little, I'm not going to use the word lazy, but you all are thinking on the same horse here.
Yeah, I mean, I publicly said Diana on the way over here, right? And it seemed to be a pretty popular pick. But Ursi's, the believer in LeBlanc, which also a very popular legend right now. A lot of people trying to make it work, and definitely could be in the top 8.
I mean, we saw both of these legends across the ones that y'all have picked be in the top 8 for Sydney. And Zidane, I know, who is back, and I believe he's running it back on that sort of baited hook LeBlanc deck.
Yeah.
Very good pick here, I think, across all of you. Of course, I think LNZQ and some other known players, I think, looking to still play that Diana for this format. But Eggman, we've got a lot of Riftbound to get through, not just today, but tomorrow. And I think we want to hear from our casters for our first round. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and sit into them to say hello in our morning here in Vancouver.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Vancouver. I'm Alex.
And I'm Silverfuse.
And we are beyond excited to be bringing you the Riftbound action here in Canada. I cannot explain to you how excited I am for this event because we have so many incredible players who have established themselves in the scene looking to make a splash here in Canada.
Yeah, it's been really great to start seeing these stories come to life, and we're seeing players who are making these top cuts over and over again, and we're really excited to see who's going to take it down this weekend.
Now, as you saw in our predictions, you and I agreed that Diana just might have an edge here from a competitive standpoint. What are your thoughts on Diana and whether or not it can take home the championship?
Well, first off, I am a big Diana believer because I love her. I love how high agency she is. And in these big tournaments where you're playing so many rounds of Swiss, having high agency and not leaving things down to variance as much is so important. So I think that's why so many players favor her, because she has a high amount of agency, high amount of draw, and a high amount of movement.
Now, one thing I'll say is that, talking about those predictions, had I known we were all going to generally pick Diana, I might have tried something a little different. I'm going to say that I think that Azir is probably going to have a really good showing as well. We saw a really good result in Asia, but ultimately, I think that at the end of the day, with Riftbound, anything can happen. We saw last regional in Sydney, we had an amazing Teemo run. So realistically, this is going to be an amazing event to watch.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things to watch out for. For example, we saw Rengar at number 11, which wasn't really on anyone's radar, so seeing that. And of course, the big bad Aurora is around, and who knows what that will do, as we did see it get second in Sydney.
So on Aurora, obviously that's a topic of conversation. A lot of people are sideboarding a ton of stuff to counteract Aurora. So if you want to make it into the top cut, how much tech are you going to have to fight through as an Aurora player?
Well, we've actually seen people start to mainboard Gear Hate instead of just putting it on the sideboard, but almost every player's sideboard is just loaded with things that say, Aurora, I don't want to have to deal with you. I want to delete you. I want to remove you from your hand. I want to take you away out of the game as much as possible, because Aurora does rely so much on getting Aurora down, and without it, most of the decks flop. So having that Gear Hate and even putting it into the main board as well has been something that a lot of players have seen is worth doing.
So at the end of the day, what's fascinating about Aurora is that you have so many different legends that can play Aurora. Pretty much almost all of the body legends have been at least experimenting with it. Which are the ones that you think stand above the rest that could potentially make it to top cut?
Well, of course, we have Sivir, as we did see it perform very well. My personal favorite, though, I love Misfortune. I think the ganking ability from her ability just allows you to do so much more with the deck, and you're able to maintain battlefields a bit more, and also having access to bullet time to have another way besides just Flurry the Blades.
And so, with regards to legends, are there any dark horses you want to talk about? Ones that you think that people aren't necessarily discussing, but just might surprise to the upside?
Well, we have to talk about Pyke for sure, because Pyke is something that a lot of players have realized, you know what, this purple-red, it's actually better than we thought, and Pyke has a lot of opportunity to, it has the red removal, and also is part of Chaos, of course, so you can't really go wrong with it. So I like seeing a lot of players experiment with Pyke. And the other one is putting Aurora in Yi. As a lot of players had really gone to that mid-range Yi again, we are now looking at seeing Aurora in Yi, and I'm really interested to see if that performs, since we saw it a lot in set 1, and it kind of fell off in set 2, but we're seeing it again in set 3, and I think it's going to keep having an uptick.
Yeah, and so you bring up Pyke. Obviously, Pyke's game plan is to be very aggressive, perhaps even disruptive, depending on the deck build. But something that Fury's been struggling with is Vex Apathetic. Now, Chaos has been tremendous in the meta. How do you think Vex has had a impact on the top cuts and how competitive these types of accelerated and aggressive decks can be?
Yeah, we've talked about how meta warping that Aurora has been, but Vex is right up there on that list as well. So Vex being able to say, I pay 4 to get a 4 power, 4 cost, and then also 4 might, and no power required for it is huge. And also it has deflect, and when on a battlefield, stopping all the acceleration. It's been a big reason why we've seen Fury not as common now, because you can't just play that Darius or that Kaisa and accelerate it, and it shuts it down all of a sudden. It shuts down a lot of different decks.
Now, this weekend is one of the last opportunities to get the best of cards for the Origins heroes, right? Because we do have that expiration, so to speak. If you were playing in this event and you were targeting one of the best ofs, who would you be targeting?
Mine is Jinx. I think there's a different way to build her, and I'm kind of keeping that secret for hopefully Hartford. But I think Jinx has some opportunity to play. Of course, it does have access to Chaos, so you can't really go wrong. But she has been one of the weaker decks, and she is also a classic because everyone loves Arcane, of course.
Yeah, of course. Arcane was one of my absolute favorite shows I've watched in a long time. And for me, being introduced to the lore of League of Legends via Riftbound has been a tremendous boon for my enjoyment of all the media that they have, and it's been remarkable. So with regards to the term, we have 8 rounds of Swiss, and who do you expect to be perhaps a legend that has been underperforming in recent qualifiers, but perhaps might impress to the upside this week?
That's hard to say. I mean, I would still, funny enough, say that Diana is still a little bit underperformed, although she's very common. I was expecting her to win by this point already. That's one of the big ones for me. I really see Diana doing well. So to me, her not winning already is her underperforming in my eyes. So
of the new Unleashed Legends, right? For me, I want to say Ivern. I would love to see Ivern do well. And, but like the thing is like these hold decks, right? These decks that are trying to hold even Vex as a legend. They're holding these battlefields. And now we have these new tools like Ruination that can just completely wipe out. Unchecked Power is making a comeback. Do you feel like a lot of people are starting to tech towards these hold mechanics, which are starting to, I don't want to say gain popularity, but in Unleashed, they've gained a new life?
Yeah, a big thing is been a very might-dependent meta of just being able to get a little bit above your opponent. So that's why we see decks that can break those holds, even such as like Annie coming out of the woodworks and having the access to cleave, for instance, of just being like, you know what, you have 8, I get 9, I win the game because I broke your hold, which is really important. Yeah.
One of the things about Riftbound Unleashed in particular is Baron Nashor. Baron Nashor has been included in many of the decks, including we saw in the top 6 Teemo. How is Baron changing the landscape of, well, I'm using the word landscape, obviously it's adding the Baron pit, the new battlefield. How do you find that Baron's impacting the meta?
Baron has been great for decks such as Pyke. It is one of the main win conditions of the deck, and then also putting it into the sideboard as well. Big thing is Diana. If you're Diana versus Diana, putting into the sideboard, it also breaks things for Vex as well. It just makes your opponent have to play differently because you're having access to 3 battlefields rather than 2, and it makes the win condition harder, and it also makes it where holding becomes a lot more sustainable.
Yeah. For me, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot is Rengar. Rengar, obviously in Fury as well. Trophy Hunter is one of the best new cards in the set, in my opinion, and I feel like it's being played in a lot of different decks. Now, the ambush mechanic obviously works not great against something like a Vex Apathetic. It tends to shut down those aggressive style plays. Do you think that Vex and the ambush mechanic are kind of at odds with each other? And if those like Fury style aggressive plays can ultimately overcome the popularity of Chaos to make top cut?
Yeah, it's definitely been at odds with each other. However, we have seen Annie be successful, who does run a lot of ambush mechanics. And if there is a way to remove the deck, she is still only at 4 might at the end of the day. And if you are able to play things to get over her, then you can be just fine. However, these hold decks that have access to Vex right away, such as Vex herself, it's always on curve. And we do see decks that don't run running Vex as the champion, such as Irelia, being able to play Vex early can just win us that as well. And Vex, not even just, Pyke and the Fury, it does great against Irelia as well.
Now with Irelia, obviously a tremendous result in Sydney, one might say the best result that you can possibly get. What do you think makes that deck and that archetype so incredibly powerful and resilient against the likes of Aurora?
Well, the big thing is that the deck doesn't have that many weaknesses, and it has access to Defy and being able to stop Catalyst and that ramp, for instance. And you are pretty quick. You also have a lot of card draw with Stellacorn Herder as well. So being able to filter through your deck very quickly, find your answers, is really big for the deck.
For me, one of my absolute favorite legends from Unleashed has been Lilia. Now, of course, I feel like I'm a broken record here. We've talked about Vex Apathetic a number of times, but do you think, despite that, and despite how damaging Vex Apathetic can be to those aggressive style archetypes, do you think Lilia can make a splash this weekend?
I think she definitely can, especially because there are so many players in this. You might just be paired up against non-Vex decks. It is possible. There's a lot of best of hunters out there, and being able to get the right matchups, Lilia can definitely take advantage of that.
I love that you bring that up, because one of my favorite things about the Riftbound competitive scene is the best of. The reason for this is because we often see a very wide spread across the meta, right? You see representation from every single legend because the prizing is so fantastic. How do you think that, kind of impacts a player's decision-making when they're choosing what they're going to be bringing to a regional?
Oh, I think it has a large impact because really you're looking for that top 64 or you're looking to hunt for that middle legend. And because they are very collectible and players love them, so you can't go wrong going for it, especially when you feel like you have a tech that other people aren't seeing. And if you feel like your matchups are good enough, you can do very well with it.
Okay, guys, we got great news. You're going to be able to vote for who our show match is going to be. So in the Twitch chat area here, you'll be able to actually vote whether or not you would like to see the following on the screen here. We have Vi, the Piltover Enforcer, versus Lilia. And then, of course, we have Lilia versus Azir. Oh my gosh, these are fantastic matchups, and you guys are the ones that get to vote.
And also, I want to point out here that we have TSS, the Secret Sauce, Gale Wins here, who has won the best of Yasuo in the past. So I really want to see what he cooks up. I'm a little bit biased, but I'm good with any of these.
I absolutely love this. We were just talking about Lilia and how excited we are, and we do have a guaranteed Lilia match here. Now, Vi, the Piltover Enforcer, she has struggled a little bit in the meta. What do you think that she has to do to overcome something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that's tough. A big thing is she does not have access to Vex, who we talked about shuts down that Lilia at times. So this is a pretty good matchup for Vi. A big thing is just having that additional might to overtake the battlefields, and I mean, this seems like a pretty good matchup for Vi is my big thing on it.
And match B is Lilia versus Azir. Okay, these are literally two of my favorite legends in the game. Azir I played extensively during Spirit Forged. What would you think about the matchup between Lilia and Azir?
I mean, a lot of it's going to be Azir going wide and getting that early equipment. Of course, Arise being a key card in that as well. So I would say that maybe a little bit Azir favorite. However, with all the temporary units that Lilia is able to go for, I could see Lilia getting on the board pretty quickly too and taking over Azir. It feels like it's overall a pretty close matchup for that reason.
Well, the people have spoken, and the winning match is going to be Vi, the Piltover Enforcer, versus Lilia. And I got to tell you, I'm so excited. As much as I love Lilia, am I rooting for Vi here? I think I might have to, because I think Lilia is starting to establish itself as a premier aggressive deck, but how can you not love Vi?
I mean, we have to love Vi, especially with Fury being such an underdog of this meta. It's one of the least underrepresented decks, so being able to see Fury do well would be a lot of fun as well. Yeah,
it's kind of funny talking about Fury being an underrepresented. I mean, we're literally just removed from Draven absolutely dominating Spirit Forge. Then, of course, we had Kaisa in Origins doing amazing work. And now, but in Unleash, it has been relatively quiet.
And, okay. And we do have our deck list with us. Oh. So we'll go ahead and take a look at those. First off, we have Gale Wins on that Lilia, as we talked about. It is running a lot of gear hate, as we expected. We'll actually go to that Vi before this.
Yeah, so with this Vi here, one of my favorite cards is going to be Pike. This card is not only playable from hidden, but it is an aggressive card, one that you're going to utilize to good effectiveness, and one from Origins that I think is low-key one of the best cards in the game is Noxus Hopeful. When you are playing many cards and trying to be aggressive, Noxus Hopeful coming out as a 2/4 thanks to that Legion ability is going to be a difficult thing for your opponent to overcome.
And I want to say that we are running the new Rengar here, which is, as we like to call it, the keyword soup Rengar here. It has Accelerate, Assault 2, Deflect, Ganking. He really has it all at 4 for 4. Not bad at all.
And of course you have Falling Star, which remains to be an absolutely incredible removal tool for Fury. Being able to target 3 different units for 3 damage is impeccable. Now it is an amazingly costly spell at 2 power, but 3 is a damage level where you're able to take out a lot of key units, including like the LeBlanc Chosen and etc. So I do think that this is an excellent call in the current meta.
Yes, and I also love to see Red Jhin here as well. This was a card that a lot of players were very hyped about at the start, and when it moves, it gives you an energy and a power, which has been huge. And a lot of players have said this card is still underplayed right now, and a big thing is Fury's a bit underplayed right now, so Jhin hasn't really had its proper time to shine. I'm really looking forward to see that today.
And we do have 2 of the Kai'Sa Survivor, which is, in my opinion, one of the best cards in Riftbound as a whole. Now, we are going to go over to the second deck here. This is going to be the Lilia deck. This is from Galewinds here. Now, this here is it's a deck that's obviously utilizing the Faefon Chosen Champion. Now, what do you see here that stands out to you?
Well, something that I really love is the Heart of Dark Ice. A big thing is you are throwing a bunch of temporary units in over and over again, and Heart of Dark Ice says, I will now give those value as well. And instead of having a 3 might sprite, you now have a 6 might sprite. And we talked about how this meta is all about having enough might to break through holds, and Heart of Dark Ice gives you so much value and allows you to break through holds that you wouldn't have been able to before.
Yeah, especially with those accelerated sprites. Well, not accelerated, they come in ready, of course. And when you're talking about the Calm archetype, we have to talk about the tricks. It all starts with Defy. Defy, one of the best tricks in the game. I mean, when you're able to counter spells here and definitely gain an advantage in showdowns, it's something that this archetype can rely on.
Something I really want to highlight here is unchecked power in the main board. We talked about how Aurora is the big bad of the format, and this is a way of hating on Aurora, but also other decks that are trying to build those large holds as well. And because we're running so many temporary units, we're just like, oh, if ours dies, no big deal. But unchecked power can be a huge nail in the coffin for a lot of these decks that we'll see today.
And with regards to the general idea of this deck, I think Arena's greatest, the battlefield there, it really illustrates how aggressive Lilia wants to be. Get on the board, score the points, end the game fast. You don't want to be sticking around against an Aurora meta. Let's move to the game. I don't want to say gain popularity, but in Unleashed, they've gained a new life.
Yeah, a big thing is it's been a very might-dependent meta of just a little bit above the...
All right, looks like we're just getting ready to get started here, and I'm actually so excited for this matchup.
Yes, that was one that I wanted to see personally because I wanted to see how the Best of Yasuo player built the Lilia deck. I know it's been a big favorite of a lot of players, and they've wanted to make it work. As we said, Vex has been really tough into it, and we do have our first battlefields here.
It's going to be Seat of Power for Galewinds and Forge of the Fluffed. What are your thoughts on these battlefields and the choices into Game 1?
Well, first off, I want to say Seat of Power has been on a huge uptick as it's very strong going neutral, for sure. And on top of that, being able to draw so frequently with the Lilia because you are playing things like Sprite Burst and you are able to take battlefields pretty easily.
So if you're Lilia here, what's your general game plan? What are you trying to do to counteract the power that Vi is able to output?
Of course, you want to get on the board early, you want to be sneaky, and you want to get points quickly, because the later this game goes, the more it favors this Vi.
We could have some grace,
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're just getting set up here. Arena's greatest here. Oh, do we have different battlefields?
And
some confirmation on that there as we get started. No, we don't. Just the graphics a little different.
And looks like both players will be looking to make their mulligans here. We do see 2 Rek'Sais in hand for Vi.
Okay, here we go. We're getting started here, and we got a Ravenbloom student coming out to start us off.
And it looks like we are... Oh, that was very kind.
I was going to say, yeah, we were missing a rune there, and I love that. I love the sportsmanship we see in the Riftbound community here. That is remarkable sportsmanship. They're on camera, they're nervous. You absolutely love to see that, and I think that's one of the benefits of of playing in these types of events face to face with people that you know, love a game as much as you do. You do see those moments, and that sportsmanship does not go unnoticed. Absolutely fantastic here. As we go to 4 runes,
That's okay.
let's see what they play. I can't quite make out their hand here, but we got an unchecked power. I do see that. That might come in to help later.
So both players did find their 2 drops, which is very big. Something I want to highlight too is we do have the Pouty Poro, who can be very good in this meta that has a good amount of removal into it. So that is one of the cards that Fury does have access to. We have seen a lot of the others, such as Calm and Mind, get access to new 2 drops that have been very critical. And really, we're staying with the tried and true Pouty Poro here.
Yeah, the Power Portal is absolutely fantastic. It was a meta staple during Origins. I'm glad to see that it's doing well here as well. We do have the Sprite Fountain come out. This is one of the new cards from Unleashed, and Sprite Fountain is an absolutely remarkable gear. It is exactly what Lilia wants to do on these early turns. It creates a tremendous amount of pushing power, scoring potential, and it's something that Vi's going to have to deal with near immediately.
Yep, and also getting that seed of power draw this early in the game, just having access to more utility, and we get the mask here as well. So we're going to be having some strong sprites coming up here pretty quickly.
Yes, that's right. And then we're going on to the next turn here. Pouty Poro is available. Now, it's not going to be able to really contest much here. We do have a tapped out Lilia player here. Gilwins is tapped out, so perhaps with a trick you could take out that Ravenbloom student. We'll have to see what their decision making is here.
Yeah, right.
And if we can just try it, we do have that falling star in hand, but won't expect it to be used here quite yet. Not enough value there.
I think we got the Rek'Sai as well.
Yep, 2 Rek'Sais in hand.
Let's go.
5 recycle for Kaisa.
All right, it's Kaisa Survivor coming on out, accelerated. So they're going to be able to contest these battlefields.
Yep, we will be able to take 1 and draw for Kaisa for sure. And unfortunately, the fluffed, something to note here is it's pretty good for Vi, but it really doesn't do anything for the Lilia player here.
Of course.
It's a really smart neutral battlefield choice.
And that's going to be a point scored for Vi. They are tapped out, and we're just waiting to see. Oh, that's right. That's draw
I
there.
did not do additional, so...
Yep, the Kaisa draw, very important to remember. Part of the reason why we've seen her be so solid in all these red decks, she is really what is keeping Fury afloat right now.
Of course. And we are going to reinforce the battlefield there in pass turn. Now Lilia does have the Sprite Fountain there. It will temporarily get destroyed there. We do have the readied Sprite being generated. So they're in a position to score additional points here, which is exactly what Lilia wants to do.
Yes, does have the opportunity to score a point here. Would love to find a way to take this other battlefield to be able to draw from that seed of power. However, with only 5 runes available, it's pretty unlikely. And looks like we'll have the Lilia come out.
Where'd they go?
This is, so they're generating the Sprite with the Legend ability, utilizing the discount being generated by the existing Sprite. And it looks like they're just trying to chip away at the battlefield a little bit here to generate a more favorable trade.
And I really love how we're taking the Mask of Foresight and just being able to throw in 1 at a time so we get extra value, because each time you attack with just 1, you get an extra might. So being able to make that trade with Kaisa and then making that favorable trade as well.
Yeah, excellent play there. Well done. As we move on to the Piltover Enforcer's turn here. It looks like Jin is in hand as well. Generates a lot of values and moves back and forth through the battlefields, and it is Jin that is going to come out.
Yeah, so we talked about how much we wanted to see this Jin, because it does give you essentially a ramping ability with that extra energy and that extra power. And we have seen how gold has affected the meta in the past, and essentially he's kind of generates a gold that's active right away, is a way to think of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing I love about Jin as well is that he does have ganking and deflect. It's kind of easy to overlook those keywords there. He has a modest 4 might body, my apologies, but at the end of the day, you are looking for that movement to generate that value.
And we do see the champion Lilia out on the deck now, or out on the board now.
Okay, and there's going to be a lot of movement being generated there from that Lilia champ, which is going to allow more sprites to be generated, which discounts the legend further. So it looks like our Lilia player, already at 4 points, is off to a fantastic start.
Yes, and note that the Lilia is not accelerated there, so won't be leaving a sprite behind, and unfortunately can't conquer that other battlefield. Getting the seed of power here for the extra draw would be great, but just not quite enough runes to do it.
Of course, and we also have Sprite Burst in the deck. Now, I'm not sure if they've drawn it yet. I don't think they have, but Sprite Burst would allow them to then discount their legend even further, generate more sprites, and then push in. And yeah, especially with that mask, you're able to generate a lot of value.
So something that the Vi player here is really going to have to watch out for is that one of unchecked power. If they develop here and start taking too much of the battlefield, we could have a huge issue for this Vi player. So I'm interested to see how they decide to navigate this.
So they're going to generate the value, the extra resources from the Jin, score a point.
You're at 2, correct?
And do you think they try to contest that Sprite?
I would be surprised if they did. That Mask of Foresight is still up there, so it is a little bit deceptive there. So it is a stronger Sprite than what we're used to.
So we'll do 3.
Okay, let's see what this next play is. And it's going to be Rek'Sai.
For the accelerate.
Sure.
And uses the Jin energy and power to help with that Rek'Sai accelerate as well.
Let's do the
And this is the aggressiveness of Fury that we were talking about earlier in the Open, and we're starting to see it here.
falling star.
And there's the Falling Star.
Pay for it.
That's a fantastic play, and that's really going to set the Lilia player back because you want to generate value with that chosen champion, and Falling Star just completely wipes it out. And as we said before, that 3 damage, there's so many vital champions and units that are simply 3 might, and that is a fantastic removal, and suddenly Vi is back in the game.
So one thing I'm a little bit surprised to see is not seeing that Falling Star come out here first and then going for that Conquer and then trying to get that draw from the Seed of Power as well. Of course, we did use the Jin power, so that is likely why we saw that decision. But it's interesting because there's 2 different things of, do you care about recycling the rune more or do you care about the draw more?
Uncheck.
Of course, and that's the unchecked power coming on down, and that's exactly what you were worried about, establishing a board state and then having it completely wiped.
Yes, essentially resetting the board here, and Lilia, because it has access to these sprites that are ready to go a lot of the time, even has the 2-drop as well. This 2-drop is so critical because you're going to be able to get those extra points here. Jin has to reestablish Vi has to reestablish the board. This is looking really good for our Lilia player now.
Absolutely, and not to mention, along with that mask, that little Poro is going to defend the battlefield pretty well.
Oh yeah, with its shield and the mask, it's, like I said, deceptive. A lot of Lilia is deceptively strong with the ability to just buff up all these. And we haven't even seen the Heart of Dark Ice yet.
No, we haven't. Okay. Kaisa Survivor coming on in, and that does make perfect sense. You do want to start getting that that hand going in, and Rek'Sai with the follow-up. So they're trying to reestablish their board presence here.
A big thing is we do know that unchecked power is a 1-of in the deck. We don't have to worry about the second one now.
So let's see what Lilia does here, as I don't know if they've passed turn yet. I think that we're still, okay, there's the activate.
I'm not the most organized player.
Really excited to see how this game continues to develop. 4-3, it actually looked like Lilia was starting to run away with the game a little bit. And then even with the unchecked power, then suddenly we find ourselves Vi is right back in it.
And we are ready to go with the Poro going into that forge.
Go 2-5.
There's the 5th point, and if you're trying to be aggressive, you vitally want to score this 6th point, right, if you can. And they're going to be able to, even just naturally with the Legend ability, which I think has remained untapped. But long story short, there it is. That's that 6 points. So now you're going to be threatening to win the game on that next turn if you're able to take it.
And I just want to point out how much value this Seed of Power has generated for the Lilia player. We've had multiple draws from it. And as we know in card games, we love drawing cards. So being able to play that on a neutral battlefield is so good. And on top of that, was able to go first and was able to just take both those battlefields pretty early. So still establishing those points. And also, we'll see what Vi does with this. Oh, it looks like a little bit. Yep, there is the pass. And we'll have Vi. Maybe we'll be able to draw something good with the Kaisa. However, though, the double Mask of Foresight now makes these units so hard to break through.
Not just that, but you have 3 open energy. And against the comp player, you don't want to see 3 open energy.
Exactly. There's so many options with Calm. And then also Mind even has some things as well that can help out.
Yeah, like I expect to see Disciplines, which obviously, they not only buff the defending unit, and alongside those masks, which they're just disproportionately massive. We have the shield of the Poro. You're right, it is going to be a bit of a challenge, but they have to knock off at least one of these units here.
Yes, has to be able to do something, which we've seen that Falling Star already come out here, and it looks like we might be seeing Vi being played here, ready to go as well.
Vi does generate a lot of power and might. We'll have to see what their decision making is on the might level of the might. Vi, sorry.
Yeah, so she recycles her cards to decide how much might she will be gaining. And it's a really hard decision because we talked about how critical having just enough might is, and you want to be able to use her potentially in the future as well. So if you just say, oh, I'm going to recycle all my cards now, make a giant unit, well, we still have a lot of points left to go in this game if Vi wants to get back into it.
And Vi has, well, in Origins, was one of
Doesn't matter
the
too much, but when you're on feature,
champs
it's
to
good
play.
do.
And for the reason of,
not
like,
getting
in
recycled.
Annie, you were able to generate a ton of
So
value,
I'm at plus
generating a lot,
5.
very
Yep,
large
total
trash,
eight.
and then make Vi massive, ride the wind it over. In this case here, with Vi, so it did add, so it's an 8 might unit here. It's going to be able to do, it's definitely going to be able to take one of the battlefields here. And it doesn't have to worry about, like, Gust or anything along those lines. So we'll have to see how the Lilia player
Vi
does
is XS3,
respond.
correct?
As of
Yep,
right,
the biggest thing would just
Vi
being
Legend
to find a way
accessory.
to
yes.
pump up this Poro
I
to
will-
be able to defend here.
And it's notable, as the players had motioned there, that the
Play
legend
a
of Vi doing the excess
Superman.
damage here is something in mind. And
Targeting Stalwart
okay, there we go.
Poro, targeting Sprite.
Okay.
Let's see what's done here.
So yeah.
Masks will trigger onto
Yep,
Sprite.
there goes the mask as well.
Yep.
And we
And I
have
will Stupefy Vi.
that mirror that came out.
So that would make it so it doesn't trigger.
Can we get dice for the Stalwart
Yeah.
All right.
Poro? That will put her to 7, yes.
It looks like they're sorting out the details here. Stupefy being played as well.
Yep, and
a
with the
7
mask
for the
trigger
Sprite.
here from the Sprite
Stupefying
has been
Vi puts
helpful.
her to 7.
Oh yes.
So we have
Sprite is
Stupefy
fine.
on Vi,
Yes.
putting her to
Does
7
Stupefy
might.
resolve?
And we'll see if we get a response here. Looks like we
does
do
have
resolve,
a
but I
death
have
grip,
a-
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well,
So that's going to
So I'll let it
allow it
resolve,
to
and then I'll
transfer
use
some of
something
that might
else.
over
Okay.
to the Vi.
Death
On
grip
top of drawing a card.
for.
So it looks like Rek'Sai will likely be
Rek'Sai's
the
paying the
target.
price.
Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Yes.
On to Vi.
Bye, Rek'Sai.
Onto yes. So can I get more?
So our
this
Lilia
would go
player
up
is tapped out here, and it looks
6
like
and then 2.
Vi is going to be able to take
Right.
this battlefield.
She's +5, -1, +3.
So we're not going to see a
So
double hold here.
8.
Nope, the game will
correct.
continue,
Okay.
and looks like this Vi will take.
Yep, this is fine.
Okay.
And
draw
there
card
goes the
from the
Sprite.
Yeah,
It did
Death
a
grip.
lot of
Yeah.
work, though. I mean, this is a temporary unit that just got
Make up.
multiple cards out of this Vi.
Yeah, there's no
Trigger.
question about it. And like both players had to expel a lot of resources for that
So-
particular showdown. And it actually shows the value in why, when you're trying to contest or trying to hold these battlefields, carrying the extra runes into the next turn there, as our Lilia player had done, was so
over.
valuable.
And then it would
Because it allowed them to
re-trigger.
contest and force
Oh, yes.
the Vi player to expend more additional resources.
And a really important thing here is that Vi, if you've
Yep,
assigned
that's
3
good.
excess
Okay.
damage, you may exhaust me to ready a unit. So we are here readying this Vi
You go
and
to
going for
5.
the next battlefield again.
Yep. That's what I have.
And they are going to wipe out both battlefields here, score 2 points. And that was absolutely vital to not only just stay caught up in the game from a score perspective, but to reduce the opportunity for Lilia to close out the game next turn.
So another interesting thing here is
Look
we
at all
had
these
2
runes
options,
flying
and
everywhere.
I actually like the line that
Maybe
we
we
took
put
here
runes
of
on your main
not
board.
using the
Oh, yeah, what is
Kaisa
that?
to
I was just
also
wondering
hold the
if I-
battlefield, because
I still
Vi would have been able to
technically
draw a card.
had that one. I didn't trigger
And
it, but I was
because
just wondering
if you had
No,
put
you
the
don't.
Kaisa
Okay,
in,
okay,
you wouldn't have
that's
got
what
the
I
draw
was
because
wondering.
you're no
Control it
longer
for
conquering
your
because you
power.
got it from the
That's what I
Vi. Instead says, I want to keep my Kaisa
I
safe
will-
for a conquer in the future. Doesn't want to have to worry about these readied sprites just taking the Kaisa out for free. So
Start with
although
a
you could be
sprite
like,
first.
is this card worth it? I definitely agree that the answer is no.
And we are going to generate sprites here, and this is going to be a challenge for the Vi player here, because you're going to have 2 sprites come out. That's going to discount the legend as well. And each of these sprites can be sent in individually,
will
and they're
play
going
a
to be
sprite
absolutely
fountain.
massive thanks to those masks. And then we have the sprite fountain as well. There is just so many options here to just whittle away at Vi and ultimately perhaps take this game.
And then I
Yeah,
will
this is
tap
looking
Lilia.
really good for Lilia, and there's only 2 runes up here for Vi. I don't really see what she can
You have 2
do
up?
here, so we're ready to see these sprites crash in and potentially take this first game. However, I do see those
Go to
death
7.
grips in there. Is that enough is the question?
Yeah, the death grips are going to allow them to
Then-
essentially pump Vi and generate additional
I
might there.
will just-
Make it a little more resilient. We'll have to see. Oh, it's going to be 3 sprites in. They're going to contest the Vi right now.
I love
you got
this
it.
play because we're playing around that death grip.
And it's
That's a
scoop.
very good play.
Excellent game by both players here. Lilia takes game 1.
And congratulations to Gale wins on that first game. And we'll see what we get for the next battlefields, which we have Sunken Temple and Duskrow's Lab.
I love Duskrow's Lab. That is an absolutely fantastic battlefield for the Lilia player. A little risky into a meta where LeBlanc is as popular as it is, but I think that this makes perfect sense because you're going to want to utilize that ability, especially with your temporary units.
Yes, and then also the Sunken Temple, I think is also a really good choice here because the big thing with it is if you don't have 5 might units, then you don't get the value from it. And if Lilia doesn't find its buffs, then it's just throwing in a bunch of 3 might sprites. So it's potential that both these players are getting more value from their battlefields than their opponent is, which is always a great start.
Yeah, both of these are actually perfect battlefields for their independent strategies, and they're not really going to benefit from it because, yeah, as you said, Lilia's not going to be able to generally go above 5. Now, we did see those masks, which did have a surprising impact on the power of those sprites, but I'm just really enjoying what we're seeing here thus far.
Yes, and then also, of course, that Heart of Dark Ice. We're not saying that it won't happen, but it's just going to take a little bit of setup to get there.
We do see a salvage in hand. Okay, so the salvage is kind of brought in. It might have been sideboarded there. We do have, it looks like the Vital Over Enforcer is going to be going first here. Let's see if they have a Poro to get us started.
That is also a legal game action.
And the pass, that's always a bit tough, especially when you're going first.
Yeah, especially against a deck like Lilia, it's going to be extremely aggressive.
I have one.
Yes, and this is another Vi deck still wants that good tempo as well. Generally, Fury does. So the fact that it's missing out on that tempo makes it tough. Although the game's not lost by any means, it's just going to be an uphill battle now.
Yeah, what you can even do here if you're the Lilia player on the next turn is you can move the chosen champion into a battlefield. It'll generate a sprite. It won't be readied. It'll be there, but it'll discount the legend ability, which allows you to then play a readied sprite, take the other battlefield if necessary.
So we see that dangerous Falling Star in hand, and we saw that it was very helpful at first, and also we do have the Fiora coming out. However, if another 3 might unit is played here and there isn't a way to stop it or buff up, this Falling Star could be game-changing, assuming that we draw the red rune to be able to play it.
Yeah, Falling Star was an absolutely massive play for them on the prior game. It allowed them to basically keep in it. And so you're right, being able to use that to good effect is going to be important here. We do have 2 sprites coming out. This is going to be extremely aggressive and allow them to take both battlefields here, score quick 2 points, and get on the board.
And Lilia's doing exactly what Lilia wants to do. Getting on the board and then saying, the pressure is on you. You have to react to me now.
I'm doing it.
So we have past turn here.
My dexterous ability is...
This is probably not a moment where you want to, obviously you want to wait for 2 valid targets for the Falling Star. You could consider, I mean, taking out a sprite with a Falling Star is not necessarily what you want to do, but the problem is the chosen champion is going to generate so much value over time, and it's, especially with Lilia and that legend ability, discounting the legend ability over and over again, it's free value.
We'll do this.
It's important to note here that the Lilia player is tapped out, and we will see that quick draw sword. I was just thinking about that because you give that deflect and the ganking to the Fiora, and then also give yourself the option for that Sunken Temple. And on top of that, the Vi gets triggered because we had an additional over 3 might for that Conquer.
Yeah, and then of course the Sunken Temple as well.
Yes, you can order it.
Okay.
Lots of value going on here. Really strong play for taking that long sword.
Here, we'll do that.
Yeah, and one of the things when you're battling a Lilia, you want to kind of stay on the field. You want to be able to keep getting points. You don't want to fall too far behind because Lilia can win a battle of attrition. It's able to send these sprites at you over and over and over again. And as long as you're able to kind of withstand that, then, and there we go, there's the second point being scored there. You're able to kind of maintain control of the board, but once you start falling behind, the resources that Lilia is able to just send at you for almost, I don't want to say no cost, but they just don't pay the toll that you are paying to keep on the board.
Yeah, we previously saw how much that unchecked power did just disrupt Vi's plan. We'll have to see if that comes into play again. At the time, it wouldn't be that great of a target, but if we see the Vi deck really start piling on those battlefields again, we might see that. However, this Fiora is going to be incredibly hard to deal with for the Lilia deck.
Yeah. Now they could, I didn't quite see their hand there, like a sprite burst here would allow them to be a little aggressive, but getting over Fiora is going to be hard. Disciplines and stuff like that. They don't have the mass, they don't have the Heart of the Dark Ice out there yet, so getting over that body might prove difficult. And they are sitting on the Duskrow's Lab, which is exactly where Lilia wants to be, and so as a result, might have a little bit of an advantage on Vi.
Yes,
think
Vi's
your
looking
hand
very
is
good here
garbage.
despite missing that 2-drop earlier, and that's just a note to players,
move
hey,
Lilia
maybe
here.
it isn't over just
Trigger
because you missed your
Lilia.
2-drop. We will see that Lilia come in for the Conquer on the Sunken
to scare
Temple.
you.
Won't be able to pay that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll leave a Sprite behind.
I'm scared.
And that sprite's
Go to
being
3.
left behind there. And Smoke and Mirrors is great, by the way. It's a great
I will rate
spell with
longsword.
this Lilia because
No,
you're
my
able to kind of
longsword.
move it around and generate those tokens where they have to be generated.
And we do see the Disarming Rake come out here to
I will
destroy
tap
that
Lilia.
longsword. That is a huge part that it can hit any type of gear, and it takes away the Fiora's ganking ability because she's no longer at 5
Play
might.
on guard.
Huge play here. We have the on guard as well. It's starting to shift where all of a sudden the Lilia is looking really good once again, but
And
we
it's
got
another
one.
sword. It's another sword. Now the question is some sideboards will have multiple disarming rakes. I mean, obviously it's a good call into an Aurora meta here, and I just can't believe you had a second one in hand.
Would you like to trigger
It's
Dusk Rose?
absolutely such a great
Yeah,
card.
I think we're
The
good.
biggest downside, of course, is that power
to try.
cost to it,
Yeah.
but we see that it's definitely
I
worth
don't know
it
what it
as
does.
we
Yeah,
make our
sure.
opponent spend additional
Jam
power
on.
on this longsword.
Oh,
The fact that they had the second longsword, though, could be
hold for
absolutely
3.
critical for this
Draw.
game because Fiora is likely the way just dancing around these battlefields of the way that our path to victory.
I love watching two aggressive decks go at it here. That was a remarkable play, and I'm sure Galewinds is hoping that they pull something here.
And looking at
started.
the Falling Star on hand is looking pretty juicy here
Yeah.
for Vi. Really looking at what else they want to do. I mean, you can just go ahead and gank over as well and
Yeah,
take
win
this
step.
and save that Falling Star for a
Trigger
little
the
bit
draw.
juicier targets.
Sure.
Although in the Lilia deck, there's
And then
only so many options for it.
Well,
However,
wait,
we
I'm at
do
7.
have the
So-
ability
well, no,
to
I'm at
ready
seven.
this
Not 7, I'm
Fiora
6.
once
So,
again,
no, it does
and we
good
can bring
enough.
her to safety if we would like.
We'll do that and that. So draw a card.
You do
and
proc
then
the
she's ready.
legend ability from Vi there and from the Sunken Temple.
Yes.
Lots of options here for Vi.
This is
Yeah,
the one
the
thing I
game
always
is quickly
forget. It's the
turning
most
into
important
Vi's
thing, but I
favor
forget it
here.
every time.
You should also do it
We'll
on
have to
paper.
see if they're
Yeah.
gonna. Are they gonna
I-
carry over with Floral?
I didn't think it'd be on a future stream, and I
I
don't
imagine
really
they're
keep
gonna
track
try
of
to
it with
establish
Die.
the board a
Yeah.
little further.
I think
I
Die
would
is
think
actually,
so
like,
as well.
less legal than
I did see a
paper.
Rek'Sai in
really?
hand.
I don't.
Looks like they're thinking it through. And they're going to bring back
You
the,
have an extra note?
knowing that they have the advantage here, especially on the score against an
move back.
aggressive deck like Lilia, protecting that Fiora is going to make a lot of sense here.
Yes, there's really no reason to leave the Fiora out here. Going for the hold game plan against this temporary deck doesn't really make much sense. So being able to take Fiora to safety and then look likely to establish more units here, ready in that base, and then react to the Lilia instead of making them react to you.
And we do have, okay, there's a Noxus Hopeful coming down. Noxus Hopeful is going to, alongside that Rek'Sai. That's a big board presence now for Danny, and I'm sure that this next turn is going to be an important one for Lilia.
So
now,
this was for
they're not,
that,
of
these
course,
for
as you
that,
mentioned,
that's
not
for
great
that.
at holding the battlefields, but they'll be able to score here, but will they fall too far behind?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the play is here. We did see some pretty big buffs and stuff come out earlier in that first game, and we're not finding them the second game. The Disarming Rake was really great, but we're not finding those other pieces. It looks like we could see the On Guard in hand.
Sprite Fountains there as well.
Yeah, it's really just without these buffs and having to go against this Fiora equipped with the longsword on top of other strong might units, it's just really tough. So we're just going to put points on the board and hope that we can find those pieces later in the game.
Yeah, the Sprite Burst is going to allow them to get on the field here, score these points. The question is, do you think that Danny's thinking about the unchecked power? I mean, unchecked power is obviously utilized in the last game there. He has a decent board state here. Unchecked power is going to probably dissuade him from trying to hold.
Yep.
Yeah, it is one of those questions of it's a one-of card first off. Is it something that we have to play around here to win, or is it something
Break
that
the
we do have
longsword?
to take that gamble? Because sometimes you can't play around everything.
past
It's
two.
not always an option is the reality of it. And really,
Ready?
this Lilia deck will outvalue
Ready.
in the long term. So being able to say, I'm going to continue pushing for these points, and
Channel.
unchecked power, if you have it, good for you. If not, maybe I can take this game.
And Galewind does come down with another Disarming Rake. 2 swords, 2 Disarming Rakes. You have been disarmed, Fiora.
So that's the really important part of seeing these Disarming Rakes. We talked about how it's great against Aurora, but seeing it be very useful in this matchup as well of taking away those long swords. It's the fact this is why so many players are main decking gear removal now, because it isn't only Aurora that you're worried about, you're also thinking about these gears on these might as well, because gears that add might are so good because they can't be reacted to, but they can be destroyed, and that's what we're seeing.
And we do have the Kaisa Survivor being accelerated coming out to generate the draw. They must be searching for something in their deck here as an answer, because they do have a really strong board presence here. Now the Disarming Rakes are not really good targets for Falling Star, so I imagine that they're going to hold it there, especially since, like, realistically the ability to generate all these sprites is going to apply so much pressure anyway, so I'm not sure that Disarming Rakes represented that risk.
I would really be considering the Falling Stars here on the Disarming Rakes, just because there aren't that many great targets in Lilia. That's the biggest thing, is there's not great targets for it. And on top of that, since you are stuck with keeping these units here holding, just saying you can't buff these up with like a Heart of Dark Ice, for example, that takes this away. And we don't see that Falling Star come down. Must be keeping some other trick in the hand ready to try to protect at least some of these units here.
Yeah, the Disarming Rakes, of course, being able to kind of contest, because you are right, the Noxus Hopeful and Kaisa Survivor, they're stuck there. They can't go anywhere. And we do have the Sprite Found come out that's going to generate a Sprite. So we have a pretty decent board here. A lot of open runes available to Galewinds. We'll have to see if they're able to try to contest both battlefields at once. They're not going to be able to go to 6 power, but they'll be able to perhaps threaten lethal soon.
And I want to say, of course, I love the ordering here as we get the Sprite Found out first, getting the Sprite out first to reduce that cost of our Lilia Legend power as well.
Okay, and there is the On Guard coming down to put them above the Kaisa Survivor.
Yep.
And successful. We go to our 6th point.
Yeah, so we have 6-6, a close game here, and we'll see if we can take this other battlefield as well. However, holding is going to be tough, especially when likely this Disarming Rake is what gets killed.
Yeah. And this is exactly the moment you were referring to. You're like, hey, maybe those Disarming Rakes, you got to get rid of them because they're able to contribute to the push to score that now 7th point. Now, of course, the Sprites aren't going to be able to hold to an 8th point, but they're going to be able to accelerate in.
Yes, and I love holding back this Disarming Rake because it sets up for potentially drawing on that fake 8th Conquer point that we don't quite get. Oh, it looks like we're deciding if we want to try to hold with it or not. We do have 3 runes up, so we might have the ability to hold here. Okay, it looks like that is what we're doing.
Temple. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you do have the Sprite Found that's going to be generated. You have the Lilia Legend ability, so no matter what, you're going to be able to contest.
So I'm ready to see this Falling Star come down and potentially in this game. We'll see if there is an ability. Of course, you know, Discipline potentially could stop that. But Falling Star, and we do have 2 units ready to attack. Counting up our runes here real quick. We have plenty of options to end this game.
And it's notable that Falling Star cannot be defied as it does cost 2 power. So yeah, at 6 points here, Danny is threatening to be able to win this game. And it is Falling Star, and it is going to target the Sprite. Both Sprites, it looks like, are going to be gone, leaving the Disarming Rake. So we'll have to see if there's any tricks available here.
And I really like targeting both these Sprites here because they are the highest might units. And with only 2 might from this Disarming Rake, it just gives you a few more options here.
And that BF sword, it does come down, and I think that might be enough, but there's still 3 open runes for Lilia.
I found them.
We'll have to see the gauntlets as well. Okay, it looks like we got a smile on Danny's face as it looks like they're going to be able to threaten the win.
Yes, and I love just getting this this Fiora up because you have the Vi Legend available as well. And we have Janna coming out!
Fantastic! What a hold from Galewinds. That is, and you have Rek'Sai still available, but you're tapped out.
I didn't know you had Janna. I didn't know anybody played Janna.
And Danny has a smile on their face. Was not expecting that. That's an absolutely remarkable play. And the handshake comes in. Galewinds takes the win. What an absolutely remarkable game. Absolutely fantastic.
Yes, seeing that Janna come out, the look on the face of, I didn't know you had Janna is what we heard from him. And yeah, I mean, seeing that push it back, getting that hold, and really the read there was because we saw that Disarming Rake be moved up.
Because we are at 7.
Wow, and I'm thinking that too, the Falling Star targets mattered a lot here because if we had Falling Star, the Disarming Rake, that would have helped. Actually, no, it wouldn't have because the Janna would have been out there anyway. But seeing that Janna come out and just push back and say, yep, this is the hold.
I was just trying to make sure I had enough damage.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game, and it really goes to show you as well, these are deck lists. There's closed deck lists right now. Day 2, you get into a point where you do have the open deck list. But what I will say is that I absolutely loved that game because it really showcased the aggressive style of play that Riftbound can be known for. We have different style of decks. Like, of course, throughout the day, I'm sure we're going to see some Aurora as well. A bit of a different play pattern. But we saw 2 very aggressive decks, 2 very aggressive players going at each other here.
Yeah, and I just want to say the Janna tech card in there, we talked about how this is the best of Yasuo player on the Secret Sauce here playing, and those secret tech cards are what make the big difference of just surprising your opponent in these closed deck lists and saying the field is so wide. So being able to have that, and of course the reaction, I didn't know you had Janna, that is the way that you know that the tech card worked.
And I love, honestly, I know we talked about it before, but just the overall, like the sportsmanship we're seeing between the players. They obviously respect each other tremendously. They're playing a game we all love, of course, but to see that kind of play surprise them, and instead of being like upset, like they're excited, like they're actually like, I didn't see that coming, and they have a huge smile on their face, and that's the kind of thing that I think Riftbound brings out in players, because like it's like, I did not see that coming, and perhaps even if had they, you know, maybe held an equipment back for the Rek'Sai or something, there's always a win there in Riftbound, I find.
Yeah, definitely one of the ones that you can look back and see like, oh, I should have done that instead, or I should have done this instead. But I mean, we have to say, expertly navigated by Galewinds. This was huge for Galewinds, just making it great plays all around, really showing us what Lilia can do, especially when there's not a Vex on the board.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. Vex is one of those. I mean, Chaos as a whole is a challenge for us. For the archetype, but yeah, Vex Apathetic is just, it completely shuts down Lilia, and for that reason though, like sometimes you have to try to like find creative ways to deal with that Vex Apathetic, because obviously all your readied sprites, they're gonna sit there, they're just not gonna do anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like we have an interview with the winner, so we'll go ahead and take a look at Galewinds.
Thanks so much for a wonderful cast and a wonderful match played by the wonderful Galewinds, now a part of TSS, as we can also mention. So I kind of want to do a little bit of talk about. We're building a lot more storylines about the teams that exist this weekend. So you're now a part of the Secret Sauce, who we just saw sold out actually take that second place. Yeah, at Sydney. So, you know, speak to that. You know, how's the team vibe? Relatively new. How are you all kind of feeling coming into this tournament?
We say it's relatively new, but it's only relatively new official. We've been playing together since the beginning. I've been playing with these guys since trial meta, basically. Sold I've known from the trial meta, in fact. We were playing like Jinxes together and stuff like that, but way back when. So it's not that the team is new, it's just officially branding now. So yeah, we are the Secret Sauce. We're going to be split between some best ofs and some actually trying to win the event as we go to each event. For this one, I'm on a best of, so I'll be trying to get Lilia best of. Meanwhile, Tog and Sold are going to win the event with Sivir Aurora, just like Sold almost did at Sydney.
Perfect, and that sounds like an excellent plan. It's awesome just to hear immediately like a breakdown of you guys have a plan coming into this event to take down best ofs. And speaking of best ofs, Galewinds, you already have one on Yasuo. You're pretty known already in the community. We've seen you, do a couple of other pieces across these other events. But I got to ask you, this Unleashed format is the last chance to get these best ofs for the Origins Legends. And you're not playing Yasuo. Can I ask maybe why the pivot to Lilia? Because we saw an excellent gameplay from it.
Yeah. So I loved Yasuo Set 1. Yasuo Set 1 has been my favorite deck of the game. It was beautiful with the way that it played and its modality into that specific set format. But as we changed format, Yasuo just felt worse and worse. And he was not what I fell in love with. So instead of tarnishing like what I have my love of Yasuo for, I'm just going to play the things that I do want to play. Lilia is a whole new color combination for me, being blue-green. It's still green, so I have to keep some bit of home in there. And it's been very exciting just to explore those color combinations and to figure out where those are ticking. And Lilia's giving me similar to the same vibes as Yasuo from the original. I've been able to grind out games with her. She has some modality, and she's also a super fast deck, so I've been enjoying her a lot.
Yeah, it actually is very interesting to look at the differences between Lilia now as this sort of like not hold specialist like what Ahri and what people have attempted to use. Ornn is obviously a whole separate beast, but Lilia does sort of have that modality, like you said, of being able to get onto battlefields a lot more efficiently by always getting this, this ready sprite unit, a bunch of now new sprite and temporary synergies that exist in the game. So it is interesting that it is kind of maybe a little bit of that similar feel without now losing chaos and gaining mind access.
For sure.
So it is awesome to hear that. I got to ask you specifically in that match, I'll be honest, I was a little afraid for you. When I think of like how Vi wants to play the game, your little 3 might sprites might be a little bit, but you handled it so well. And the Mask of Foresight's really coming in clutch there. I think a lot of people were even like, everyone's talked about Mask of Foresight being successful in a lot of these decks that need a little bit of extra might push. And we've been kind of selling the point about how numbers really matter in might. 1 or 2 extra might mattering a lot. How does that really feel when you add those sort of cards to this deck?
It radically changes everything. The breakpoint between a 3 and a 4 is massive, because now we're trading with all of the common 4s in the format. Things like Kai'Sas, things like Noxus Hopefuls, as we saw in the Vi game. Those 4s matter. When we get the second mask on the field, now we're beating that, and it can just become overwhelming over the course of a game. Into Kai'Sa, a deck like Kai'Sa, she's not really in the meta right now, but she's a great example of how Mask of Foresight can just block a deck entirely. Her only units that she really plays are like 2-drops, 4-drops, and then like a Ferris Forerunner in there every now and again. There is some Darius, but either way, most of her game plan revolves around getting those to get her early points, and Mask of Foresight just blocks her off entirely. So that card is a powerhouse all on its own. People have to side in Gear Hate just for that 2-drop.
I definitely would as well. But Galens, I really appreciate the insight here. Round 1 officially now done for you. You can go take a break because you finished relatively quick. So nice to go, wander around, maybe get some insights. Some people didn't have a bye, of course. But I'm glad you had a great performance here, and we hope to see more of you and your team in some of these future rounds. So
you'll see us first at this event, one of us. I believe in them.
That's right. So don't go anywhere. We're going to pass it back.
Now, what's interesting about what we saw there, and you brought it up because you were looking through the deck list, you're like, I think that Jaina was a one-of.
Yes, and the main board is indeed a one-of, so it's something that I've seen some Jax decks play before because it is just sneaky. It is a reaction at the end of the day that says, heal your units and then push one of these back to base. So it was just such a great line from Gale Wins to see, like, this is the way that I win. We saw that didn't draw all those buff cards that we were expecting, like the Heart of Dark Eyes. It didn't have that Mask of Foresight game too, and still found a way from being very clever, just getting those sneaky points and getting that sneaky hold.
Yeah, and the deck has the one of Unchecked Power, which we did see. Great board reset there, or I should say battlefield reset. It also has a one of Thousand Tail Watcher. Now, Thousand Tail Watcher is synonymous with the blue archetype, and so it provides with like that accelerate, that aggressiveness is able to be used. How do you feel like Lilia would be utilizing the Thousand Tail Watcher to kind of close out games?
I mean, a big thing is that you have all of these sprites that are pretty low cost and you're able to play them pretty quickly. So if you do play a Thousand Tail Watcher, give -3 might to everything, then you're able to retake battlefields and get that final conquer, especially with the Thousand Tail Watcher.
Now, with regards to Vi, Piltover, Enforcer, now obviously we've discussed that Fury has been having a bit of a challenge. Now, when people are bringing Vi to a championship like this, are you assuming that they're going after that best of, or do you think they're going to be competing for a championship?
Of course, I'm expecting Vi to go for the best of because she, that Fury domain for one thing, but really Vi is just so iconic is the biggest thing. Like, who wouldn't want a Vi best of card?
Of course. Now, if you were to choose and you wanted to take the championship with Fury, who'd be the legend you would choose?
I would have to say Pyke. Maybe Annie. Annie or Pyke for sure. Those are the two that I think have been, well, of course, we've seen Prismat do great on Annie in the past multiple times. However, though, Pyke, I think, is going to find a way to get into the top 8 at least.
I think Pyke is actually one of the underrated champion, or I should say legends, of Riftbound thus far, because there are different variations of it. I actually kind of like that disruption variation, where you're just like blowing up their hand, they're discarding everything, but also you have that aggressiveness of like the acceleration and etc. What variation do you think could perhaps make a top cut?
I'm expecting more of that removal, a bit more of that tempo variation. Of course, the hand disruption is great, and maybe we'll see some thrown into there, kind of like what we've seen with Ezreal in the past. But I'm expecting more of the Pyke tempo play, using those Falling Star. We've seen Falling Star be really good into some matchups, and that's what I kind of see Pyke doing as well.
And for Lilia, we saw a very successful pilot of Lilia from Galewinds here. Do you think Lilia has what it takes to make a top cut and then perhaps make a top 8, or do you think there's just too much chaos, pun intended, for it to break through?
If someone were to do it, it would be Gale Wins, and after seeing him expertly navigate that game, I think there's a possibility of it.
So the next games we're going to be taking a look at soon. Hopefully we get to take a look at that Azir and Lilia game. We got 2 Lilia games perhaps on the docket. I think they might be going into Game 3. We do have some upcoming breakdowns as well. But before we get into that, with Lilia specifically, the sideboard is being played with Disarming Rake. Sorry. Do you think that that is absolutely vital considering the meta you have right now with Aurora?
Oh yeah, I mean, as we said during that game multiple times, Disarming Rake hits a lot of things outside of Aurora as well. And even that post-game interview, Galevins was talking about how Mask of Foresight was something that people had to use their gear removal against. So it hits so many things, and with such a diverse meta right now, there's a lot of things that you can hit that are outside of the big bads of the format.
Yeah, and I think that, like, even what we saw in that prior Lilia game, right? We didn't see Smoke and Mirrors very much, which is actually a core synergistic component of what Lilia is trying to do. And at the end of the day, though, they were able to, Galevins was able to generate so much value with those sprites, that aggressive play. And, like, for me, I love those aggressive decks. I absolutely love it. And it was just fantastic to see being able to put, like, that immense pressure on to Danny to ultimately close out the game, because especially when Danny was threatening to win the game going into that 8th point.
Yes, we saw, of course, the Fiora stacked with the idea of, like, I'm going to conquer this battlefield, and then I'm going to gank over, and I'm going to finish this game. And that wasn't quite what happened, and, putting all of those, a big thing was putting all of the equipment onto the Fiora was the big thing. We saw the line of why they wanted to do that, but, of course, the Janna making all the difference in the world there.
Now, a card that we did not see in that game, but was in the main deck, is Riptide Rex. It's actually one of my favorite cards from Origins, is basically Singularity on a body. Why do you think that players are mainboarding that now? Because they want to, what is your thoughts around Riptide Rex? We even have another Rex that's being very popular in LeBlanc, but what about this one here?
A big thing is there are a lot of tall decks right now, like the Master Yi mid-range comes to mind. So being able to take those out is really important, and we talked about how it is a game of might at the end of the day. So being able to have that damage to take out the battlefields and then retake is a huge difference there.
And we are going to be going to Game 3. We're going to Silver and I are going to break down the decks here. And Silver, we got Ghosties, Lilia. It is another Lilia game. Game 3 of Lilia versus Azir. What do you see?
I really love the build of this deck. It's different. I mean, we get to see Eggplant, our tasty Fey Folk, back. Usually we've seen this in Yi, and then haven't really seen him so much. And of course, Scuttle Crab, an absolute favorite card. It really started off being really underrated at first. And a lot of players have said, like, oh, revealing my opponent's hand is pretty good. This can conquer at 0 might. That's also pretty good. I get to draw a card. Oh, that's also pretty good. And then a big thing is 3 unchecked power here. This is really saying, I want to reset the board, and then I'm going to retake over and over again. We saw what unchecked power did for Lilia in the first game, so I wonder if that's also been a key card here in this match as well. It is against Azir, so having all those Sand Soldiers, maybe it goes a little bit too wide, but it's something that the Azir player definitely has to navigate around.
Now, we don't see the sideboard, but there is a chance that there are going to be Disarming Rakes that are getting brought into Game 3. But what I do notice here is, it's funny, you mentioned 3 unchecked power. We don't often see 3,000 Tail Watchers either. This is a very different approach to this type of deck.
Yeah, I do wonder what the thought process is behind it, because with the unchecked power and the Thousand Tail Watcher both being 3-ofs, there's a good shot that sometimes your hand just bricks. We also have our Fey Folk as well. So the fact that we have so many high cost, high power, very power hungry overall, it worries me that sometimes this deck won't just be able to find the right part of the deck, and it's very likely that you'll brick some games. However, if you draw the right part of the deck, you do have a lot of draw options, such as having that Scuttle Crab, and it is power hungry, so we do have the Plundering Poroans there. There's definitely times where this deck will just fire off, and there's not too much you can do about it.
And let's take a look at Mr. Beefy's Azir deck. We got the Azir Sovereign Champ, and I mean, I absolutely love that. What can I say? 4 might for 4 cost, perfect card, and I love the fact that you can reposition all of your Sand Soldiers for a closing 8th point.
Yeah, and I'd really like to highlight Soul Sword here, a new card from Unleashed that's really put this Azir to the next level because it is so much more consistent with having the Soul Sword available to it. It is a very equipment-focused deck, as we can see. A lot of gear, very important. So having the Soul Sword for that extra consistency for the Emperor of the Sands is so critical.
You do see the tricks of 3 Defies, you have 3 Disciplines as well, Desert's Call as well, but we have the Vi Piltover Enforcer, which for me is going to be a very unique addition from set 3 for Azir. What are your thoughts on the Vi?
I mean, she's just too good not to play. The fact that you get to stun a unit with her as well, she just has such a great stat line. Of course, she does cost that power, but with the ability she gets, it's so critical. We've seen her played in most yellow decks at this point because she also has the new ambush mechanic as well, being able to be played as a reaction. And on the attack, stunning an enemy, I mean, it allows you to go in and retake something so much easier because of that stun, sending something to 0 might.
And we would be remiss if we did not talk about Arise, Azir's signature spell. This is one of my favorite signature spells in the entire game. Being able to generate a Sand Soldier for all of the equipment you have is absolutely insane. And then just to add to that, 2 of them come in ready, and there just so happens to be 2 battlefields, which gives you an opportunity to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, we could talk about this deck all day. I know it's one of your personal favorites, but we do have that match ready for you all, so we'll be getting into game shortly.
Yeah, you got me. Azir is one of my absolute favorites here, and I'll have to be seeing if Mr. Beefy can close out game number 3. Here we go as they get prepared to play. It's going to be Hall of Legends and the Seat of Power. What are your thoughts on those 2 locations?
I mean, the Hall of Legends just being able to reset that for Azir, and it's really so good against a lot of different decks that we see. However, Lilia can use advantage of it as well.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent point. The Hall of Legends Lilia can utilize, and it actually will decrease the cost of the next proc because you're generating a sprite, and then the Hall of Legends comes into play, and well, you got a sprite out there, so now it's even cheaper. With Azir, it actually generates usually a very, very tempo-oriented turn 2, where you're able to put down an equipment, score that point, and then, of course, put out another Sand Soldier.
And of course, we saw the work that Seat of Power did for the Lilia deck in our last match, and I bet there's a good chance we see it do a lot of work again. Being able to take the battlefields early and then get that free draw over and over again from Seat of Power is why it's been such a great card in the Lilia decks, and a lot of other decks as well.
Yeah, you see the fist bump. We're ready to get started here. Game 3. Let's see how we do. Mr. Beefy on Azir and Ghosty on Lilia.
And we do see that Soul Sword that we talked about earlier, just giving the deck a little bit of extra consistency and being able to allow Azir to make that Sand Soldier rather than being stuck.
Play the Lilia.
Of course here. Okay, so Lilia does come out from the champion zone.
And this person must be, you know, man of taste with the over-numbered Azir and the ult art as well. I'm sure you have your eyes on those.
I did, okay, I gotta be honest with you. I did manage to pull the overnumbered Azir from just like a regular box. I was just opening and I got so excited. And sometimes for me, it's like what I pull is what I decide to play. It's why I became a Teemo main in Origins because I pulled an overnumbered Teemo. I was like, well, I guess I'm a Teemo player now. And the same thing happened with Azir, but I gotta tell you, I fell in love with this archetype as a whole. But there was a period of time when Ezreal was super, super popular. Playing Azir was difficult because Pickpocket was literally everywhere. Because Pickpocket was being used to counteract the seals. And Azir was just sitting there like, I'm not playing seals. I'm just trying to play small equipment. Why do you hate me, right? So the meta has become significantly more favorable to Azir. And we actually have seen some legitimately good results.
Yes, and we do come into that Hall of Legends here, and because we didn't play gear earlier, we didn't use Azir earlier, so we're not paying for that rewriting of the Azir legend. So we'll have to see what comes out next. Perhaps, you know, we don't know what's in hand. If we had a... Ooh, we're hiding a card.
Yeah. So that hidden card, I mean, you got to take a look at the deck list, but it could be anything. Who knows what it could be? It's more than likely your Hidden Blade, right? Because with the Hidden Blade, especially with the recruits being generated, even the tokens, you're able to kind of generate either draw for yourself, or of course you're able to defend that battlefield if they happen to bring something in. And now in this case here with Lilia, you're not going to want to Hidden Blade something like a Sprite, so it's more than likely to be used to draw and establish more of a hand presence.
Yes, another option it could be would be back off, as there are 2 in the list. So potentially hiding a back off and saying, oh, Lilia's coming in. Actually, no, you're not.
Now, Back Off's a funny card to bring up because, first of all, I love it. I'll be honest, I love everything with Vex's art on it. But Back Off specifically, it's unique in the sense that obviously if you hide it, it generates incredible value. But at the same time, it's like for 3 costs, you stun and you get to draw if you play it from hand. Sometimes I sit there and be like, do I want to hide this or do I want to play it? There's very few instances in Riftbound where that occurs, because often the cards that can be hidden are the ones that you want to hide because you get that disproportionate value. But Back Off is kind of unique from that standpoint.
Yes, it does make it a tricky decision, and that's why we did see Mr. Beefy, look over his cards a little bit and decide what he wanted to do. And we are seeing Ghosty do that as well here. Of do I want to reveal this hidden card or not, or try to get my opponent to?
And they're going to bring in the Aurelia, and of course you do have Fine Runes up. Okay, let's see what happens here. And it is going to be Smoke and Mirrors. You're going to make a switch here. And of course, with that Aurelia switch, you're going to generate another Sprite token, which is exactly why we mentioned Smoke and Mirrors being one of the best cards to be playing in this particular aggressive deck.
6-3.
I absolutely love watching Lilia players navigate their decks. It just looks like such a fun deck to play overall. Just leaving tokens, and we saw the power of Smoke and Mirrors in the previous game as well, and seeing it now. Lilia, just a really cool champion unit as a whole, of leaving these sprites behind allows her to do so much. And we do see the Discipline into Defy come down. No card draw, no buff here. And we are revealed to guards.
Okay, that's the Dark Horse we had not really thought about. We have an additional Sand Soldier coming into that battlefield to help reinforce, but it is going to be numbers up for the sprites.
And then
Yep, the sprites will take it, and the sword will return back to base. That's a really tough trade there. Really well played by our Lilia player overall. And the sprite fountain coming too. Going to get that extra draw from Seed of Power, and we are seeing the strength of that battlefield over and over again in this first round already, and I bet we'll see it more today as well.
Yeah, so yeah, Seed of Power is going to be a very popular battlefield, I would suggest. And of course, with that sprite fountain, you're going to be able to generate a ton of value into that next turn, because obviously not only is it going to discount Lilia's Legend ability, which gives you optionality, but if you have like a Sprite Burst or anything like that, all of a sudden Lilia just feels like a free Legend ability.
Yeah, and something to mention earlier is we aren't seeing Mr. Beefy just slam down more equipment here to activate Azir. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I was wondering where the BF sword was earlier, but seeing that activate Azir, and it looks like we're in a better spot now than before. If we had missed equipment again, it was going to be a really tricky spot for Azir to navigate.
Turn pass over to Lilia. We do generate that sprite from the sprite fountain. Now, do they have the Disarming Rake? I mean, it's something that is being frequently sideboarded in, sometimes even as a 2 or 3 of. In the hand here, we do see the Stupefies. We see a rare, nice view of the hand there. We had another sprite fountain. Couldn't quite make out the others.
So we'll see if that other sprite.
Oh, it's the Heart of Dark Ice is there as well.
Yay.
I know you've been excited to see that get played. It's a mask that comes down. I gotta tell you, I'm loving these mask plays here, and they are going to score a point with that sprite. Going up to 3.
Yes, and as the sprites often do attack or defend alone, oh, the value here from Seed of Power, I can't stop talking about it. It makes such a big difference where Lilia does have all this utility as well in finding those buff cards. I mean, Lilia feels like she's in a really great spot. Still has another Defy in hand to defend if needed. And the biggest thing is, will Arise come to play? But we don't have the equipment to really do all that much with the Arise yet.
No, not yet. And I mean, it does have the benefit of the readied tokens, but at the end of the day, yeah, you want to get more inexpensive equipment out there. Now, realistically, here's the challenge too, right? Because you can't even, you can't bank on the fact that the sprites aren't going to hold for a point. Like, they're generated almost every single turn for very little resources. You know that Lilia is going to be able to take those battlefields if you don't have some sort of presence. And then with that Seed of Power, it's so easy to go into Hall of Legends. That's the other thing. You got the Hall of Legends too, which can also be utilized by Lilia. This is one of those situations where I think that Azir is a little behind. I'd like to see where they play here, but I wonder if they're trying to conserve some runes so that they can perhaps utilize a couple, reactions or actions to take over a battlefield here. So they are going to swing in with the Sand Soldier here. It is going to be, it is a 5 Might Sand Soldier, and they're going to wipe out that battlefield there. And it's notable that they hadn't chosen to play a Sand Soldier first and then utilize the Hall of Legends.
Yeah, I just have to imagine that the hand is very low on equipment based off what we saw from that turn 2. And then also seeing it now and just not more equipment being loaded on the board, because without equipment, Azir doesn't really function. So this seems like a really unfortunate hand for our Azir player overall, and you know, it's not game over by any means, but it will be really tough to navigate to come back here.
Yeah, and you see the repeated Desert's Call, which is a fantastic spell because it's able to either be played on turn 2 or, of course, repeated for 4. It does establish a bit of a board. You do have 3 Sand Soldiers there, but we'll have to see if that's enough to kind of quell the tide of this Lilia.
Yeah, and the big question is, if Lilia is able to double conquer here and draw again, it'll just put Azir in such a tough spot. And because we still have that Lilia champion card out, there's a possibility that we will be able to do that.
Okay, and there is the Heart of Dark Ice coming in, and it's going to allow Lilia to be punching well above their weight. Now there are, it looks like 4 open runes, if I can see correctly there on Azir, so Azir's going to have some answers.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility here, but the question is, like, what are the answers here? Of course, we know we said Hidden Blade potentially, but that's still not going to do that much if it's onto a temporary unit.
I'm going to correct myself. I believe that's 3.
No, I didn't use this yet.
That new body rune just looks so good.
So currently she's just 3.
So we're clarifying here that Lilia, the Heart of Dark Ice, was not activated onto this Lilia. She is only at 3 might, going for the Seed of Power.
Yes, that's right, because you do have to exhaust it to assign a target. That's not been done yet. But of course, it could be used alongside a readied Sprite, which could perhaps contest the Hall of Legends.
And we will be giving
there it
it
is.
Sprite. Yep.
And it'll get another +1.
Now let's see how those readied runes work for Mr. Beefy.
And with a full extra 4 might here, with the back off coming and
it's the
Defy. Yes.
Oh, I just finished saying that you get to play the back off and you draw a card, and we just finished alluding to that Mr. Beefy's hand must be pretty rough. There's not a lot of equipment, and clearly he's trying to search for that equipment. And to see the Defy come through, obviously it's a perfect play. You're literally threatening to win the game here next turn.
And if you're at home wondering, why did we conquer the Hall of Legends second and not Seed of Power? The reason is because with the Lilia moving and leaving that Sprite behind, it reduced the cost of our Legend, and so we used all of our runes, and that was the best we could do there.
Excellent shout out there. So yeah, Mr. Beefy is looking at a situation where they have to contest these battlefields. Ghosty is threatening to win the game on this next turn. They're at that vital 6 points. They're going to come in with the Sand Soldier, Lilia, and they do. That's right. The mask does improve Lilia's strength here, and it's going to be Vi that's going to come in as the ambush, and it's going to be enough to take the Seed of Power.
Huge play with the Vi there. We talked about how Vi is just a key part of the yellow identity now, because she stuns a unit when she comes in. The ambush mechanic is fantastic. So love seeing that Vi come out once again, taking that Seed of Power and pushing the Lilia back just a little bit more here.
The utility of Vi as well, whereas you're able to select who you're stunning, right? I think that's notable, especially when you're trying to make favorable trades. It looks like Mr. Beefy is considering an attack on the Hall of Legends, and let's see what happens here. And it's just a simple Sprite defeated, as Ghosty does not have any open runes.
Yep. So being able to reestablish the board here. But one thing that we know about Lilia is, even though it has nothing in the base at times, it always has something up its sleeve ready to go. And we do have the mask out. We have the Heart of Dark Ice ready to go. And at 6 points, a double conquer here could win.
I believe we did see a Sprite Fountain in hand, so that's going to generate Sprite. I believe we might have even saw a Sprite Burst, so I think that Ghosty is going to be able to apply a ton of pressure here with readied Sprites. And it's so funny, you look at this board, you're like, oh, there's really nothing there. Oh, you got the Unchecked Power as well. We'll have to see. Unchecked Power is an option, because you're going to be able to wipe everything out here, and then perhaps start to try to contest into the battlefields. But Unchecked Power is certainly an option. It's the one of 3, but
yeah, and a big note is we do have a hidden card up above as well for this. So, if we do have Unchecked Power and a Hidden Blade is played and it just takes out, just a free draw too, essentially, that makes this Unchecked Power feel a lot less strong than what it was. However, clearing that Vi and that Seed of Power battlefield would feel pretty great. But I love the setup here from the Azir player.
Okay, I think they're still thinking about that there, and I think you're right, though, that the hidden card does disproportionately benefit, because even if it's not, like, I mean, it could be like a guards again. And at that point in time, then obviously, like, it's not as beneficial. But Hidden Blade is exactly what Mr. Beefy wants to do, because as we've said, like, there actually has not been much equipment being played, which is so crucial to the game plan of Azir.
And I really like the time that Ghosty is taking here to navigate this, because it is such a critical turn. It really can decide the game of what is played here, and it looks like we will see that.
Oh, it's the Tasty Faithful.
Yes. There he is. We haven't seen him for a bit. He was played a lot in mid-range E in set 1, and really we haven't seen him so much here either. And it won't be accelerated, just played, ready to go, which is interesting to see that as well. It looks like it could be a setup for unchecked power in the future.
Yeah, because so you do hold to 6, but he's not able, Mr. Beefy's not able to close out the game here, and it's still kind of Ghosty's game to win. So we'll have to see, especially with the unchecked powers, how Mr. Beefy's going to play, because if he tries to stack the battlefields, he's just stepping right into the trap.
Yeah, and after seeing that as Mr. Beefy, I would think my opponent doesn't have all that much, and I don't, they are going to look for that double conquer. However, I would still be very aware of unchecked power in Lilia. There are a number of lists that do run it as a 3-of, so this isn't like the, it's not the most common now since it's died down a little bit, but I would still have it on my radar for sure in Mr. Beefy's position.
It'll be very interesting to see. Now, I believe what we saw in Ghosty's hand prior to the end of this turn, I'm almost positive that there was a, we definitely saw the Sprite Fountain. I'm almost positive there was a Sprite Burst. And then you kind of tally that together alongside the Legend ability. I think that Ghosty is going to be able to send an absolute wave of might, especially when you consider the Heart of Dark Ice and the Mask as well. Now, the Mask, I wonder, I don't know if you will have to think about whether or not you'd want to send something in individually. But regardless, there is a lot of potential power output on this next turn, and not to mention the Tasty Faithfolk itself still represents a 6-might unit.
Yeah, both these players are about to be doing a lot of math. I'm pretty sure that's what they're both calculating right now, is how much might can my opponent produce this next turn? Can I hold? Do I need to look at holding one and then conquering the other one? Because we're both at 6 points. We're at the end game here. We have to figure out what to do to navigate this last bit of the game. Lots of runes available, lots of cards available, lots of decisions.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and in Riftbound, being scored at 6 is so vital, because that next turn represents the killing blow, as they say. And in this situation here, they're both very carefully trying to consider their actions. And for the Azir player, I mean, he has some tricks, but will it be enough to survive an absolute onslaught, which I'm sure he realizes is coming this next turn?
Yeah, and we've seen the lack of equipment from the Azir player overall, which always makes these games really tough to navigate. Obviously, if we saw equipment come down over and over again, we would have a lot more might represented here. We would potentially have a rise represented here, but we're not really seeing that. So I do feel like we're a bit favored into Lilia here, because I think they're going to be able to find the might to take out these battlefields.
And on that note, actually, while we've not seen much equipment, we've also not seen the disarming rakes from Lilia either. And so who knows what comes from that top deck. I don't believe I saw the disarming rakes from the hands here. Ghosty's doing a very good job protecting the hand. I think we got one nice glimpse in there at some point. But, there are so many different variations as to how Ghosty can close out this game. And I think that Mr. Beefy is trying their best to figure out how they best position here, because you can't just like leave the battlefields open. You have to contest them, or at least one of them. And the question now becomes, will you be able to survive what Ghosty's able to bring, especially since almost everything he's going to play is going to be readied?
Yes, and if I had seen my opponent do a bunch of calculations and then play a Tasty Faithfolk and pass, I would be pretty worried that they would have lethal for next turn. Obviously, they calculated it out, so I would be figuring out what I can do to potentially stop that lethal. And with, like I said, Azir, I mean, the hidden cards are a way to potentially do it, whether it be bluffing or saying, this, drawing with a hidden blade. But you got to find out something here to, your opponent obviously knows that they have enough might to take this out. So you need to do something here to say, you're going to have to navigate this in a different way. rather than just being a clean, we throw our units into the board and we take the win that way.
And there's clearly no easy decision to be made here for Mr. Beefy. And this is one of the benefits, I'm just going to say, throw this out there. You know, you play rather quickly in the first 2 games. You get all this extra time in the 3rd game to actually think out these very critical, important turns.
Yes, both these players have definitely taken their time, but they're also on a good pace overall. So a lot of the things in Swiss round is it's not about being the perfect player, it's about being a just good enough player at this point, because you have to execute. And both these players have done up to that point, and they know that they have the time to be able to take those critical decisions now, which is the most important thing as we are in game 3, 6-6.
It is notable that that could be a back-off as well. The back-off would perhaps stun something like a Tasty Fey Folk. And the thing about back-off as well is that if you apply too much might to one individual unit using the Heart of Dark Ice, for instance, it'll essentially just bounce it back and perhaps allow you to survive that next turn.
Yes, back off would be very good, especially there. I think there was one other Defy in the hand that we had seen earlier, but ooh, almost got a glimpse of the hand.
Yeah, and I think it's what I love to see as well is, again, we've talked about it a couple times, but the sportsmanship here. I think like Ghosty does not, like, he's like, no, this is a difficult turn. Like, I don't know what you're going to do either. Take your time, you know what I mean? And so you look, it looks like Mr. Beefy's thinking, okay, we got to set up a defense here.
Yes, and I like playing it onto the hidden card here as well, saying, you know, you're going to have to guess what this is. It's going to be something that's going to give you difficulty. You're going to have to make decisions here of what you use your Heart of Dark Ice on. Love that play overall.
It does leave Vi slightly vulnerable, but for Ghosty to close out this game, he will have to take both battlefields on this next turn.
What's the total might there?
It's just 7.
So they're adding up the might there, making sure they know.
So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so 9.
Because
Oh, wait,
doing
and
that
this guy's got the
calculation
thing.
from
Yeah,
Ghosty's side
you got
here
a
as
lot.
well.
Yeah.
You got
We do
12
have
there,
the
right?
BF sword there underneath, giving that +3. 0 on board as well. But yes, making sure that all those are clear, easy to see, representing the right number of might, being able to do those calculations. I wouldn't be surprised if Ghosty has the calculations done here already. If not, we could potentially see the unchecked power if they don't think that they can get enough might, and then look to accelerate units in the following turn.
Yep.
It all comes back to unchecked power, right? This
Oh,
is
yes.
the risk. This is the risk that Mr. Beefy's playing. And we don't know if he saw it. Like, we really don't know if games 1 and 2 resulted in unchecked power. You could see right there his thumb was just on. I saw it there, Ghosty. I see what you're trying to do there. But yeah, okay, we're gonna get a Sandstone Drow here, and it looks like it's gonna be in base. Ghosty's just taking a nice look at the overnumbered card. I would too. It's beautiful.
And we'll have to see for sure.
Actually,
you know,
no,
it looks like this will be into base. Might be deciding on that.
Mr. Beefy must be thinking, if I go all in and he unchecks power, like I'm just,
Ooh,
right?
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea that he's going for here. Of course, we know about the unchecked power, just saying, like, I'm going to really try to protect this battlefield. And we do see that pass, and this unchecked power might be brutal.
It may be. It may be. It's one of those situations where, like, it's easy for us to focus on as well, because we know what's in it. And it looks like the Heart of Dark Ice is going to come into Vi, so they're going to give up a point there. They're going to go to 7. Now, what's notable is obviously with the unchecked power, it would exhaust all units. So you're getting a point here, because otherwise the Tasty Fey Folk would not have been able to score, but it would have been able to, and there it is.
Yep. And we'll see what this hidden card is.
Okay.
Is there anything that is useful here?
For Feyfo,
Mr. Beefy hasn't revealed it yet.
And then draw cards.
Trying to take it all in. And it is a back.
Back off,
And
yes.
I'll pay 2 and recycle 1.
As you had predicted earlier.
Now it's the Sprite Fountain.
Yep.
You're able to close out the game.
We'll make a guy.
Very well played by both players here. There's the
Good game,
fist
man.
bump. Ghosty taking it with Lilia in an absolutely remarkable game that came down to an absolutely intense final turn there. I mean, for me, like, we're just watching and I feel like I'm sweating.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Unchecked Power perform 2 games now for Lilia, especially when you have those cheap units that you can play afterwards. Spritefound being MVP not only in Lilia, but in other decks as well. But Lilia really being able to utilize the Spritefound into Conquer, really well navigated by Ghosty overall.
I think it's kind of interesting that, I came on to the stream and was like, hey, I love Lilia. I think Lilia is really cool. And then we get 2 highlight reel Lilia matches here. But I have to say, I can't relive. Mr. Beefy, I think, might be suggesting that I didn't see equipment. How do you play Azir if you don't pull your equipment? It seemed as though the engine just never quite started for Azir, and it ultimately cost him.
Yeah, that's definitely the downfall of the deck in some cases. Of course, we've seen it perform very well over and over again, but if you don't have that equipment, it does kind of fall flat on its face, and I think that Mr. Beefy did a good job navigating what he could, saying, if you have unchecked power, you have unchecked power, good for you. I can't do anything about it. So those are those risks that you have to take sometimes of I don't have another way to win. A double hold isn't going to happen here. I know that. So going to one battlefield instead and saying, if you have unchecked power, good for you. If not, maybe I can get this hold into a Conquer and I can win this game. So I like that line decision there because there's not much else you can do into the unchecked power.
I agree, absolutely. I think that when you're playing Riftbound, one of the best things to do, of course, is take into consideration what your opponent can do to counterplay what your plan is, but also let them, force them to have the answer. If you have a line and you determine that this is probably the most ideal line, the highest percentage line, and it all falls on whether or not they've drawn unchecked power, I think you go for it.
Especially, like we said, closed deck list. Some Lilias run 1, some 2, some 3, some run 0. So you don't even know the deck list for sure. Of course, if you saw the deck list of 3 unchecked power, maybe the analysis is a little bit different there. But when you don't know your opponent's deck list and you're just taking a guess, I think that was the best shot there.
That was an absolutely fantastic start to the day. We're going to go to break, and then we're going to bring you to round 2.
One of the mini stops here at the regional qualifier in Vancouver is, of course, the prize wall. Now, you can find the prize wall at all of the sort of regional qualifiers that we have going on, but every single time there seems to be something new to pick up. Of course, you can pick up your normal Riftbound merch, playmats, sleeves, some oversized battlefields, but we have something new this time. We have these brand new prize wall runes. Now, you can redeem these and you get a full set of the 36, 6 from each domain. And of course, we got to talk about the Plated Legends. You can still claim Plated Legends here, and now with Unleashed being inserted into the meta, they have been added to the Plated Legend rule, but remember, you got to be a little quick because they only have as many as the supplies last. So make sure you check out the prize wall and use those prize wall tickets as soon as you can.
Now, time for some hot takes. Do y'all have a favorite legend?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Probably Rek'Sai, still kind of near and dear to my heart. She's not great right now, but she'll have her day, I'm sure. But yeah, I like Rek'Sai a lot, probably. Yeah, I'd say Rek'Sai is probably my favorite right now.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Fury legend, I guess Rek'Sai again.
We're wrecking it here. Do you have a favorite legend?
Rengar. Roar.
Meow. Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Fury. Rengar. Roar.
What is your favorite legend?
Ooh, out of all of them, I'd say LeBlanc is the most fun.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Kai'Sa.
Do you have a favorite legend at all?
Yeah, Volibear. That's my guy.
Do you think it's your favorite Fury legend as well? Because I would be furious to know that.
Yes. Definitely my favorite Fury legend.
Do you have a favorite legend?
Man, I've been playing so much Irelia. That's why I want to say Irelia. I'm going to go with Irelia. I don't know. I don't have anything else.
We'll switch it up on you. What's your favorite Fury legend?
Fury legend. Rek'Sai. I don't know why. There's just something about Rek'Sai. I used to play her in League, and then she's like good in Riftbound as well. So like, it's kind of nice to have that like connection to a champion.
I love Ivern. He's not very good, but it's a fun deck. It's surprising. You can do some fun stuff with it.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Favorite Fury Legend? Right now it's probably either Pike or Jinx. I really want to make Jinx work, but it's rough.
Do you have a favorite legend?
Victor. Yeah, definitely Victor.
Do you have a favorite legend?
My favorite legend is Master Yi.
Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Ooh. It's going to have to be my boy Draven.
I would say my favorite legend is Sivir, but that was Miracle Sivir, so I don't play it anymore because Aurora is boring.
Okay. Do you have a favorite Fury legend?
Draven, because it is well designed and winning games is fun. That one, I guess, is actually a hot take.
Now, those were some hot takes.
All right, we're going to do a quick overview of the end of match 1, which was the Vi versus Lilia. We're going to look at the gameplay right there, but we're going to go to it and see, is pretty close to the end of the game, right? You can look at the point total, right? It's 6-7, and we do have kind of the board for it, and Vi's kind of set up to be very good here. So we're going to move forward here. We're going to see the activation of the Falling Star. Going to see that happen, and really be able to clear the board, get rid of the 2 sprite tokens. So this really set up for kind of a victory solution here, right? Not only do we have 2 of these units here, but we also do have the Vi ability, which will let you reset one of your units active, and with ganking potential with the Fiora there, it's really good. So we'll keep going forward through it. We're going to see that we are going to have not a lot of units on the other side. We get rid of those sprite tokens as mentioned, and we do have a couple runes open for Gale Winds here, but this is really a good situation for us to try to go for game. We'll probably go a little bit faster, but we'll see some equipment added to the Fiora here. We've got the BF sword, and we've got the signature gear here, and both of these are just going to give us like a lot of might on our Fiora here. So that also makes us mighty. That also means that Fiora will be able to get the additional deflect and ganking that we need. And we're going to push it up here, but uh-oh from Gale Winds is going to look at this reaction window here. It's going to play out the Jaina. So we'll pause right here. Jaina is going to be a really good reaction for us. We're going to have a pushback for the Fiora. And with that, we're not really able to get both battlefields in contention. We don't have any runes open for Danny, and that was just enough to get the game there. So honestly, could have gone a lot of ways. Really good play from Gale Winds to be able to recognize that Jaina was enough to get the victory here, and yeah, very close end there. So that's going to be it for this one. This was just round 1, too, so we got a lot of gameplay moving forward. We got a lot of matches, and looking forward to seeing what round 2 is going to look like.
All right, well, that handsome devil had a lot to say, but we're back here. I am the Eggman. I'm joined by Ursi Day, and we've got round 2 upon us. How you doing, Ursi Day?
I'm doing great, and I cannot wait to see what we have for our round 2. The first round, I absolutely loved getting to watch Lilia play. I loved seeing Azir. I loved seeing Vi. There was so many awesome legends, and I just can't wait for round 2.
Yeah. I mean, we've got 40 legends in the game right now. There's a lot of diversity, and it's really cool to see, especially like round 1, 2, 3, where you've got a lot of hopefuls right off the gate. There's a lot of opportunities to see some of the lesser played legends.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like early on here is going to be the perfect time for it. There's just so many different ways these players play it. Some of them, it's their pet deck that they've been building. Sometimes they're set 1, sometimes just since this set was released, but they're so excited to show it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 Lilia decks on the first matches, and they still play differently. They still are built a little bit differently, and that's one of my favorite things of this game, right? We've got 40 cards, but there's so much decision between them, and 40 cards, 40 legends right now. There's just going to be more and more. It just really prioritizes creativity.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I mean, we're so early into the set. Who knows what the correct way to play it is? And both players of Lilia, fantastic players. Gale Wind, who did get the best of, especially during set 1 at Houston. Ghosty has been he did very well in Houston as well, very like in a lot of like the grassroots tournaments, and they both still decided on that play.
Oh yeah. So obviously a lot of competition for just the Lilia best of already, but but we've got a lot of variety I think today too. We looked at what we thought was going to win. I said Diana. With the rest of the cast, you said LeBlanc, right? These are some I think high skill cap legends as well. But what are some maybe hopefuls? I know we maybe said like Kha'Zix or like Rengar for round 2 would be kind of fun.
Yeah, I think both are really interesting. I will say I was the only LeBlanc believer.
Yes.
Like, what's up with that? She's really cool. But I think there's so many cool options. I love Azir. It was my favorite pick for last set. I think you might be an Azir fan
I would
as
say
well.
Azir was my second. I mean, like if we look at the Chinese event, right? They're like, oh, just choose one of the in the finals, right? Easy choice, right? But I think Azir was what I ended set 2 with, and there's just just having one more extra gear at the beginning of the game makes a big difference. So it's cool to just see like these incremental adds for older decks to make them very popular.
Yeah, that's completely true. I mean, so many pieces can still be added in these new sets. So many things are still good. I mean, obviously set 1, Aurora is still very strong. It's so cool to see like how all the sets are coming together here.
Yeah, and I think another example is like Master Yi, right? Got a new legend, but that's also support for the older legend for it. I know there's been a big debate on if, we continue this mid-range build, or are we just going to, put the Aurora into the Master Yi deck, right? So, like, there are these good decisions that one legend can be played several different ways.
Yeah, I think Yi especially, like, is very interesting with that, because we still are seeing mid-range Yi. We are still seeing Aurora. It's one of the few Aurora decks that, like, does have 2 different like play styles, I feel like. And even more interesting, like I think back to like set 1 where sometimes they had like a hybrid where they could side out Aurora, side in mid-range. I wonder if we could see that sometime today as well.
Yeah, for sure. Thinking of some other kind of relevant legends, we did some overviews, looking at them yesterday, but another one is like Vex. I think Vex has been, probably one of the best hold decks that we've really seen in this game, right? It's always been a little bit more aggressive leaning, but that's been really cool. I really like the hidden package that we saw from Sydney. That really just kind of shakes up the dynamic for that legend.
Yeah, I think Vex is like really cool, especially with the fact that like holding is already so strong in Riftbound. We saw that obviously like Grow with God Willow, some of these different like holding battlefields, and now as a legend ability, I'm really excited to see what she can do.
Yeah, because it's so easy. Like, man, I've got all these resources I've held, but now I've only got 2 or 3 cards in hand. So to really just kind of get a double draw for most of the game ends up being really, really helpful. So I think that's why Vex has been very popular. Obviously, it's on the domains of Calm and Chaos, right? Which that already has been shown very strong with Aurelia, right? Probably one of the best legends still in this meta.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure. We saw it so strong in Sydney. I can't wait to see, like, will Vex pull more from Aurelia? How is this going to work out between these different decks that do share colors? Because we've seen with other legends that share colors that they don't always play the same exact.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see the 2 decks that we're going to be going into this one. So let's get a look over there. And community choice, though, looks like it's going to be Annie versus Rengar for our first match. And then we also do have Diana versus Pyke for our match B. Both fantastic matchups without even looking at the player names, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And then looking at player names as well, obviously we have Bagel Martini versus Sam D. Sherman. Obviously Sam D. Sherman, well-known name in Riftbound, as well as CTCG at Alan ZQ versus Axis Orbis. So, I mean, both of these games are kind of looking really cool.
Yeah, and real quick, if you're in chat right now, put an A or B in the chat on which match you guys want to watch. We'll listen to you guys, and that will be the one that we start the stream for the match. Obviously, if there's time, we can jump to the other one, but let us know if you want the Annie versus Rengar. Put A in the chat. Otherwise, if you want to see Diana versus Pyke, press B in the chat. And yeah, we'll be. What are you, A or B? What are you thinking?
I can't choose, honestly. Both of these look so exciting. We really wanted to see Rengar, I believe, which is a really fun one. I also was just watching some videos on Pyke this morning while I was getting ready. So, and obviously, Alan ZQ, so strong with Diana, made it, I believe, into top 8 in Sydney. So I think both of these would be great to watch. What about you?
Yeah, this is really close. Obviously, if I think Diana's going to win, I got to get some evidence for my for that, right? Rengar has been, I think, a bit on the up and up too. Annie's been one of my favorite legends too. So both are good, but as you mentioned, Pike is also on the rise, right?
I do think Pike could be on the rise this tournament. I would love to see how far Pike gets into the tournament. I mean, we've really kind of been talking about like Fury has disappeared to some extent, but Pike might have a different answer if we do go with the match B.
Yeah, I think, B is going to be the case. So it's going to be Diana versus Pike here. And yeah, really, really cool. I know a lot of people have been saying, again, Pike has some secret tech. I mean, if you're on Fury and Chaos, right, we've seen that be very popular.
For sure.
Andy's been good. Draven's been good. So, you know, Jinx has been good. So let's see if Pike can do the same.
I would love to see it do well here. Obviously, it's going to be up against a bit of a monster here of Alan ZQ with CTG with this Diana list.
Yeah, and so we've seen Diana be very popular, right? The opportunity for like Hwei, I think one of the strongest cards from Unleashed here, offers a lot of draw, a lot of flexibility, and really just getting that one extra energy between turns usually really helps you out. So I think this is a really solid deck. Looking at the battlefields, nothing too outrageous. Maybe the Raven Bloom Conservatory, maybe like a little bit more peculiar, but not outrageous.
Yeah, and obviously Vex Apathetic here, such a strong card that we're seeing played. I think earlier we were shared some stats where she's in almost like 20% of the decks in this meta, and over half of them, I believe, were in Diana. So definitely a really strong card in this deck, and a stay in Diana.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's very strong. And, you know, Alan ZQ also loves their one-ofs, I've noticed. So, you know, one flash, one copy of Smokescreen, one copy of the Turn to Dust in the main. I think a lot of people have been targeting, you know, gear and equipment in their main deck in this format too. Also, the Acceptable Losses love this. Just the fact that it's just, you know, a one energy spell ends up being really handy. Even if, you know, you're not playing any gear, so it doesn't affect you negatively. And sometimes you just need one more little tick for the Abandoned Hall.
Yeah, these like gear hate cards I feel like are really nice when we're worrying about running into Aurora. I'm interested to see how we deal with Pike, obviously. A little bit different of a deck, but just so many cool cards in this deck for sure.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go switching to the Pike deck to see what's on the other side. So really a new legend for us here has this ability to return a unit at a battlefield, a friendly unit, to get a gold gear token exhausted. So it allows for a lot of reuses of on plays here. But yeah, this Odyssey is a little bit of a different build than I've kind of been used to, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different. I'm really excited to see how they end up using this list. I love seeing the Baron Nashor. Really excited to see if we can get that played. I would love to see that third battlefield come into play.
Yeah, it's honestly one of my favorite cards. I know it's been a little bit tricky to find the best way to utilize it. I know people started putting in Aurora decks. I think they've been slowly kind of rotated out a little bit. But yeah, there are some really cool, interesting plays you get to use with Pike here. And like that +2 might across the board is really helpful too.
Oh yeah, that is going to be so strong. I do see we do have that longsword, which does mean some of that gear hate from the Diana list is going to have, some targets. But I think my favorite card in the list, just because it was my favorite card in set 2, is that Ferris Forerunner, which is really nice because if it gets killed, it's the death knell is that you get to play 2 3 might mech units, which are going to be really nice, then come back that next turn.
Yeah. So the fact that, when it goes away, you're able to have 2 units to push to both battlefields, as you mentioned, very good. We also do see Vex, right? I think, again, it's going to be, I think you quoted, what, 20% of the decks are on there, which means I would expect 20% of the decks to be Chaos decks, right? That's almost the numbers there, because this has been really difficult to take out of any deck that can run it.
Yeah, and it's just so strong being able to stun units that come into play. And I think it's definitely one of the reasons that we're seeing it in play so much, being able to help defend against attackers, especially with so many ready units coming in this set.
So, okay, well, those are the 2 decks that we've got there. I think they're ready to go. And let's jump on into this match. It's going to be, again, Alan ZQ on the Diana versus Andy X on the Pike.
Since you do enjoy Diana too much, do you know too much about that Pike matchup or anything like that?
Not particularly. I do know that I have been playing a lot of Diana outright. Again, I've I've been able to get a lot of game one sneaky acceptable losses, right? That ends up being really important there. And it looks like they've chosen their first battlefields too. We've got Ravenbloom for LNZQ, and then the Zon Warrens for Axis.
Yeah, this is going to be so exciting. Zon Warren's really nice to help draw through a bit of that deck. I mean, it will work for both players. And I know we were talking about those 1-ofs in Alan ZQ's list. I have heard that he's mentioned he's happy playing these 1-ofs because he can draw to them. But it's really going to be interesting to see how that interacts here, especially with the Zon Warrens.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, it looks like I think Alan ZQ has exponentially more spells in their deck. So Ravenblue obviously can work for both sides there, but going to draw more consistently, I think, for a Diana deck than necessarily a Pike deck.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure here. It does look like we're just going to be getting started. I always love seeing the fist bump.
Yeah. And, I've played in a couple of these events too. Always respectful opponents, right? You take these really seriously and, really love to see it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. It does look like we are just going to be getting into the
game one, turn one there. Quick merchant, right? Love to see a 2-cost unit when you're going first here. Looked like Pike put 1 card back, another 2-cost. We got the Treasure Hunter there, and back to Alan ZQ here. But yeah, a lot of back and forth, and it's nice that both these decks have some pretty easy champions to play out of their champion zone.
Yeah, definitely nice to get some of these early units down. Both these units are really good for kind of generating some of these resources. Obviously, Traveling Merchant, when it moves, able to discard and draw a card. And then Treasure Hunter also able to help generate some early gold.
Yeah, we got the 4-cost Vex off the, as soon as we can play it, right? There probably was a decision if we want to put it in the Conservatory, right? We are out of runes active, but we still have our Diana Legend ability that would let us get 1 extra energy if we need to, but we're going to go back to our Pike player on 5 runes.
Yeah, it is going to be nice for this Pike player knowing that obviously we kind of only have to account for that 1 energy from the Diana Legend ability. But otherwise, as we decide, do we want to go into Zon Warrens? Do we want to go into Ravenbloom Conservatory? Only 1 energy is all we have to worry about.
Yeah, because especially if you're not used to playing against Diana, that 1 extra energy can be really big. If they had 1 more open, they could do a Ride the Wind, right, unexpectedly. So looks like we're going to start off, though, with the stack deck, looking at the top 3, grabbing 1.
Yeah, always nice to help us try to curate our hand, figure out what we need. And with that, we still have 4 energy open here, whether it be to play some different units. I think we see that Falling Star that we could potentially play.
We'll go Treasure Hunter.
Let's see, and it does look like we are bringing Treasure Hunter up into that Ravenbloom Conservatory now, starting a showdown versus the Traveling Merchant.
Get the gold?
Yeah, and we will be able to produce a gold gear token due to the Treasure Hunter. It's going to be 1 might to 2 currently, but looks like Axis has something to play as a reaction here. Oh, but there is also the defense step. Let's see at the top of the deck. Oh, a Gust, which we could be playing right now.
Yeah, we definitely could. It does look like Longsword is going to come down here, potentially threatening to bring this Treasure Hunter up to... Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, what a perfect card to get off that Conservatory, right? Immediately gets the value from it, prevents them not only from getting the battlefield, but prevents you from equipping the Longsword. I couldn't imagine a better card for that situation.
Yeah, definitely a great one. And Gus does send that unit back to hand instead of killing it to the trash. But one thing that's really nice with these equipment is that Longsword is still going to be in play as gear in the gear that they'll be able to attach later if they want to. And it does look like we're going to be playing that Treasure Hunter back into base.
Yeah, and we might have wanted to put it back to hand with our Pike Legend ability too, so it kind of happened, but we did miss out on the gold gear token. And being able to hold the Merchant on the Conservatory means, again, anytime they move into there and you get to defend, that could be another card draw for Diana, which is really nice. We've got 6 whole runes open, which is quite a bounty here, and we'll see what Alan ZQ is thinking here.
It looks like we are going to be playing that Ravenbloom student to the Conservatory.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put the student in the Conservatory, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a better place to put it, if I'm being completely honest here. But it does look like we're going to take that second battlefield as well here with that Vex Apathetic into the Zon Warrens.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good start for Alan ZQ here. We're already at 3 points. We've got 4 runes open, and we might just decide, you know what, I need these for defense because I already have a lot of tempo on my side.
Yeah, that is definitely an option here. And it does look like we're going to be able to be trying to hold both these battlefields, potentially leaving that traveling merchant up. But it does seem like Alan is trying to decide if he wants to move it back to base and potentially get that discard and draw.
Yeah, and considering, okay, we're going to play out the Diana champion for 3, and we're going to pass from there. Yeah, obviously, you're always, merchant moving is always a boon for you. So, but happy with the cards on hand. Rather keep the extra 2 might on the battlefield, and it's going to be to Axis, who starting with 6 runes and a gold gear token.
Yeah, this is going to be nice, slowly getting. I mean, we at least have those energies to try to play some different units. Again, looking over at Alan ZQ's board, obviously there is that 1 energy that could be turned, but obviously that Diana with that legend ability, 2 energies is starting to get into a worrisome spot when we're trying to figure out, do we want to move into Zone 1s, do we want to move into Ravenbloom Conservatory, or do we need to wait a turn or 2 to kind of build up our base?
Yeah, because it's so tricky on so many levels, right? Having that could be 2 1 cost spells, right? Which would mean that the Ravenbloom would be an additional +2. If you just even move to the Conservatory, you're likely giving them another card, probably like a 50-50. So all of that's really tough for Axis here.
Yeah, and that's another great point, looking at a Ravenbloom student with the ability to grow with each spell that you play. Sometimes as you're trying to calculate the might that you're going to need to get, it gets a little tricky with Ravenbloom, but we're going to clear that math up really quickly here, playing that Falling Star to put 3 damage on both the units on the Ravenbloom Conservatory and clear up the battlefield.
Yeah, so being able to use the gold gear token for that was really helpful. Will let you, one, not only contest the Conservatory, but also allow you to potentially just get the point there without giving them the potential draw from that. So I'm going to equip the Longsword to go 3 here. We are going to use the effect of the Treasure Hunter to be able to generate the token again, and we're going to play the stack deck using the Diana energy, which is good. So just making sure that we're using our legend effect while we still can.
Yeah, and this is going to be really nice. Luckily, we are able to, as you said, use the Diana energy. Stack deck is going to help us find, hopefully, a card that we can use in this following turn. And let's see what Axis has. He still has 4 energy up.
Yeah, and so we did end up getting, a Conquer there, so that means we could use the Pike ability if we want to. Would help us get another gold gear token generated, but we'll see. I don't know, again, 3 on a battlefield is not too crazy.
Yeah, not too crazy at all. I do see we have the...
I'll tap 2. Play a Tide Turner.
Oh. Wait, so we are playing Tide Turner here. It is able to move the unit from Conservatory back to base.
2 for not so hopeful.
Yeah. And we should be able to generate another gold gear token from the Treasure Hunter. Yeah, and there it is there. And we've played a couple cards now, so we do get the reduced cost there and passing it back to Alan ZQ.
Yeah, it is so nice this Noxus Hopeful with Legion. Once you play another card that turn, you are able to play it just for 2. And as we know, saving on resources to play things is really nice in this game.
Yeah, so Alan ZQ moving there, and then considering using the Diana champion ability, and looks like that's the case. Yeah, stack deck, not too upset with it. And we do have the defense for the Conservatory, potentially.
Conquer to 5.
All right, and yeah, a quick 3-2 there, so we do get another point. Vex is still in play on a battlefield, so if they end up playing anything, but without any runes open for Axis, the interaction's really limited.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice, especially, I mean, for Alan going up there. He knows exactly what to expect. There's no runes up, so he's just able to get that Diana in. It does look like he's going to be playing a second Vex Apathetic here into that Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Yeah, and leaving 4 open, which is, again, a little terrifying here. We aren't necessarily on game point. If both these hold, we're going to be to 7 points. But, even just getting one of these to be held and going to 6 at the start next turn is quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be concerned here as Axis. You don't know what Alan ZQ could decide to put down if he decides to move on these battlefields. And we're getting a little bit close to some of these worrisome points. We obviously don't lose in one turn, but two turns when we're at 1 point can be concerning.
Yeah, and there's only 3 cards in hand for Axis right now. We've got 6 runes and 2 gold gear tokens, so we've got like room for some plays, but you know, we've been kind of on the back foot momentum-wise, I think, for the majority of this game.
Yeah, it does feel like that for the Pyke. I'm trying to think what Pyke would potentially play here. It does look like we're going to be playing something. Turn 3. It does look like Starcross is going to be coming down.
Yeah, so we are going to be targeting the Vex there. It does, you know, have deflect, so we do have to recycle 1 additional. So we got rid of both of our gold gear tokens, but you know, this is a pretty good like tempo swing for our side. That does mean that we can Noxus Hopeful there, decide on any interaction, and looks like we are going to play the stack deck for 1.
Yes.
Look at the top 3. Yeah, and that's like one of my favorite things is like being able to use like the defensive stack deck, right? Making sure that you have a scary amount of runes open and then still being able to use them without passing over too many open ones.
Yeah, that's a great point. Getting to use some of these different triggers to use stack deck. We get to obviously give Axis as little information possible with those 4 runes up, now 3. And we also get more information for ourselves to figure out what to play here.
Yeah. All right, so thinking of the other 2, I mean, we do know that we do have like the Treasure Hunter in hand if we want to play it out. I think for like the 3rd or 4th time this game. It's been played a lot, but using the 2 here, and oh, it looks like we are going to end up using the ability on Pyke to generate another gold gear token and put the Hopeful back into hand.
Tap 2.
And we could play it again, yeah, for 2 since we did play the Starcross. So does offer, you know, a little bit of mitigation for the you know, gold that we lost, but yeah, passing it back to Alan ZQ here.
Yeah, I think that's like a nice use to kind of save the Noxus Hopeful. We're able to tiptoe into the Zon Warrens and then get out safely. Obviously, it does cost a bit of energy, but it does keep it safe.
Yeah.
Moonfall
Hopeful here is the Moonfall here. So moving the Hopeful over, it does also cause another spell from the Conservatory. We're going to use the 1 from the effect of the Diana Champion, and currently it's 2 to I think 7, so an easy clear for that Hopeful.
Yeah, Moonfall still feels so strong in Diana. You get to choose a battlefield you're already at, pull a unit from your opponent's side to the battlefield, and also decrease its might, which just feels so nice.
Yeah, and it's when there's a Vex at a battlefield and there's no units on the board, it's so, you know, tough because anything that gets played gets stunned, right? It can't move. Vex really kind of puts you in these kind of like mild checkmate situations.
Yeah, and now we're also, I mean, Axis needs to do something. Alan ZQ has 2 units in base and obviously would be holding to 7, could conquer Zon Warrens for 8, and Axis does scoop, and it looks like we're going to be going to game 2.
Yeah, it's just, you know, Alan had a lot of early momentum, you know, going first, being able to play a unit on 2, which is great, and just being able to continue it up, right? I think, honestly, the biggest thing was that Gust. That Gust was just so good for capitalizing your momentum, and Axis had a hard time, I think, recovering from it.
Yeah, he definitely did seem to do to have trouble with it. I feel like Gus is pretty strong this set.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's got like a lot of play against a lot of different decks, and then it really just like stopped that treasure hunter, just like you're saying.
Yeah, and specifically when you, you know, move it with Diana, like you have access to reducing might, so Gus gets more targets for that, so I think that helps it quite a bit. But we're going into game 2. We've got Abandoned Hall and the Arena's Greatest. I'm going to mildly assume Axis is going to go first. Generally, if you're using Arena's Greatest, it's because you know you're going first. And then the Abandoned Hall, which, again, we've got so many spells that we can use on Alan ZQ's side, that extra might that keeps going up and up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Alan ZQ has gotten like perfect battlefields for this Diana's list. On Axis' side, I'm interested to see how he kind of deals with Alan ZQ's tempo, because obviously he seemed to move very fast last game and be able to really harness that to get the win. And Arena's Greatest is going to speed this game up even more.
For sure. So looking at our opening hands, Alan's ZQ thinking about putting 1 back so far. Axis looking at a couple of cards. I think I already do see a Merchant in hand, which is really all you really want. Something to play on your first 2 runes and considering the rest of it.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a Noxus Hopeful as well, which is one of my favorite units, just because you do get to decrease the cost of it if you've played another card. So it does look like we're going to get started here.
Yeah, we're starting us off, and I think we mulliganed 1 Hopeful for into a Kaisa, so I think that was a good choice there for 2, and getting the point there. So there we go, passing it back to Alan ZQ.
You'll have to see what Alan has here. I think mulligans are so interesting in this game because you don't shuffle after you mulligan, which means even if you mulligan into something that you maybe don't want, obviously I think you may want the Kaisa here, but even if you mulligan into something that you don't want, it is still the card you were going to draw anyway. So you're just moving further into your deck.
Definitely. And one of my favorite things about Diana is because we have a champion unit that costs 3 that's very good. I don't even mind going second half the time because I know I have a guaranteed play, right? Just being able to play it from the champion zone and passing it back.
Yeah, and it seems like that's exactly what we're going to do, but it is always nice when you're going second to kind of have that assurance.
Definitely. So using the ability, we're going to get rid of the Kaisa in our hand from the Merchant to draw 1. We do get to 2 points for Axis here. And there, obviously a consideration on using the Pike ability right now if we want to. Paying the 1 to then return to hand and get a Gold Gear token.
Yep. Just choosing to discard the Kaisa was surprising to me, but I can kind of understand it. It does seem like we have a really strong hand, and to some extent,
on the move,
unless you're like fully accelerating the Kaisa, sometimes Kaisa you're playing it for that draw 1.
Yeah. I mean, I've played so many games where it's like 2 drop on 2 Kaisa on 4, right? But this does offer a opportunity to put the Merchant back here, get the Gold Gear token, and we got a lot of cycle and the gold here. So we've I think had a pretty solid start from Axis.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really nice. Hopefully we can capitalize on it to get this win. But it looks like Diana is going to be coming up into that abandoned hall.
Yeah, so which is a great battlefield for us to defend with, especially Stupefy off the top there. In Abandoned Hall, it's 1 energy, +2 might deficit, so that ends up being really, really handy there.
Yes, it's going to be really nice. We'll have to see what else we decide to play. Looks like Ravenbloom's Student is going to be going into that base. Again, especially with how many spells we play in this deck, Ravenbloom can become a bit of a monster itself.
Yeah, I mean, when it's in the Abandoned Hall, you play 1 Stupefy, you get +2 might, you give something else -1 might. That's a huge swing for just 1, and then you get to draw a card, so really good synergy there.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice to see. I'm excited to see it play out.
All right, we've got 6 runes for Axis. I felt like they were at 6 runes for most of the game last time, but we have to be a little bit afraid of what the 3 runes on the other side can be. I think Ride the Winds should always be in your mind as a potential card there. But if we're able to continue kind of the momentum, make gold to help us pay for some power costs too, it can be really helpful.
Yeah, and you always have to worry about Ride the Wind when you're moving into some of these different battlefields, because especially if they ride the wind into your battlefield and you're not expecting it, or your unit doesn't have a lot of might, like that Traveling Merchant, they can cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah, so we are going to play our 3rd Kaisa, and we're going to accelerate it and move to the Abandoned Hall, which is a little bold, I'd say, when we know that the Stupefy just got added to hand.
Yeah, that is for sure. Stupefy would bring us down to 3, and obviously that Diana just would keep growing.
All right, but looking here, so we got one. I think Alan ZQ is thinking about Diana champion ability. So again, we can pay 1 here to get the vision, but it looks like we are just going to play the stack deck. Use the ability, look top 3. All right, there is a response window. Okay, with the Gust. Okay, on the other side. And there's the Stupefy. Yeah.
Resolve.
Yeah, Stupefy is going to make Diana a little bit too big for Gust to come down, meaning that the stack deck, we'll see what they get from the stack deck as well. But Kaisa versus Diana now, I think Diana's just slightly bigger than Kaisa.
So there is a couple of things here. So 1, we played 2 spells, so Abandoned Hall +2 here. Stupefy gives the -1 might to Kaisa, so I think it's 5-3. And unfortunately, our 3rd and final Kaisa does enter the trash there.
Ouch.
Yeah, and additionally, likely not going to matter, but we do get the +2 from the Student as well. We've played, I think, what, 3 spells? Okay, there's +2 might, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have the choice to move the merchant up. It's likely going to get bullied next turn, though, when we are out of runes to use, but we'll see what Axis decides to do.
Yeah, it does seem like he is going to choose to go in and move up into that arena's greatest regardless. Hopefully we will get to see that discard and draw. It looks like we're going to discard Tide Turner, potentially drawing into a Falling Star, which could be helpful to try to de-seat some of these different units on Alan ZQ's side.
Yeah, and the numbers currently make sense, but when you can, have a 3 might unit at Abandoned Hall, right? You just have to play 1 spell with React to get out of it. You still take the damage, but this is again, you're hoping that they weren't going to be able to interact with you, but Alan ZQ found a way.
Yeah, that is for sure, and it looks like we are back on Alan ZQ's side, playing Tide Turner, kind of getting this Diana safe.
Draw, combat.
Yeah, so we're going to move the Diana back with Tide Turner, move it up to the Arena's Greatest. We know that they have no runes open, so it's going to be 3-2. And yeah, we've just, we've been able to bully with these exact numbers, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%. And Hui is going to be coming down as well. But Alan ZQ up to 4 points here, especially on these even numbers. It's feeling really strong for our Diana player.
Yeah, so good things, though, for Axis 1. Currently, doesn't have any runes open, which is great. And that also means, like, if they're considering this Falling Star, it does get the full clear without really any opportunity for interaction. Recycling 2 runes is a little bit expensive, I think, right now. But actually using on the Hui, which I think is valid. That card can get you so much value by itself. It is a priority target.
Yeah, it's really nice to get that off the board before it can really do anything too disastrous to us. And then obviously we have a good number of runes up as well to try to figure out the rest of this turn.
Yeah, and we don't have a Vex for Alan ZQ, so that's kind of the other bonus point there. It does mean if we have any acceleration, we are in a good spot. Unfortunately, we did get rid of, I think, every Kaisa already, so it's a little bit tough to do so, but we do have, it looks like, a Hopeful in hand still, which we can play. Yeah, for 2 there.
Yes. Yeah, and it's so nice getting discounted down to 2. Still 4 runes up. I'm assuming we're going to play something else as well.
Yeah, I think so. I see a Fizz there. I mean, Falling Star again, you'd be recycling 3 more runes, but being able to interact with 3 of their units could be the tempo swing you're looking for, but it's a greedy play rune-wise.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you have to weigh, like, is this the turn I should do it? Will it, be enough? And it does look like Fizz is going to come down just like you mentioned.
Oh, but we don't even have any Fury runes left. So
that's true.
Yeah, so we can't even play the Falling Star. So, I mean, the Gust is still a standard option. That's totally fine. So it does get rid of the champion. So the tempo still is in our way, but we did have to recycle a lot this turn to interact with them.
Yeah, that is for sure. We still have 1 rune up as well, but moving back to Alan's side, 1 is not the worst stack to count for.
Yeah, so this does give them, the Alan ZQ, a moderate opportunity to get to even points, which helps you get like a double conquer for game. We're going to use the student there to go from 5 to 6. And looks like we're playing out another copy of Hui here. So, we got rid of 1. We're going to play another one, see if it's able to survive a little bit longer here. And then, yeah, we do have the returned previously Diana hit the board.
Yeah, we're really building out that base here. I mean, we're at 6. Next turn, we definitely can threaten a lethal. And we're just, I mean, it's looking like a lot. But at least on Axis' side, the only energy we have to account for is that legend ability.
Yeah. So, like, it shouldn't be too tough for us to get rid of the student. We got to be, like, a little bit worried that, like, a Stupefy could, get the deficit for a Hopeful. But the bigger thing is that, yeah, if they double conquer next turn, they just win the game.
Yeah, that is for sure. We could potentially hold up to 7. All we have to do then is take back that Abandoned Hall. And I'm sure that is something Axis is thinking about here as he tries to figure out what he can do. If he could hold Abandoned Hall, he could, stave this off for an extra turn. But he definitely can't leave it open.
Yeah, so looking at cards in hand that we can see, right, I think, not necessarily the ones we're looking for. We haven't really played the Pike champion this match either. It's just been kind of hanging out on the board there. But yeah, again, we can, the answer to this turn is not like too difficult. It's the fact that next turn, we're potentially in a really, really tough spot with a double conquer potential.
Yeah, that is probably weighing on Axis's mind here. I wonder what he's going to decide to do. It looks like we're bringing Nexus Hopeful up into the arena's greatest. Raven Bloom does die, but...
No, one nice thing is that we do have the Fizz, and we did get 2 Fury runes for turn, right? So if we are able to move Fizz to the Abandoned Hall, we could use our Legend ability to return it to hand, and then use it to replay the Fizz and play Falling Star to get rid of 2 more units there. So that could be the play here. But again, it's anytime you're using Falling Star, especially off Fizz, it's a lot of runes you're sacrificing.
Yeah, that is a great point. It is up into Abandoned Hall here. I wonder if he'll do exactly what you just said.
If you say every play that they could do, you'll eventually be right, I think. So
one of the days.
But it looks like we are going to be paying the 1 off the Pike there. So yeah, going to return the Fizz at the Abandoned Hall. And then we do have quite a few options here for not only what we could play, but the targets from what we play.
I'll play the Fizz.
Fizz, we're going to put it on the, the Arena's Greatest, which is fine. Going to use it for the Falling Star, and then paying that for 2 to get rid of both of the Diana and the Titan. So it's only Hwei left this time around.
Yeah, it looks like we've switched up a bit. Last time we used that Falling Star to only take out Hwei. This time we're leaving only Hwei, so we'll have to see, I mean, if that changes anything. But at least it does mean that Alan ZQ would need something that's an additional one that's ready to be able to take back both battlefields, which is the only way he could win here.
Yeah, so we also have 3 open, so there could be some interaction from Axis here, but honestly not in a terrible spot. It's been, again, I think Axis has been on the back foot quite a bit so far, but going to just start with the move trigger, see if anything activates here. No, just get the draw 1, discard 1. Looks like we are going to get the Baron out of hand, so this would offer +3 might for the Hwei, and then we are going to react with the Star-Crossed. So that is going to be a huge tempo swing here. Star-Crossed being able to use it to return the Hwei and likely the Vex to hand, and or the Fizz to hand, and that's going to be the play here. And now we're in a tough spot where, we just have to play out our, Hwei out again, and we'll see if there's any other units left in Alan's hand.
Yeah, but that feels so nice for Axis. He was able to hold, well, not hold, but
to temporary.
Yeah, the way to get hold off the wind just yet.
Yeah, but force the ride the wind. The good thing about this is that they would have to essentially have a second ride the wind if they want to try to win on this turn. So it is like a little bit more board clear up for Alan ZQ. It does offer some interaction from Axis next turn, but still a really aggressive play. And we are going to play the unacceptable losses, it looks like, to get rid of their gold gear. So another good play for this as well.
Conquer's good.
And that's going to be able to get rid of the Hopeful, put us to 7 points. Hwei could move back into the base if wanted. It looks like the case. Got another draw 1 and discard 1 potentially. Yeah, gets the Moonfall to get another draw.
And we do still have 2 runes up here. It does look like we're going to use them to play another unit. So, I mean, at 7 points, we still do have to either conquer and then hold, or conquer both sides, because you can't win, or you can't take the 8th point just by conquering one side.
Yeah. So being able to play out a second unit, I think, was needed. So it was good for Alan ZQ to be able to represent that. And then, it's something like if they can't interact with just moving 2 units to 2 battlefields, it's going to be a W for Alan ZQ.
It definitely could be here. We're looking for some card that can get these units in, like you said.
And we've got 5 runes here. Again, I think we returned a Fizz to our hand, so that could interact there. Going to use the ability with the Star-Crossed there. So it will return both to hand. So again, you're not like immediately losing next turn, but you are just kind of running out of resources pretty quickly.
Yeah, I feel like, we're trying to save off some of these different turns, but I mean, Alan ZQ will he move up into one of these battlefields, and since if he is able to take one of these battlefields, he'll be able to draw an extra card. It does look like we are going to be just going on and conceding, though, for that victory for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, so real quick, it was a Fizz said, I have Ride the Wind. Is that going to be... I'm sure there's so many different ways to do that, but with the unit there, that is enough. So Alan takes it 2-0.
What a fantastic job by Alan ZQ, just showing how Diana can so easily and quickly kind of just like take over and take control of the board.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that it's such a flexible deck when there's so many interactions that can happen, right? The losses, I think, was, again, I've been really liking that card in the deck, so it's been cool to see. Even just like the usage to get rid of a Gold Gear token ended up being, I think, impactful. And you know, when you're playing it with Abandoned Hall, that +1 might can just be all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it really had like the 2 different uses there, just like you mentioned. And I mean, giving that plus might, giving the ability to take resources away from your opponent, which is really nice about ZQ.
Yeah, yeah. It just always felt like Pyke was a little bit on the back foot. Like Falling Star did help you like even out on tempo, but just meant that you couldn't capitalize on the next turn. And I don't know, like it looked like that matchup was really tough. I wouldn't be the master of it, but it did look tough.
Yeah, it definitely did seem a bit difficult. And there's just such a controlling spot that Alan ZQ is in the whole time. I would love to see Pyke do great, but it definitely seemed like a hard spot for him.
Yeah, yeah, because you know, in those situations, right? You know, there was potential, like maybe if we had like a little bit more runes or a little bit more ahead, like the interaction with like Fizz and Starcross, just to be able to continue have cards on the board there. I think that sometimes Diana, it's really good at like playing units out turn by turn, but they don't really have as much movement outside of like Ride the Wind or like maybe like the Tide Turner. So like if you are able to kind of slow them down on their units, you can kind of capitalize on that a little bit.
That makes a lot of sense. I wonder if there's like some world where with the Kaisas and Accelerate, maybe we could have taken more control of the board, but it's so difficult, especially to figure out what you're supposed to do to make that win.
Yeah, like I think that, you know, the idea that, man, we had one Kaiso, so we could use that was fine. Seeing all 3 of them hit the trash and 2 of them from Merchants was a little bit surprising for me without seeing the full hand, right? That's always something that, you know, I don't get to see all the cards that they've seen, right? But, you know, there definitely were times like, man, sometimes you just play it for 4 and then you get the value that you really need from it too.
Yeah, and getting that draw when you're able to conquer as well just is such a great ability on Kaisa.
Yeah, but it was cool to see like the Pyke Legend ability be used early, right? Especially since you were able to use it with, you know, moving the Merchant back and then like leaving the battlefields empty. I think that was a good interaction for you, but to make the Gold Gear token and still get the advantage. But yeah, Diana's still able to capitalize, I think, on a lot of cycle and card draw that Pyke is sometimes missing out on still.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I do think like what you said is so important. It was so cool to watch that Pyke be able to keep the Noxus Hopeful safe, be able to take the battlefield, bring it back to hand, play it. Even with the Fizz, when we then took a battlefield and then kind of moved it to the other side with that ability, there's definitely some interesting plays that could be done with the Legend ability.
Yeah, because I love like a good combo, right? And we can see like just some of the lines that you can do with it already, you know, especially with Fizz with it too and Starcross like that, being able to play, you know, play Fizz, bring it back, play another thing. Just all those interactions for, you know, being able to use a card more than once, you can really run away with some abilities.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, like, especially as we get more cards with different sets, or as this one set continues, what Pyke could do, because I think there's a lot of potential in the deck.
Yeah, and I think real quick, it looks like, you know, everyone who voted for match A, you're going to get a reward as well, because I think we're going to go through that one, since this was a little bit of a quicker one, but I'd have to remember, I think it was Annie was one of them versus Rengar?
Yes, Annie versus Rengar, which is going to be really exciting. Obviously, Annie has done well in the past, but it's gotten some extra pieces. I'm really excited about that Kha'Zix. Obviously, it's running that Vex Apathetic, but honestly, one of my favorite arts of this set is what they did with the Poros. So I love seeing that in this Annie list.
Yeah, Annie's been, I think, you know, one of the best legends in this game. You know, I played it quite a bit in set 1, and we get more and more things. I mean, just 2 runes open, like extra 2 runes every turn, right, is really helpful, especially when we have more and more cards used with it. I think, as you mentioned, Kha'Zix for ambush has been really key. And when it only costs 2, essentially, for you on defense, it's even better.
Yeah, that is for sure. Getting to use like these different energy returning abilities like like this, the Annie Dark Child's ability with those 2 runes like you mentioned, for Kha'Zix if it wants to use it for different spells. It's going to be so nice to defend, kind of like cheating in this extra energy.
Yeah, and if we want to talk about ambush cards, though, we can look at Rengar, too, which is going to be the on the other side, so we'll look at that real quick. But honestly, you know, I looked at this the first time, like, I'm not sure what the synergies are, but when I see more and more people play, I'm like, man, this is a lot of fun. Right?
Yeah, Rengar looks like so much fun. And I do think the best of list from Sydney had a bit more dragons in it than this list.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how this one plays. But this is such an interesting take on Rengar.
Yeah. Honestly, just being able to ambush, you know, a champion from the champion zone, love that mechanic that so many different legends from this set get. So we're just going to go right into the game. I think they're ready already. So we're going to jump over there. It's going to be Annie versus Rengar. Yeah, I think we're going to get the full match, which is a nice treat there. So game 1 is going to be Zon Warrens, as we saw, for our first match, versus the Emperor's Dais on Rengar's side.
Which is going to be really exciting. I actually love Ambush with Rengar. I think Rengar is one of the first cards as well to have Ambush back in Spirit Forge.
Yeah.
And I know when I used to play League of Legends, Rengar jumping out of the bush and ambushing me was a nightmare.
Yes, yeah, and when you are able to get that additional might, and one thing I mention it every time because it took me an extra read to realize this, you can just choose any of your units to get the +1 might. It doesn't have to be the card that you play. Whenever you play something, Rengar gives that boost, and that's really, really helpful.
Yeah, it is so nice to have that option. And obviously, Sam D. Sherman, we've seen him before, especially from Las Vegas. He is a seasoned player, and I'm really excited to see how he pilots this list.
Yeah, and looks like we're getting started pretty quickly. So Merchant on 1 there. We've seen that pretty much the first match as well. And then we have the Grim Apothecary on 1 for Sam.
Let's see what they do with it.
And one of the nice things, too, is that Rengar can take advantage of some of these hidden cards that are units, so you can get like an additional surprise +1 might. But it looks like we are going to use the Merchant, and we are going to move that over to the Emperor's Dais here. Real quick, too, if you guys don't know what this battlefield does, because it's a little bit more unusual, when you conquer here, you can pay 1 and return a unit you control here to your hand. If you do, you get to play a 2 might Sand Soldier unit token here. So definitely understood why Sam, a battlefield that plays a unit, means that you can give an additional +1 might somewhere. And that can be, again, really helpful for some situations. So we got the Poro, we've got the Noxus Hopeful, a good combo for 4 runes, and passing it back to Sam.
Yeah, and I can only imagine as well with so many ambush cards in this Rengar list that getting to return the ambush card to your hand, be able to continually use that is just going to be so nice. Seems to synergize really well with this deck.
Yeah, so we got the whole 5 runes. Again, we can push into the battlefield there against the Merchant, especially when they've got nothing up. I think they meant to they could have 2 runes open, I think, right now, but it is an up 2 ability there. So we do have the Pit Rookie there, which will offer a buff to that. And then again, we did play out a unit, so it's going to be a 5 might Apothecary there.
Yeah, that is going to be 1 strong Apothecary. I absolutely love Pit Rookie, especially with those different buffs, and it does look like it is going to be going up into that Emperor's Dais, just like you mentioned. And traveling Merchant to the graveyard, or to the trash.
Yeah, and then also using the Initiate there, since we did have a mighty unit off of all the additional +1s and buffs, we got an additional draw, which is great. So some really good synergy there. And yeah, it's going to be 1 point to 1 as we go to Bagel Martin.
Let's see then what they're able to do. We do have those 2 units that we played last turn, and Stacked Deck will help us try to find some of those last pieces that we want to be able to make this into our perfect turn. Both players are at 1 point, so we could potentially go up to 3 here.
Yep, and yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to get across the Apothecary. It's currently at 4 might, so we could get some additional might to challenge it there. With no runes open for Sam, it's going to be a little bit easier for us to say they don't really have any interactions, but looks like moving the Noxus Hopeful, we'll see where it goes.
Let's see, and Noxus Hopeful is going to be coming up into that Emperor's Dais up against the... and it looks like they are both going to die there.
Yeah.
Just trading it off, and the Poro up into the Dais now.
Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, yeah, not just having any additional ways to interact could be like a long sword or something, right? But you know, still I think a valid trade for us. We're going to play 4 for a Vex. Nice. So that will prevent. You know, this is a pretty big counter, I think, to what Rengar wants to do with ambush, being able to stun. You know, units the turn they're played. This could be a big wall if Sam doesn't have an answer to it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it counters a lot of this like ambush idea, because even if you played ambush, because they're stunned, they will not be able to deal damage to your other opponent, which is going to be a bit of a problem here. Sam is taking a bit of a look here, trying to figure out if he has any answers to that Vex.
Now, one thing you could do is that, you know, you could play a unit, you can make your initiative a 4 might, and you can try to go 4 to 4 to get rid of it. You know, Vex is also a card that it is really capital when you're already ahead, right? So if you're able to interact with it now, it's going to be difficult to set up a second one later. So if you have any ways to interact with it, even if it's costly, it might be worth it right now.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a good play if we could get that Vex off the board as quickly as possible. It does look like we have that option for Pit Rookie to increase the might as well of that unit. I mean, there's a couple options, and obviously Sam does have a bit of a hand that he'll be able to try to figure out the puzzle with.
Yeah, but it's just like, it's always so scary about Annie. Like, they always have runes up, right? There are so many different things that could happen, some negative interaction for you, and then you just, you know, lose the tempo, right? So it's just being able to be offensive and then be able to have that safety net of having the runes open is super scary. But we're going to start with the Pit Rookie, trying to just go 2 to 2 here.
Yeah, sometimes it's so nice being able to just move one unit at a time up, try to pick off some of the different units on the opponent's side. We could still kill the Poro here, potentially then bring in the other unit and hopefully finish off Vex. But let's see, we are going to go on and use 2 runes, though, on Bagel's side. And that's also another great part of moving in these units one at a time.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to get the longsword, but we're going to add it to the Vex here, so we're still going to be able to go into the Poro there, which is still, I think, a pretty good trade. We could have also put it on the Poro to prevent a trade for either of them. It would have been just 2 4 might units, but I think Sam's kind of okay with this interaction here.
Yeah, I think, let's see.
Now, if we can play 3 units, we can get +3 might, and we can go 6 to 6. So that's, you know, I would generally want to do that, but Pit Rookie offers +2 might with the buff and the +1 from Rengar. So if we got another unit to play, there's a good chance that we can just do a full trade here.
Yeah, that would be really nice going on and getting that Vex off the board. Also does go and set up 2 more units in base. And obviously we do, well, we had 5, now we have 3 runes still. But just as you said, another unit comes down. And another one.
Unit. All right, so it's going to be 7 might on Sam's side to 6 might on Bagel Martini's side, and that will be, it looks like, enough to be able to get that battlefield, and that's going to be really, really good for Sam and tough for Bagel Martini to re-establish that Vex, as we mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was such a smart play by Sam D. Sherman. By playing in that Pit Rookie first, we got a lot of information about what he was actually going to have to deal with. Obviously, more runes got played on Bagel Martini's side. We were able to see how much might the Vex would actually have when we needed to finish it off. And then we can use that information to then not only trade the Vex against the Vex, but actually take the battlefield.
Yeah. So, you know, if we put the longsword in the Poro, it would have made it a little bit, you know, harder to take the battlefield. It would have been easier to remove just the Vex itself, but looks like we're going into the Kaisa here. We're going to accelerate it. We're going to get the draw 1 and then also the discard 1, draw 1 from Zon Warren. So some new cards entering the hand, getting rid of the Merchant. Fortunately, we are out of Fury runes too, so there won't be any way for us to, you know, attach the longsword there.
Yeah, it's too bad. We do get those extra cards, though, to figure out what we want to do with the 2 runes. Obviously, when we pass back on our turn, we will get 2 runes back with that Annie ability, just like you mentioned. But For now, just 2. I mean, there's a lot of options, though, in red, purple for what you can do with 2 runes. And not having to worry about not having any runes up is going to be really nice. Tide Turner is going to protect this Kai'Sa. Once it's played, you get to switch spots with another unit, meaning Kai'Sa is going to be safe in base, where that Tide Turner is a little bit more vulnerable in Zon Warrens.
Yeah, the more I play this game, like Tide Turner's never been a bad card. Man, it's just so good. There's just so many situations. The fact that you can hide it, the fact that you can use it to move things, like it's just been, I think, the backbone of like one of the reasons Chaos has been so strong.
Yeah, for sure. The hidden Tide Turner, I feel like, is what always gets me at Nexus Nights when I've gone. I, for some reason, never think it could be a
like,
unit that's
switcheroo, right? Is it, you can't be, what are the options there? Just +2 might, that's enough for me. Oh, dang.
Yeah, you never know what it could be. But, yeah, unless we're against Teemo, then I'm like, maybe it could be a unit.
Could be a unit, yeah. But it's definitely a sneaky hidden unit for us here. But Sam's got, I think, a bit of the front foot now. We've got, I believe, 9 runes open for us. We've got quite a few units on the board here. We still have our Rengar champion unit that we can interact with, but this is a really good kind of change of pace for them.
Yeah, this is going to be nice. Trying to figure out what to do here. Obviously, we don't have to worry about the stuns this turn. And we have a good bit of runes to play with. Let's see what he decides to do.
Almost like too many decisions, right? Like when you only have like 2 choices, it's easy. But when you've got like this wide open world, you got to make sure you're doing it right. But we got the Darius here, one of our best cards, I think, in Fury. By itself, you're giving the +1 might off the Rengar ability there, and then we're going to pay another 2, it looks like, and recycle 1 for.
Sorry.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh, not recycling?
Think again, yeah.
But yeah, Darius is so interesting. If we can play that second card, Darius also will be ready and have another +2 might. So it'll be +3 on top, making it 8 might. And then it could potentially go into that Zon Warrens. We could see, obviously, the other units as well, since Tide Turner is a little bit on the smaller side, but you do still have to account for those 2 runes up.
Yeah, so my guess is like maybe thinking about playing something like Challenge here. Being able to get rid of the Kai'Sa in the back, I think, would be very strong. We're currently at 6 might to their 4, and then with the additional Darius effects since we played our second one, we're going to choose Challenge here.
Yep, you are correct. Challenge is going to come down. They'll both deal their might to each other, meaning currently it is that 4 might into the Darius doing 8 might into Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but then we additionally, that's the second card we've played, so we do have the +3 here. Okay, there's the. I was curious what color dice was for the damage taken. So we currently have 8 might. We've taken 4 damage, so there is a potential for us to just really get rid of the Tide Turner. But we've got the Assault too, I believe, so that will be enough.
Discard, throw behind, draw a card.
Get the Zon Warren Battlefield activation.
This feels.
I believe we're at 4 points to 3 now, and again, just being able to get rid of that Kai'Sa, something that can offer a lot of card draws, really nice.
Yeah, and that turn by Sam, he was just really able to take control of the board, able to wipe out all the units on Bagel's side, and now Bagel's going to need to reestablish.
Yeah, and Annie, I think, is a bit of a aggressive-leaning tempo deck at times, and you're able to be greedy because you're trying to be defensive with the extra 2 runes you get, right? But when your opponent's really able to clear board, it's hard for you to reestablish. But it looks like maybe Pay-in 5 could be a Darius of our own here.
Let's see.
Oh, maybe another Kai'Sa.
Definitely could be. Yep, and it is going to be another Kai'Sa accelerated. It does appear, which means it could come up into either of these battlefields, take a point, and get a draw if it is able to be successful.
Yeah, and the Inferna could be the choice here, but we're just going to go into the Emperor's Dais here. Going to go to 4 points, and that does offer us another draw.
Yep.
Let's see. Still 3 runes up to play with now that we have this extra card.
And, we could be attaching the longsword if we want, get the extra 2 might on our Kai'Sa. but again, we really don't have any Fury runes left. So we'd have to remove all of them again. Using the 2 here, though, another Tide Turner would be okay. Again, it's a little bit tougher for you to interact with the Kaisa.
Tide Turner would be nice, but Noxus Hopeful will be able to be played for 2 runes, which is always nice to be a cheaper Noxus Hopeful, and that will put us back to 3 runes as we pass to Sam D. Sherman, who is able to hold for 1 point. And honestly, holding is just so strong in this game. A lot of times when you're committing to a battlefield, to take it, you're kind of accepting that that unit is going to die. So not only are you getting a 2nd point by holding, but you're also getting that same unit back.
Yeah. Also, this is probably the first time I've seen an Inferno hold a battlefield. Just that 1 might is enough there. We do get to play out a unit there, so we're going 5 to 4, and we'll see what Bagel is going to do about it.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously has some options here. He's got those 3 runes up. He's got, a couple of different spells in his deck, and it looks like we're going to be spinning it through. Oh.
Yeah, for the Rengar, all right, we've got some ambush of our own, right? So it does offer some more might on this battlefield here.
Challenge.
We're just going to use challenge though, super strong. So challenge on the Rengar there.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Taking out the Rengar again.
It
was kind of audacious, to try to use a Rengar versus Rengar.
Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah, it's working out kind of that way too. So being able to use the challenge ability, we are going to actually use the battlefield ability too. So we do get out a token by returning that to hand. We do play out another unit, and then we get to draw another off the initiative. This is some really, really good synergy I'm seeing from Sam's side.
Yeah, Sam's deck seems to flow so well here. I'm really liking his take on Rengar.
Yeah, so currently we're at 6 points. We're moving everything back, so hoping to do a double conquer for game next turn. And with cards in Bagel's hand, we might be going to game 2 pretty quickly.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he still has that Noxus Hopeful that he could play, but it does, as you said, look like we are going to see that scoop, and we are going to game 2.
Yeah, so I think it's understood, right? We're pretty far behind. Time is a value in this game too. So we've got a whole 44 minutes to try to win 2 games, and looks like we, since I think this is a little bit pre-recorded, we are able to jump right into the next ones. So we've got Arena's Greatest for Bagel. Once again, this is looking pretty similar to Pike, right? I don't know what it is with Fury and Chaos, but they have a hard time choosing other battlefields, it seems.
Yeah, well, Annie always has liked, especially these 2 battlefields, Zon Warren's and Arena's Greatest. I think we've been seeing her play these probably since set 1. She definitely liked in set 1 and set 2 the Arena's Greatest, able to be pretty aggressive. It shortens the game length, so hopefully that you can get moving a little bit faster and kind of move underneath your opponent's deck. But we'll have to see how that does versus this Rengar.
Yeah, and then the battlefield from Sam is the Star Spring, probably one of my favorite battlefields from Unleashed here. It just has a lot of interactions for whenever you play a unit, you can move one of your units back to your base. When you're playing a deck that has a lot of hidden cards too, and when you're already so, you get so many benefits from playing units already, having a battlefield that, synergizes with that is really nice.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it is a really interesting card. It almost kind of gives like some level of like pseudo ganking sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Because especially if like the unit's already ready, it moves it back to the base, and then you could still decide to do something with it because it maintains that ready state.
Yeah, so we've got the Tide coming in, and we've got that for 2, and then passing it back for Sam. Once again, we're both at 1 point apiece thanks to the Arena Greatest. And we've got, 2 units. And, bypassing the Rengar effect, it doesn't really matter at this spot, but already back to Bagel at 4 runes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Sam really likes being able to play both those units here. I mean, like, being able to play 1 already feels nice on your first turn, but playing 2?
Yeah,
that's really nice.
It's great. So, obviously being able to interact with that. The Sentry also, it's just a little unit, but when it offers like a +1 might for 1 in situations, that can be good. We've got the Sneaky Deckhand being sneaky, playing into the Spring, going to 3 points for Bagel here.
I mean, Bagel's definitely going to be happy to do that, being able to go on and get that unit out and into a battlefield. Now, next turn, Sam can't take it uncontested, for one, but also just starting to get ahead on those points. Because Arena's greatest, we're already up to 3 points now. We're off to the races, and Sam is still at 1, and he's got to actually fight to take these battlefields.
Yeah. We do have, I believe, Assault 2, so we can pressure one of these, which looks like we're going to do immediately. It's going to be 3-2 here. And thinking here, I think I see a hint of a gust, which could potentially put this back in hand. But it looks like we're going to maybe play the full 3.
Ooh.
Star-crossed? Ooh, the star-crossed here. So going to be able to move both the deckhand and front and back to hand if we get to do so.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice if the star-cross can go off. I mean, getting sneaky deckhands back into hand kind of means that in some world, Sam might feel pressure to take the star spring, just because if he leaves it open, that sneaky deckhand could be replayed next turn to take that point. And as you can see, up comes that sentry to take star spring.
Yeah, so being able to have the Kaisa, I think, was a bit of a good punish for the star-crossed, right? But you know, we are at both battlefields, so we can't be sneaky about it either. But yeah, I think this is a good spot. But again, we did have to use all of our runes for it, and if there's a Kaisa on the other side, that could be pretty good for Bagel here.
Yeah, interested to see what Bagel does. Obviously, he has a couple of different options to try to take these battlefields back. It looks like we are going to be playing all 5 of our runes here and recycling 1. That is going to be an accelerated Kaisa coming into Star Spring as well.
Yeah, the Determined Sentry can't move to base, but it can move to the trash there. And we got another point for Bagel Martini, back up to 4. And also that additional draw is going to be very nice. Still going to be able to use the 2 defensively. And there it is.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do. We're getting, I mean, pretty close to some of these important numbers for Annie. 6 points is definitely a dangerous spot to be in when you're facing Annie. So Sam's probably watching those points right now. It does look like we're going to be playing a hidden card to that Star Spring.
Yeah, and we've seen it in the deck already, right? But being able to play the Tide Turner, that can work really, really nice with the Star Spring. We can play unit, we can move the Kaisa back, keep it safe. We've got 2 runes open for some other interactions too. So, you know, in a game where you can just keep Kaisa around, keep conquering, drawing 1 card per turn, super nice. But going to 4 for Sam as we start with 6 runes on the board.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, good number of runes. Obviously, we only have to deal with those 2 from Annie. Annie is down to 3 runes, though. So next turn, only back to 5. It looks like we are going to actually be playing that Rengar, though, straight into Star Spring.
I love being able to do that, just like scoop it all the way over there. We are going to show the Tide Turner here. And so currently, it's going to be 7 might to 6. And let's see if we have any interactions. It looks like we're just going to use the flash to move both of them back. So keep them safe and potentially get some interaction next turn. But that's going to be 5 points for Sam. You're pretty far ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive flash, we are still giving Sam that point. However, the thing is both those units are still alive. They can still be used the following turn. And we can then use that 5 runes for something else.
Yeah. So we're likely going to try to keep our Kaisa safe, which I think is strong. Does offer the opportunity to conquer again next turn and draw a card. Rengar being at the 6 might is strong. It's going to be tough for Bagel to be able to immediately interact with it, but if we give them like a free Kaisa, that could be great too. Oh, thinking about the Sentry. Not sure on it.
Yeah, and if we do play something else to this Star Spring, we will finally get to be able to use that Battlefield ability that we haven't really seen too much this game, which would mean we could potentially protect the Rengar, but it does not look like that is going to be what we choose to do, instead just bringing Kaisa safely back home.
Yeah, and again, like the Sentry, in a lot of decks, it's a little bit of a weird card, but in this one, when it says play me for 1, give something +1 might, it's very strong. So, you know, there's like a mentality of using all of my runes as I can, or sometimes that +1 might be better for even trading my Kaisa above their Kaisa next turn. So But looks like we're starting with 5 for Bagel over here. We've got a pretty good board. Kaisa being able to conquer for free, essentially on the other side, is really nice. But that Rengar on the Star Spring is a little bit of an issue.
Ooh, and the sneaky deckhands straight up into that Arena's Greatest. So we still will have that Kaisa and Tide Turner to potentially deal with the Rengar on the bottom, but it is so nice to be able to play that card straight from hand into a battlefield, get that next point, and we are at 5 points now.
Yeah, and looking at hand, from what I can see, 3 cards. Looks like we are going to play out the stack deck. If we get a Cleave, which I believe they're playing, that could be really good. It could make our Kaisa go to 7 to get rid of their Rengar, but without it, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, if we do have that Cleave, obviously it would make that Kaisa just slightly bigger than Rengar. We'd get that draw, and taking that big unit off the board against Sam could kind of put Sam in a bad position as well.
Yep, so adds 1, putting the rest on the bottom. We got 1 rune open for Bagel here, and we'll see what their choice is. But yeah, this Rengar is really tough for us to interact with.
Yeah. Stack deck's so nice though, able to get try to figure out what our hand can look like, even if it's not a Cleave or something like that. We can still set our hand up for that following turn. We'll have 3 energy when it comes to defending. We do need to defend the sneaky deckhands, so no matter what, it's still really nice to try to curate this hand to make it into what we want for these following turns.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to do the full trade potentially. Yeah, it's going to be 6 to 6, so you get rid of it, but it's a bit expensive, and you're going to pass with just a sneaky deckhand on the Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, kind of costly for sure, but I have to think, like, as we're coming up into these later turns, we're potentially threatening 6, 7 points on Sam's side here. Maybe it's nice to get that Rengar off, because especially with Star Spring, he's not stuck in Star Spring.
Yeah.
He could potentially use Star Spring to move back to the base and then take out the sneaky deckhands as well.
All right, Sam goes to the Arena's Greatest, and you know, a little hesitant, but happy to see that it was just a trade there. We're gonna move the Sentry there into the Star Spring, and for one, we're just gonna gust it back to hand.
Looks like we may have something we want to do, though, with our runes here. We do have 7 up, so we have some different options for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be tough to play for 3, but we can play the Inferna as a reaction here and give it itself the +1. So
Conquer to 7.
We do go to 7 points now.
Definitely a really nice use of, I believe it's the ambush cards, being able to use them as reactions, being able to kind of circumvent what that Gust wanted to do.
Yeah, in general, I think one of the themes from Unleashed is there's just so many opportunities to play units at times that you wouldn't expect it, right? And then Rengar, I think, just really encapsulated. You get the additional benefit of that +1 might. It comes up so often, and we're kind of at game point here for Sam. We're not going to be able to win this turn in particular, but now we're just thinking, what's the best way to set up our battlefields to be able to do well? It looks like we're just going to play out these Irresistibles, the Sentry that we just add back to hand, and if either of these battlefields get held, Sam's going to win this one.
Yeah, Bagel is in a bit of a pickle here. Different food, but
yes, yeah.
he's still having some difficulty because, yeah, as you said, if either of these are held, then Sam will win when it gets passed back to him. So we need to take out both the Kaisa and the Inferna here, and...
Yeah, it does not seem possible, unfortunately. So looks like maybe Falling Star could have gotten rid of one of them, but Sam takes that in a quick 2-0 with that, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic job, I feel like, by both these players.
Yeah, but really fortunate we were able to watch both those matches, right? When we were asked, I wanted to see a Rengar game, especially like a Rengar without Aurora. I think it's cool to show all the interaction of, the benefits from, the Legend ability to get that +1 might, and, Sam's starting the day 2-0.
Yeah, I'm sure he's feeling super confident here with that 2-0. He did such a fantastic job. And obviously he is a fantastic Riftbound player. Really a great job to see him be able to take Rengar and do so well with it.
Yeah. So hoping they have a good rest of the day, right? To get to day 2, we do need a record of 6 and 2 or better. So we've got 4 more wins needed to get there. But Sam felt pretty confident with their plays too.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I mean, he seemed super confident. He knew his deck, and a 2-0 start is, I mean, it's doing really well to get to that 6-2.
Yeah, I'd be a little confident. We'll see how round 3 goes for it. But you know, especially with a deck that people are less experienced with, right? You get a lot of these interactions. I think Rengar in particular, when you have all these unique timings, a lot of these unique react windows, that does mean you can catch a lot of opponents off guard if they haven't played against Rengar before.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're seeing a lot in the Unleashed meta is all these different like reaction windows that players are really able to capitalize off of.
Yep.
And you can see just how strong that was, especially for Sam, just in that last turn, being able to react to that gust, to be able to still maintain their spot on the Star Spring.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us, we also did see a game from Alan ZQ. It was Diana versus Pike. Another 2-0 on that one, and just kind of had a lot of the same momentum, right? Where we've seen like Fury and Chaos be historically a really good combination of domains, but they've been a little bit held back by all these new kind of reactions and windows coming up.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a little bit more trouble this time. That being said, both Sam D. Sherman and Alan ZQ, fantastic players. They definitely know how to play to the highest level. So it's interesting to see like both interactions, but also kind of what can Red Purple still do?
Yeah, and one of my favorite things is to watch people who are just confident. It's a minor thing, but when they're confident with the cards they're playing, I've seen this scenario a dozen times. I know this is the play that makes the most sense for it. That also just helps you when you've got 8 rounds in one day. You need to make sure that some of these plays are automatic because you're going to have a lot of decision making, and you want to kind of mitigate the least amount of that, automatically.
Yeah, I think that's like something people don't really think about as much when they're talking about like the card game tournaments. Like you get to round 6, you get to round 7, your brain is so tired, and so being able to decrease what you need to do early in the day so that some of those later games when you really need to think is going to be really nice.
Yeah. So obviously even just having like one less game to go into, right? A 2-0 just means they have another 30 minutes to be like, all right, just reset. Take a breather, remember what my plays are, because there is also the other side where your plays are a little bit too automatic when if you took a second back to think, oh, actually this is a reaction that they can play, or this is something I got to play around, that can be a big difference too.
Yeah, that is true. And they also have obviously time to take a drink, find some food. So I feel like they're definitely happy to have finished so quickly with these like 2-0s. And especially after the last meta or set where the rounds are going a bit longer, I'm sure they're very happy here.
Yeah, I mean, also, we're in Vancouver. It's a beautiful day outside. Even just taking a 10-minute, like, gaze into the sea, you know what I mean? Just, like, look at that, feel the ocean breeze, right? I could definitely, consider just a little break from there. It's so nice out here today.
Yeah, it really is. We're right beside almost like a cruise ship area. There's beautiful mountains in the background. Like, a 10-minute break to go breathe some fresh air. I think Vancouver is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's really, really beautiful here. So, again, we do have 8 rounds today. This is going to be the end of round 2. Not sure if we're going to have another quick interview or overview on that, but we did see this round specifically. We had Diana versus Pike, where Diana was able to take it, and we did also just see an Annie versus the Rengar, where Rengar was able to take it.
Yeah, it was so awesome getting to see these like new Unleashed legends.
Yeah.
Obviously Rengar, the Diana, the Pike, all of these very new, very fresh, really exciting to see kind of how these interactions are playing out. Again, obviously Pike didn't win, but I loved seeing it, being able to use that legend ability to pick the units up, be it to kind of reset it to base and save it, be able to like reuse abilities like the Fizz. It's going to be so interesting to see how this meta continues to build out.
Yeah, and I think something that gets overlooked sometimes is this, like, someone could be look like they're on the back foot for a lot of the game, but it's usually because their opponent knows what their interaction they really want to do, right? And so being able to prevent them from doing it or preventing them from having enough runes open to get their good play because they have to, they feel forced to recycle them for some ability cost. That's like the big difference. I think, both Alan ZQ and Sam, both players who are well versed in this game, in this meta, and they can understand this is what they want to do, and I'm going to try really, really hard to make it difficult for them to, fire that away.
Yeah, 100%. And I have to wonder, like, both of them, game 2, having to deal with like Arena's greatest. Do you feel more pressure going into it? Maybe these decks they feel still confident with, because obviously it seemed like it seemed like Rengar was very happy. He hit 2 units going second.
Yeah.
On that turn 1. Was obviously sneaky deckhands was still a bit of it took both the battlefields, but it seemed like both players were happy going into Arena's Greatest, where that would be a pressure point.
Yeah,
in some of these earlier sets.
I think you're right. I think Diana, again, having the champion unit that you just get a free turn 1 play, essentially, which is really, really nice. And then, generally speaking, in this game, it's very unusual for you to be able to make 2 units on turn 2 on the other side, right? Maybe like a Victor and a 2-cost, right? That can be historically, but the Sentry there, I think, is a cool tech that ends up working really good with Rengar. We mentioned the interaction with the Legend ability is really good, and then just being having ways to pressure 2 battlefields where most other decks it would have been like a free 2 or 3 points for the Annie player.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually talking to one of Alan ZQ's testing partners, Randy, and he was saying that honestly he thinks this set going second is not as big of a deal as it might have been the earlier sets. And again, maybe that's just what we're seeing here for both of these top players.
Yeah. And I think that's right. That's been a big shift I've noticed as well. And I think we're going to have an analysis for our first match, so let's send it away that way.
Masterful game from Alan, and what we're going to do here is we're going to actually take a look at some of the key moments that revolve around, first of all, a little bit of good luck from Raven Conservatory, but also we're going to take a look at what happened where unfortunately, Axis was trying to catch up from behind and just couldn't close out the game. So in this first clip here, what we have here is we do have Alan. He is on the Diana, of course, and on Ravenbloom Conservatory here, when it's defending, you're able to actually check the top card of your deck, and if it's a spell, add it to your hand. Well, why don't we just play the clip here? What could possibly come from this top deck here? Okay, so we have the movement inward here. We're going to have the sword come in as well. And then what's going to happen is once the defense trigger is generated, we're going to go to the deck, and we're going to try to bowl. Okay, yeah, there's the trigger there for the treasure. And of course, with the Ravenbloom Conservatory, I'll move out of the way here, and you're going to see it's a Gust. And I wonder what card Alan's looking for right in this moment. Well, would you believe it? It just might be a Gust. And so Alan is going to play this Gust, and of course, this is going to be a massive tempo swing in Alan's favor, and this kind of is a good theme for the entire match, because what was happening here was Axis was continuously trying to maintain a board state, and if we go to the next clip here, we're going to see a great example of how that's going to work here. And so ultimately, on this next clip, we have a situation where Axis has Falling Star in hand, and Axis is going to try to do the best that they can to try to mitigate one of the carry cards in Alan's deck, which is Hui. So Hui's here, and Falling Star, I mean, often you use it to try to mitigate some three might cards that might be causing you a bit of a problem. But in this circumstance here, if we roll the clip, what we're going to see is that Alan is going to have his way wiped out utilizing that Falling Star. Now, Falling Star is a heavy price. You're going to be using 2 power, and you're going to be de-ramping. And we're going to see in our next clip here where Axis once again is in a situation where, well, you got to use Falling Star. So if we roll it here, we're going to see Fizz, that Falling Star, come back. And again, what we're going to do here is a little bit of a different strategy, though. Hui's still on the board. Alan did bring it back. You could commit the procs to Hui, but instead chooses to try to thin out the board to try to survive, as Alan is threatening to close out the game on the next turn. Now finally, on our next clip, we're going to see once again Axis trying to fight from behind. The board presence of Alan was significant the entire time, and we are going to see, if we can roll the clip here from that final clip, we're going to see Star-Crossed being played. Star-Crossed is fantastic here. It helps to really, obviously it's disproportionately beneficial for Axis, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. It was a good tempo swing. It almost brought the game back. But at the end of the day, when Alan's constantly controlling the board, you're de-ramping constantly, is just enough to maintain an advantage. And Alan did ultimately close out the games in 2. Let's bring it back to the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Alex, for that analysis. And yeah, just that first play, right? Being able to get Gust off the top right when we had a chance to use it, really, really tough to come back from that.
Yeah, I feel like that Gust was just so well timed. It was so nice to be able to top deck that, as well as, I don't know, Alex did such a great job at pointing out the choices that Alan ZQ made, deciding how who would get the damage.
Yes, yeah.
Knocking out Hui when it was needed, and then also kind of just leaving Hui alone when it was time to take out the other units.
Yeah, and I think Diana is a deck that, again, is a deck of decisions, and I won't be the master of them, but I think Alan ZQ would have some opinions, and let's throw our interview over to him.
An excellent cast to a very prolific player who I am now privileged to sit next to, or stand next to, I should say. Alan ZQ, representing Diana once again, still the Chaos and Mind aficionado. Alan, a pretty, dare I say, quick work round 2 for you. And I just got to ask you, how are you feeling just coming into the tournament today? I'm sure the people at home, they really wanted to watch you, so we picked you for your first feature match for today so far, very early. I try to keep away from you guys pretty early on, but how are you feeling coming in today, just overall?
Amazing. Main difference is coming here now. I had a 5-hour sleep, actually one night, not across the whole week like in the Australia, so that's a nice change definitely. So feeling well rested, feeling well better prepared on the deck, because just much more time to prepare before the Sydney, much more event than Sydney, and yeah, very happy with the deck. There's like 2 versions that I believe are very good of the Diana, and literally I was flipping the coin at 6 AM and I flipped to change it like 10 cards back and forth, and I end up with different version than I was playing mostly in the testing, but I believe it's like the 2 best versions of it.
Well, so then let's kind of dive into that specifically, because I think a lot of people are used to your last version. Obviously, you top 8'd in Sydney. You were on the list, of course. Didn't get the best of, but still took home a top 8 representation with Diana, this new legend. So tell me about this swap to this new deck. Specifically, I mean, I had the pleasure of playing against you in Sydney, but I really liked the Kazakhs. Like, as an ambush unit, you still get to use Diana in Showdown. So, like, why not focus a little bit more towards the ambush mechanic instead of having more spell-oriented? So why specifically the changes to all these cards?
Kazakhs was a one event trick when people were not prepared. It was just a surprise factor I wanted to have in. It's a good one, but the problem is when you have mana open, it's very foreseen, and it's good in very small cases scenarios, and it doesn't help the bad matchups. And I'd rather have teched the deck. One version of them was the Jewel version with the Consult the Past, where you utilize the Consult the Past as a defensive layer to trigger Jewel to have a +2, +4 with the 2 Jewels, and even like Student or Abandon Hall, so you can grow your unit where it, like, even if opponent can walk over it, it taxes them heavily on their own turn, and then it just snowballs from there. And that's like the main version we're testing, and like a lot of people that brought this, like Sean, Casa, and a lot of people from our Discord are playing this version. So look up for that. And I'm playing the Gear Hate type of the version of the deck with the main deck acceptable losses, turn to dust, yeah, a bit more spell heavy. That's why I can reason enough for the Conservatory game 1. And because of the field, I was looking at the stats, I'm like, into 70% of the field, it's pretty good, and into others, it's just a pitch for Hui for the extra draw. So, and I run the 2 extra merchants just to make sure I can keep the deck fluid. Yeah. So those are the 2 versions that I believe are the best now. Like the Kazakhs was nice, but again, it was just used for the surprise factor. I never consider it like to be a staple, unless it's very like heavy meta. It's the only matchup that I really would like to have like 1 or 2. But outside of that I'd rather have either Jewel version of the one or the one that I am currently running.
Yeah. That's kind of like, I think, what we talked about, where like the surprise factor makes a lot of sense, because typically it was like, hey, are you playing around Moonfall, or are you playing around this Kazakhs? And you're like, you can't ever play around both, right? So meanwhile, I think things like the Jewel or like Flash, for example, kind of still get that job done of like, hey, they're playing around one thing, but they're not playing around this other one, and you still get all the advantages, of course, like Flash synergizing with the Hui, getting the extra movement, of course. So it makes a lot of sense. You mentioned obviously some other names that are playing Diana, and it's no surprise because she's pretty popular, probably due to you and the other representation in top 8 in Sydney. Are you necessarily, dare I say, afraid of anyone else playing this deck right now? Obviously, you're a very good player, but people are looking at your lists and very much honing in on wanting to try and play those similar play styles. Do you think maybe you have a lot of competition you have to worry about?
I mean, if I was worried, I wouldn't be giving the list and the tips and the sideboard how to play the deck. I would be hiding it and just never sharing. And I thrive for the competition to be at its peak, just to make it harder, because like you don't forge into the weak environment. You get better only if the environment is better and forces you to get better. So I'm much for the better and the tougher competition, even if it means that I'm not gonna make it.
I That makes a ton of sense to me, and I think no one else in this room wants the best environment for the tournament except for you, Alan. So congratulations on your round 2 win. I look forward to seeing you more so in the tournament, of course, but thank you so much. We're going to send it back.
All right, well, thank you guys, and I'd be shocked if that's the last we see of Alan's EQ, not only today, but this weekend, so that will be the case. But honestly, I think we're kind of wrapping up our second round here.
Yeah, it was so awesome getting to see, you know, Alan's point of view on his deck and talking about it, but man, that was a fantastic round.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to go into our break. We've got round 3 ahead of us. We've got, again, 8 rounds for us total today. So, you know, here in beautiful Vancouver, Canada, having a good time, and we'll see you guys in round number 3.
One of the many stops here in the Vancouver Regional Qualifier is the merch store, which is usually always popping as soon as the doors open. So, of course, they always want to come and pick up their premium benefits. And one of the benefits, of course, for this one is the Gin Virtuoso playmat featuring that nice overnumbered art. But for everyone else that doesn't have a premium badge, you can, of course, still pick up many plushies, statues, and any like mini figures. Some of the new ones here actually featuring KDA, some of my favorite champions from League of Legends, of course. But there's even fun little hats, things that like Rengar wears and the plushie kitty thing. So much more that you can pick up here at the Vancouver Regional Qualifier. So make sure you check out the merch store at the Regional Qualifier that you attend.
Let's get into top 8 Diana from Alan's EQ in Sydney. First off, she is Diana scoring the moon with the Chosen Legend ability of whenever you're in a showdown, you can add 1 energy to your pool that you can use in a showdown. Her chosen champion, Diana Lunari, she has the ability to pay 1 to predict and then draw it if it is a spell. Let's go ahead and take a look at the key cards in the deck. The first one being Wei. Wei is really important because he acts as the whole engine of this deck. And the big part of him is he allows you to draw, discard, and navigate through your deck while also getting value from it. For example, when you discard a champion or a unit, you're able to get 3 might. You discard a spell, you're able to draw, and if you discard a gear, then you are able to ready 2 runes. This makes his versatility really important for the deck, and really the deck has a hard time operating without him. And because of this movement, you also play a lot of movement-based cards. For example, we have Tide Turner, which acts as a 2-drop, and also the fact that you're able to use it in the late game to move Wei to safety or to filter through your deck more. We also have Flash, which also allows you to move Wei to safety and filter through your deck more as well. And this is a really key card as it has been throughout the meta, especially when you're taking first, then you're able to usually establish yourself onto a battlefield and then come back from it. And that makes this a great card for the deck. The next one is Moonfall, and with Moonfall, I love Moonfall. First off, I could talk about this card all day, but it allows you to win most of your fights because you target a battlefield to give -2 might to everything, and not just the unit that you target, which makes this really important. It is also that movement base that we've talked about earlier, where you're able to move a card from a battlefield to this other battlefield where you have units, and this can turn fights so quickly. It is such an extremely strong card in Diana, and really allows her to do everything she does along with that Wei that we talked about earlier. And because we have Wei, we also have other units that can accelerate, in this case, such as the Thousand Tail Watcher, which is a unique pick for this deck. But we also have Vex Apathetic, more importantly. This has been one of the key cards in the game overall, as it is kind of turned everything on its head. And what it does is it has Deflect, but also stuns every unit that enters play. On top of that, it also allows it not to move in that Accelerate, so it's really good against certain strategies in decks. And we'll go ahead and take a look overall at the next deck, which is the Best of Diana from Sydney, which comes from Nice Boy. And a big a lot of key differences in this list. A big thing is the number of Gust in this is a 3 of, which allows the Diana to get a lot of tempo, which is critical at points, but it is less valuable. However, this was made up from the fact that we have Mind Splitter in the deck, a little bit taller than what we saw in Alan's version of the deck, and this is really good against Aurora or anything that has those critical parts that you want to be able to discard before your opponent has the ability to play it. And with that, we also have the Frigid Jewel in this list, which is highly criticized right now of whether is this card actually good or not. And the reason being is it has a small amount of things that it actually works with. It works with Wei, it works with Diana, and it also works with Stupefy. However, if you don't have those cards, then this kind of becomes a little bit dead at times. With the exception with Wei, you can discard it in Ready 2 Runes, so it does give the ability to Ready 2 Runes a little bit more flexibility. You might be able to do an extra play that you weren't able to do before, and throw your opponent off guard on top of that. I also want to highlight that there's Smokescreen in here, which wasn't a very common card that was played in Diana. However, it did perform very well in the last tournament. Obviously, we have the best of Diana here in this list, and being able to break holds with this was extremely important for the list. And Eclipse kind of operates similar to that, but I like the Smokescreen tech quite a bit. And that's all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Round 2 was an absolutely splendor to behold. It was a lot of fun to watch. And I mean, I think we got lucky. We got to see Alan right off the rip here in Vancouver in round 2. And he did 2-0. And it goes to showcase just how powerful Diana is.
Well, an interesting thing about that is in Sydney, Pyke was actually highly favored against Diana as well. So we get to see that expert piloting with those big deck changes from Alan to be able to take that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, and the thing about Pyke as well is like you have this aggressive play style where you're trying to stay on board, you're trying to utilize the bounce mechanics, but Diana has so many answers, right? And I think we found that there, and then one of the answers that we saw was the use of Gust. Now, I want to take a second to talk about Gust, because Gust, its friend, Flight or Flight, is no longer with us, but we still have Gust, and Gust I think is a core component of the Chaos domain. So why do you think we see so much Gust out here?
Well, the big thing is it has such high tempo, being able to completely essentially remove a unit from a battlefield at 3 might, and we have a lot of things that are variety of 3 might. On top of that, we do see a lot of LeBlanc in the meta, and because of that, LeBlanc wants to get onto the battlefield so early, being able to say Gust and just slow it down so much. So Gust's tempo is just hard to match. We really can't match Gust.
And when you have something like a LeBlanc fragmented, it's a good target to Gust.
Oh yeah, anything that's high cost or high tempo and just being able to take that tempo right back, especially if you even are able to hit something like a Ravenbloom student who usually can potentially get up to that 4 might and say, no, actually you can't do that. But when you are keeping it to that 2 might, you know, just being able to reset the board state, slow everything down, just a critical card overall.
Now, similar to Gust is Starcrossed, and we did see Starcrossed in Alan's game. Unfortunately, Axis was not able to maintain the board state because ultimately, at the end of the day, Hui was able to generate a lot of value. So with Starcrossed, why do you feel like that is such a key component to the Chaos strategy?
Well, quite possibly, Starcrossed could be considered one of the best cards in Unleash that has been released. And the big thing is, once again, it's that high-tempo gameplay that we were really looking at. Being able to remove something very cheap and efficient, and then being able to take care of anything tall with the Starcrossed is really nice. It only costs 1 power, so it's not the worst thing in the world there either. It just gives you so much tempo. A big reason of why we've seen less Forerunner in the meta is because of the Starcross, is being able to say like, oh, you played this 6-cost unit, let me just put that back in your hand here real quick. It just makes the game be a lot more efficient overall.
All right, guys, I got great news for you. We're ready to vote for the next matchup here going into round 3. So get ready to submit your votes. And oh my gosh, it is the battle of the meta here. We got some absolute bangers here. We have LeBlanc versus Kaisa. And then your second option is going to be Darius versus Aurelia.
So the first thing is that we do have Randy down there, who is a playtest partner with Alan and Prismat, so would love to see the Aurelia deck that's being cooked up. Also, Darius, there are multiple versions of Darius right now. There is the Hook version, which has been here since set 1, but the Darius aggro deck that's been making waves on Twitter has absolutely been part of, a lot of players have said like, oh, this deck is really quick and it can just get under some of these more mid-rangey style decks. And then up top, of course, LeBlanc making waves as well. We've seen 2 variants of her, the Tempo LeBlanc as well as the Hook LeBlanc, with the Hook LeBlanc being a little bit more favored, especially after top 8ing in Sydney.
Well, guys, I got some great news. The results are in, and we're going to watch Aurelia and Darius. Randy's taking the stage here, and I mean, the Riftbound community, we know Randy. We know his talent capabilities here, and we're going to see it on full display with Aurelia. Now, I'm going to say with Darius, okay, listen, we've talked a lot about Fury and it having some challenges, but look at this deck list with Darius here. What really stands out to you here? Because for me, I think it's Pike. Like, I think that Pike and Rek'Sai, these are great cards being splashed into this deck.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of options here. Something that I actually want to highlight is, once again, is the gear hate or even just card hate in general with the Ashe on the main board. We've been seeing a lot more main deck gear hate and being able to react with cards a lot better and being able to say, you know what, you wanted that card in your hand, nope, you don't get it anymore. So that's a really big thing, is having this Ashe here to disrupt your opponent's deck.
And you did mention Furious Forerunner. Furious Forerunner is here, so we'll have to see if it can obviously have the full impact that it seeks to have. We do have a lot of, you talked about gear hate. We have some unit hate as well, a single variation or version of Call the Weak in the main board here. 2 Falling Stars, and Falling Stars was actually a big part of the Allen game as well, as Falling Star did tend to drastically deramp Axis.
And I also want to highlight here Inferna. Inferna has been one of the lights at the end of the tunnel for Fury overall because it has struggled so much. Inferna has said, like, I'm going to give you a consistent 2-drop. It has Ambush, it has Assault, and it's been a card that's been performing really well in Fury decks overall. Like I said, the bright light at the end of the dark tunnel for it for sure.
And we would be remiss if we did not mention that we do have the Noxus Hopeful and a Darius, a fantastic combination that can be used to not only generate a large body state on the board, but of course Darius has the tremendous capability of being incredibly aggressive, as whenever you play that second card, it does come in readied with that additional 2 might. Let's go to the second deck list here. This is going to be our Aurelia. What stands out to you here? Oh, there's that aforementioned Gust as a 1 of Star-Crossed as expected. What else do you see?
Well, a big thing has been this whole Scuttle versus Lonely Poro. Really, you can only fit 1 to the deck, and we see the Scuttle starting to take advantage of, the card draw and then also seeing your opponent's hand. So personally, I like the Scuttle Crab a bit more than the Lonely Poro, and it's been a really big part of this deck overall.
We do have 2 Not So Fast sitting to protect the Aurelia, and I should also mention one of the absolute best signature abilities in the game, Defiant Dance.
Yes, and then on top of that, something, once again, more gear hate in this deck with Disarming Rake. It's in the main board of the deck once again. We are seeing some of the best decks be having the gear hate in it, including Allen had multiple forms of gear hate, and with them being testing partners, it makes sense. We've seen it be very popular in the Chinese meta as well, so it's unsurprising to see it be here too.
All right, we are ready to go to our match here as we see Aurelia take on Darius. Just getting set up here, and I have to tell you, for me, like, is it advantage Aurelia here? Like, what are you thinking?
Well, the issue with Aurelia is that, or should I say the benefit Aurelia is, there isn't really a true weakness of her. I mean, being fast and going under her is one of the ways, or being a little bit slower and going over as well. But Aurelia just has a great way to shore up pretty much every weakness in the deck. So the Darius deck, I've actually played this matchup of myself a couple times. If Darius can be quick and get on board quickly, it can beat Aurelia just by going a little bit quicker than it overall. However, we will see the Abandoned Hall for Aurelia, which is an extremely strong battlefield for Aurelia to start with.
Yeah, the Abandoned Hall, because Aurelia gets a double dip on that effect, and all of a sudden the amount of power and the amount of might that she represents so rapidly increases. It is absolutely one of the top tier Game 1 battlefields for Aurelia. As we get started here, it looks like turn 1 is going to be on Randy.
And a big thing is we are seeing that Seed of Power once again. I've talked about how much I love this battlefield, but for these fast tempo decks that can get on board nice and early, we are able to take advantage of that battlefield well. And with Darius's effect, sometimes we can play 2/2 drops here, but we will be playing the Undying here.
All right, and the Guardian Angel is out here.
Dice just to keep track of my own.
As we go on to Randy here.
I just want to keep track of my lore.
Yes, the Guardian Angel being a key piece of Irelia, as it does help protect your
probably
units, and we will see Stack Deck, which is an interesting card because a lot of Irelia players have considered cutting Stack Deck almost entirely or going down to 1 or 2 copies, saying, I have enough cards that I can find through Stellacorn Herder, but we will see the Stack Deck from Randy. Always a tough decision because you have so many great cards that you have access to in the Chaos and in the Calm.
I love that you bring up Stellacorn Herder because that card carries so much weight in this domain. Its ability to draw cards rather rapidly throughout the entire course of the game is notable. And then when you combo it with that stacked deck, you're able to find the answers that you're seeking throughout the course of the game. Because Irelia, while obviously, of course, you're really focusing on that chosen champion, you need to protect the chosen champion as well. And so you have to have the tricks available to get that done.
Of course, we see one of my favorite cards, the Scuttle, which is really important as we draw the card, and it gives so much access to hand information as well.
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab, I mean, in card games, information is everything, and the Scuttle Crab not only just replaces itself when played, but of course, it gives you the opportunity to reveal not just the hand, but the hidden cards on the field of play, which, I mean, if you're a Teemo enjoyer, that looks pretty scary.
Yeah, so for this turn for the Darius, we're really going to need to see a very high tempo play, really being able to get onto the board nice and early. It does often run accelerate units, so looks like we are taking a look at what the battlefield does here. The Abandoned Hall, we get +1 might for each time that we play a spell with the unit at the battlefield.
Okay, it looks like we're getting a exhaust of 4 runes here.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Dino thinking about what they're going to do.
Might even be going up to all of the runes here. Yeah.
I'll play Ash.
And it's Ash. Let's see the hand.
Great time to check that out. We have Charm, Defy, Guardian Angel, and Defiant Dance.
Okay.
So looking what to choose here, because there's a low number of units, they'll want to protect the units as much as possible, the Scuttle and of course the Irelia in the future. This deck does run Cull, so potentially looking at the Defy is possible, but Defiant Dance is almost always a good choice as well.
That makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, Defiant Dance, it represents such an immense power spike when played on Irelia, of course, and it's basically it's 5 might of a gap there because of the debuff that it provides to the opposing unit here. We're going to go in, we're going to score a point.
Okay.
And it is important to note here that the Defiant Dance isn't discarded, it's actually essentially banished. So if there is a hold available for Randy, then he will get that Defiant Dance back.
Yeah, it's almost like a soft Mind Splitter or something like that. It's like, well, you can't use it right now, but if you manage to hold, we'll give it back to you. Yeah, the Undying Legion being checked out by Randy there. We don't see too much of it, but it's actually a really cool card because if you happen to play it, if it goes into the trash, with the Legion, you can actually pull it out from the trash, play it again for 3 energy, or 3 runes, and 1 power.
Yep, it's not a very common card that we see, but it does give that extra value, so if you do have to grind out games a little bit more, you have an option. It's just not like, oh, I threw all my, Darius aggressive cards on the board, I'm out of cards, oh no. You have another option now.
I actually love the idea, though, of a player, let's say you're playing some Darius, you want to cook a little bit. I like the idea of adding some cards that perhaps players aren't seeing all that often. I think that's an advantage towards you if you're able to bring some surprise factor to your plays. And I think ultimately, if your opponent's having a less of an opportunity to anticipate what you're doing, that's advantage you. And the Scuttle Crab is going to go in and capture the Seat of Power.
Yep, we do also use our Irelia to essentially move our Irelia through. So we do lose 1 power here, but we get to take 2 battlefields, which is fantastic. And we do also want to hold to get that Defiant Dance back.
It looks like that is exactly what may happen.
And I'll pass my turn.
Turn has been passed. Dino is going to draw.
Yes, this Charm here was excellent, being able to take this Ash out. Nothing left on the board, and really, this Darius deck is it's high tempo. It wants to be on the board early. It wants to be the one scoring the points early. And with this, it sets it back behind quite a bit. Irelia looks like in a really dominant position here.
All right, I'm going to do this.
Now, what I'll say as well is, we're in a meta where baited hook is very popular, but not in this particular variation of Darius. We're seeing it more in LeBlanc, which I think is kind of fascinating.
Yeah, it's important to note that in this deck list, we do have things like Cleave that can potentially add a lot of might and get over. So with the Darius option, there's a potential that we could look at killing this Irelia. However, it does have Guardian Angel on it, so it will just end up recalling back to the base if that were to be the case.
No pressure at this point. Game 1, 53 minutes still on the clock. Think your turn through, it's no problem.
Yeah, once again, really tough spot here because the Darius, especially going second, you have the option of playing 2/2 drops because you have the Darius Legend, but we missed that and had to play in Dying, which is a lower tempo play overall.
Already?
That's fine.
Okay, Inferno ready. That's not an Inferno. Oops.
We have the Noxium Hopeful out there, ready to go and ready to our Darius.
Drastically different cards here.
Yeah, come here.
And it's important to note that he is at 7 might right now because he was ready from that second card played.
Sure. So I will hold here, trigger here.
There's the hold, and we're going to get our Defiant Dance back.
Let me just put the dice.
Yep, big hold here. Defiant Dance being part really important as well. There we go. Back to hand it goes. Scuttle doing his job like the hero he is.
And troll.
Scuttle Crab is a card that I think that on first read, people might have downsold a little bit. It might have been a card that when Unleashed was announced, like, oh, this looks pretty good. It's a card that replaces itself, but it has become an absolute meta staple and for good reason. I think that with good information, you can do anything in this game.
So a big thing to note here is the Darius player is tapped out, so Irelia is just going to be able to come in here, and there's a stacked deck. We're going to end up playing something here to make this, well, first we got the +1 for Abandoned Hall. She was ready. Yeah, Irelia is just going to get enough might here.
Yeah, but then of course, we don't quite know what's in his hand, but even something as simple as a Ride the Wind. Well, not in this case, but Ride the Wind does represent a threat to score 2 points on any given turn with an Irelia. Here they're going to be holding the 2 battlefields. Scuttle Crab on one, Irelia on the other. Scuttle Crab is going to come back.
GA for 2.
And there is the Guardian Angel.
This second Guardian Angel is actually key here because we are able to protect Aurelia just a little bit more. We knew the Defiant Dance and stuff is still in hand, but the fact that Aurelia is able to be at this battlefield and we don't have to spend more power to use Aurelia to move her back is so ideal here. And on top of that, we don't have much development from the Darius. Like I said, just kind of ended up with a slower tempo hand, and against Aurelia, that makes things really tough.
Yeah, on this next turn for Randy, he's going to want to go into that critical 6 points. And for Dino, they're going to want to actually set up a board here and start to contest. Now, they're going to hopefully try to find some removal as well. The potential we did see in the primary deck list, you did have the one of Call the Weak. But in this circumstance, that's another benefit to having that Scuttle Crab out there, because if you Call the Weak, I mean, they're not going to choose Irelia, so you have to do a little bit of work here to perhaps clear the board a little bit. It's one of the reasons why you might care about something like a Falling Star, right? It makes that Call the Weak a little more viable.
Yeah, on top of that, we do know about those Defies in hand too, so Call the Weak isn't going to be able to do all that much. And this Scuttle is actually representing a big amount of, well, Conquer and also draw potentially. So the fact that we might be able to get just a few more resources here, especially when we haven't drawn that Stellar Core and Herder yet, this draw represents a lot of options and potentially being able to push those final points.
Yeah, one of the challenges that you have here if you're Dino is that you do have removal, but that Guardian Angel is going to cost you some resources. I mean, you'll have the Call the Weak, you have the Hidden Blades, but it's just a reset with that Guardian Angel, unfortunately. And so as a result, you got to try to capture the board a little bit here and see if you can slowly make that Aurelia a little more exposed.
That's fine.
There we have the BF Sword, which is part of the mini equipment in this deck, and a way to potentially try to, well, if I were in this position, I wouldn't be looking to try to push over this Aurelia. It's on Abandoned Hall, and you know Defiant Dance is in the hand, so okay, looks like we're going for it.
Randy considering his options here. He does have 2 runes up.
And we do know about the Defiant Dance as an option as well. Has to decide, is this worth it or not?
Yeah, Discipline's also an option.
I mean, if this were to work out for Darius, that could be a huge, well, with the Guardian Angel, not too big of a change, but there is that Discipline, as you said earlier. We'll get the draw, we'll get the target. Lots of might for Aurelia. There she goes again.
Taking off like a rocket ship.
Targets.
Yeah.
And that is exactly why you play Abandoned Hall Game 1 with Aurelia.
Exactly. So we will lose out on that trade, which is just going to be tough overall. And if we don't have a way to develop here, it's going to be even more tricky, especially with that seed of power open for the scuttle to come. But it looks like we will have some more development or potentially more gear. We'll see which one it is.
I'll do 2.
Looks like we have another play coming here.
I might just skip to the next game because that's a missed play and a half.
And okay.
That just kills?
Yeah.
Yes, we haven't seen this guy for a minute, but the Noxian Guillotine is out here. And does have to pay for a deflect cost as well because we were targeting Aurelia.
I'm actually going to scoop to the next game.
Okay.
Yeah?
It sounds like they might be scooping here. Going to that next game. It looks like the advantage that Randy has was a little too far for Dino to overcome, so they're going to be going game 2. Now, the story of this game, I think, was simply that Aurelia got out there early, and the pushes that Dino had made to try to kind of off-seat the champ, it just wasn't enough here.
Oh yeah, and the double Guardian Angel, huge amount of just being like, oh, you killed Aurelia? No, you didn't. Oh, you killed Aurelia? No, you didn't. So really good start overall for Randy here, and we will be going on to the next game. It looks like we have the Arena's Greatest, assuming that Darius will be going first, and this should be a great spot for Darius overall. Making the game a little bit faster is what we said Darius needs to do to be successful in this game overall.
Yeah, and Sunken Temple is going to be a great option for Aurelia. But yeah, that Arena's Greatest, you want to try not to allow Aurelia to kind of get flowing, but it's one of those things where like when you're playing against Aurelia, obviously it's coming from the champion zone as well.
So something really important too about the Sunken Temple is often Darius gas is out. However, because it can get up to the amount of might needed, 5, to get cards from Sunken Temple, this could actually be a pretty good battlefield for Darius too.
Yeah, of course, especially when he's able to ready himself on a whim alongside that Legion ability. He's able to get in there and take over that battlefield, take the effect, and gain an advantage. We're going to game 2 here. Randy won game 1,
yeah, I know,
up 1.
The first one to have
Dino, I'm assuming, is going to be going first.
Thank you.
Yes, hopefully he can find a better start this time. Was pretty unfortunate with that last start, especially going second. Undying, once again, we talked about it being something that's really more value-oriented than tempo-oriented, and in this deck, we really want to see that fast tempo against Aurelia, and hopefully with the Arena's Greatest and taking that first turn, we'll be able to see a better game for Darius.
Now, in this given circumstance here, Aurelia now, I don't think in the main deck that we saw a Vex Apathetic, but running purple, if there's a chance to sideboard a card like that, it would be detrimental, I think, to the game plan of Dino for the most part. I wonder if that is an option that Randy has.
Yeah, it's hard to say without having direct access to the sideboards. Also, there's potential that the Darius deck is running gear removal as well. And Aurelia does use a lot of gear because we saw what happened with that Guardian Angel. So it'll be interesting to see what these players do decide to put in their sideboards and if that changes the outcome of this game.
We're in the mulligan phase here.
Mulligans are always so tough because you have to decide, is what I have in my hand better than if I get 2 cards deeper in my deck in some cases, or 1 card deeper in my deck. So having that quick tempo, Darius did mulligan too, so that shows that that hand isn't exactly what he was looking for. So we'll see if we have another slow start for Darius or if we're able to find it. However, it looks like Darius did opt to take second instead of going first here, so Aurelia actually gets on the board first with the Tide Turner.
Yeah, that's not what I expected at all, to be honest with you. What do you assume is the strategy here by kind of conceding the go?
The big strategy is with the ideal playing 2 2-drops at the same time because of the Darius Legend. So you're able to play 1, and then we don't have that second 2-drop though, so that is tough.
Because even the Nox is hopeful there, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options in this deck. That's the big thing it takes advantage of.
First point being scored by Randy here.
Yeah, you did.
Second point. Assuming we didn't miss the Arena's Greatest.
That's right.
Literally.
We've seen that in the past, even from the game's greatest, where the Arena's Greatest trigger there. It looks like Dino's. It's not displaying that he took the point. But
yeah, there's a possibility of a missed trigger here, but we'll have to see. Once again, my hero Scuttle is on the board, drawing a card, and the GA as well. A very similar look to what we saw last game.
Yeah, very strong opening from Randy here. We'll have to. This is a very important turn here. I think that Dino has to set up a board here.
I guess.
Absolutely needs to. Something, and the other tough thing about Darius in the future is the Starcross is pretty scary into it. Hopefully, and we know there weren't two drops. Maybe he's able to get something else here that helps out. The Inferna, being with that Assault, is able to take out that Tide Turner with ease, which is very helpful.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. It's a good tempo play here, and I think that, like, of course, the Scuttle Crab now can't actually contest these battlefields unless you try to utilize that that GA. But I don't think you're putting a GA on a Scuttle Crab, of course. So it looks like it's going to slow the pace of the game down for Randy quite a bit.
And we do see that unsung hero there. Maybe will be the hero of drawing more cards. Must have been the top deck most likely because we didn't see those 2 drops earlier. So Randy can make a read here a little bit as well.
Holding 2 battlefields here from Dino. Now Randy does have the Chosen Champion Aurelia available.
Yeah.
The Guardian Angel is on the field of play. So that's exactly what they're going to do.
Recycle 1.
Well, here comes Aurelia, and it will be targeted with the GA, and then we will ready her with the Aurelia as well.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Just making sure all the runes are in order here. Is tapped out, so Aurelia will be able to do what they wish, and will be able to take either battlefield. It looks like we're seeing the Sunken Temple, and will we see the pay for that extra card draw here?
It's an important question. Yeah, you do have 1 mana up here. And I think that, like, with the 1 rune up, you could consider holding it now. There could be a Defiant hand. There could be optionality for him to try to protect that Aurelia, which is obviously very important. But also the draw is important, too.
Yeah, personally, I think tapping out Aurelia is one of the most scary things you can possibly do. However, we do have the G on it, so it makes it to be a little bit less scary, but you can pretty much always represent something at 1 energy for Aurelia, so why would you not in a lot of cases? And if you're not worried about gassing out and running out of cards, then it's something that you're like, oh, I will at some point leave this battlefield and come back anyway, and you can take the card draw then when you have a bit more runes to work with.
So I like what Randy just kind of did. He kind of tipped his hat a little bit there. I think he was thinking about maybe sacrifice or just throwing the crab in there just to kind of take a quick glimpse at maybe what, like, does he have to float this rune? Like, what's in the hand? Like, I kind of like that he ultimately decides to pass the turn here, but it's kind of an interesting thought.
Yeah, it is, and that's one of the great utilities of Scuttle and why so many players have decided to play Scuttle rather than Lonely Poro is being able to understand what is in your opponent's hand, especially when there is so much gear that adds might and potentially could make playing into Aurelia scary, because we could target Aurelia or we could pay 1 for the Conquer and then re-ready our Aurelia and then target her and then move her out to safety. That would be very expensive though, but it is a consideration when Aurelia is so core to this deck and we know the Stellacorn isn't ready either.
We have the Unsung Hero coming out. This is a card I've always loved, actually. And in this particular deck, your goal obviously is you want to get it mighty. So hopefully that'll provide some hand advantage for Dino here.
Yes, I have 1.
Yeah, so a lot of options here, as we didn't see a ton of cards played yet from Dino, so we'll probably see something coming here. Of course, every player says, I see this Aurelia and I want to remove it, but with the Guardian Angel, not the best possibility here. We saw it happen last game where it was essentially a blowout of not being able to do anything against Aurelia. However, that was on Abandoned Hall, and this is on Sunken Temple, 2 very different battlefields, and you operate much differently for Aurelia.
Now, I'm trying to think to our discussion back about the decks. I do not remember seeing a salvage in the main deck, which obviously would help to alleviate some of the pressure from that GA. But, okay, we have a play coming out here. Looks like Dino's thinking it through. It looks like it might be the Darius from the Champion Zone here.
Just making sure those runes are turned all the way to the side. So go ahead and recycle that red rune as well, and we're going to use our Darius. And what will we be bringing out here?
And it's the salvage! Must have been sideboarded in. We do get the salvage, and that changes everything. That makes that Aurelia significantly more vulnerable. And thankfully, Randy does have 1 rune up.
Yes, will we see that Defy or not is the big question. And if it is even there, regardless if Randy has it in hand, he has to pretend like he has it in hand. That was the bluff that we saw there potentially. Or maybe he does have it in hand and has decided, oh, I'm going to do something else instead, but likely a bluff there from Randy. Just playing slow, not being like, oh, no, you're good, you're good. Because oftentimes players try to do that, saying, oh, you know, it's fine, and they just tip their hand by doing that. So Randy, being a seasoned card game player, has taken his time and said, okay, that goes through.
This is a lot of might coming in. It does look like 9 might coming in from Dino against Aurelia's 4.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here. We have the on guard.
+3 and kill.
Okay. And it looks like Darius and Aurelia, the 2 champions, are going to trade here. The unsung hero remains.
So we do get that Conquer there as well. No option of paying to get that extra card draw. However, the Infernal move back, which I love doing this because the Assault is so good on her. You want to be able to attack in as much as possible. So really strong play from the Darius here.
And for the most part, though, like this is a big moment for Dino. For the Darius player, taking out that Aurelia is going to be a huge asset because it's going to put the power in his hands to slowly start to chip away at these battlefields and hopefully close out the game.
The big question is, are there any units in hand for Randy? If there's no units, then we have a tough time here, so we're going to stack deck first. We would love to find Stellacorn Herder here. Like, that would be the hit if you had the option for it, because you want to be able to draw and have something else. Now that the Aurelia is gone, we need to find a unit here, or else we're in big trouble.
You're absolutely right. At the end of the day, Aurelia really does focus in on that chosen champion. It's one of the key powers that it has. It's so consistent coming out of the champion zone, but if in the event that it's answered, and then all of a sudden, like, what are you going to try to do? You know, use a Scuttle Crab as a carry? Like, it's not going to work. You have the Tide Turner, maybe, but at the end of the day, you're right. Randy desperately needs that Stellacorn Herder, and then even from there, like, realistically, you got to try to trick yourself into a position where you're able to, you know, actually challenge these battlefields, because there's going to be a lot of might on the field of play from Dino. Like, Darius can put up serious might, he can be aggressive, and so as a result, I think that Randy might be on the back foot here.
Yeah, I've tried buffing up my Scuttle to do the work before. It does not work very well, especially when we don't have the gear option either. There's no Boots of Swiftness out. It's just too much resources into a card with not that high of value where you can get away with the Stellacorn because it just has so much value. We do have Tide Turner as well, so at least we got something there. I'm surprised that we didn't see the Scuttle come into Conquer first, and then Tide Turner back. Just didn't want that back on the board, trying to keep everything safe, I guess is what we're seeing there. Okay, makes sense.
We're attacking here, yep. The unsung hero is definitely vulnerable here.
Yes, and trying to kill it, well, killing it without it having that 5 might, not drawing the extra cards. So yeah, really great play from Randy here, saying, you know, I didn't find that Stellacorn, obviously, because or else we would have played it. And instead, I have to just do something with the cards that I have. At least he has one unit outside of Scuttle that actually has some might on it. It's not ideal, but it is manageable.
1 rune up from Randy here, which is very helpful because Inferno there can actually assault to a 3 might, which would then just trade the Tide Turner. And of course, you don't want to necessarily kind of use the GA so fast when you really need this Tide Turner to survive, to maintain a board state.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to card quality from Randy at this point, and if he is able to find another unit. Like I said, great play from Dino, being able to recognize that he had an opportunity to kill the Aurelia, the salvage in the sideboard as well, doing a lot of work. So a lot of good things here from Dino.
So that's a cleave. Checking the sideboard. Not the sideboard, sorry, that is the trash.
Yes, always good to do. I've noticed that the farther you get along, the stronger the players, they check the discard a lot more often, especially against decks that they're not used to playing against as much. So things like the Darius, for instance, a lot of players probably don't have repetitions on Darius compared to playing against other well-known meta decks.
And there's the Defiant Dance. Does it swing the numbers in Randy's favor?
All right, I will.
He is tapped out here.
Okay, I'll play a cleave again.
A second cleave comes down. That's 3 more assault. That is likely more than enough.
Yes, pulling back the Inferno earlier, making a big difference here, and potentially can pay 1 to draw an extra card. And we just saw a lot of cards spent just to pop a Guardian Angel. That's one thing that I am concerned about here. So I am interested to see if we are drawing that card or not, and it looks like we are not.
The Undying Legion does come down. It definitely looks like Dino is in a very strong position here, holding that battlefield. And I love the energy from Dino there.
Yes, once again tapped out, which is, or it looks like we have 2 up. Pretty common from Darius just because you are very low to the ground. You are playing very high tempo, and that's what we're seeing here. And we'll see if Randy is able to find some answers or find those. We did get the stack deck again. Very good at drawing stack deck. And if we can find that Celicorn and just able to start filtering through our deck, Randy would feel in a much stronger position. But for now, we'll have to see what is up his sleeve.
Something tells me he might not be looking at Celicorn Herder right now because he's really thinking through these options. And if there was an easy option, it might have been chosen by now. So we'll have to see if that card added to hand is in fact the Celicorn Herder that Randy so desperately desires. Scuttle Crab going in for a point.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab getting a point.
And up to 5 we go, so we'll see the Starcross come out. Wow. To me, this feels like, I won't quite say a desperate play, but far from ideal, and not because it's a bad play necessarily, but it's definitely, this isn't, if you were to think about how you wanted this game to go as playing Irelia, you wouldn't think, yeah, I want a Starcross and dying.
No, of course not, and oh no, Longsword coming in. That is something, and there is still 1 rune up from Randy here. I mean,
sorry about my rune.
And yeah, it's just fortunate that Tide Turner's gone. So we are just, we're in top deck mode for that Celicorn Herder at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Yes.
That was a pretty quick take back too, so showing really no Defiant Dance in hand is a big read here for Dino, and that's a huge card in this matchup, especially when we are having a lot of unit-to-unit combat. So that gave Dino quite a bit of information here, which is helpful.
If you are looking for good news, though, if you're Randy, thankfully, the game can't be ended on this turn. So you do get a chance to stay in it here. So you do survive to fight another day. The Undying Legion does come out. Like this tech, was not expected. There is the Noxus Hopeful as well. Very strong board state already here, and again, Randy does not have all that much.
Yes.
And now Dino's positioning to close out the game.
Yes, love this positioning and being able to pull everything back, getting that assault ready to go. This is a great setup for Dino overall. Really, Randy's going to need a bit of, oh, he found a Scuttle, so it's something, but this is a draw with your fingers crossed, hoping to be able to do something. You have to be able to hold one of these battlefields with a Scuttle. That's going to be entirely hard to do.
And if you don't have an answer, right, it's kind of hard to say. It's one of those positions where, like, how much do you want to reveal about what's in your hand, what your game plan is? Like, if you're Randy, you think, okay, do I try to apply all the spells and all the reactions and all the actions I can? Okay, it's a discipline.
Cycle 2 ready?
Trying to search through that deck.
Yes, and specifically needs to be able to target the Scuttle to activate Irelia because they do need to hold for sure. So we're able to put Scuttle up there, and then we have to say we're going to hold with this and defend with it one way or the other. And we see the pass here. I'm not sure what card combinations will be able to do that because even with double Defiant Dance, I don't think we quite get there.
Yeah, we have 2 runes up. Randy doing a great job of hiding his hand from us, so we have no idea what he could be doing. But yeah, I mean, this is a do or die moment here. You're going to be able to walk into the arena's greatest, and then the Scuttle Crab is going to have to put up a fight.
Just trying to think of.
Do you believe in him?
Sure.
Can I be honest with you? I do not. I do not believe the Scuttle Crab in this given situation. I'm sorry. I know you love it, but I'm
a bit disappointed.
I'm going to bet against him here.
He's just minding his own business.
Yeah,
at the Sunken Temple.
It's just like every time I take out a lonely Poro, I just feel a little bad. Is this
Can't believe that
are we
worked.
scooping here?
Yeah, like actually, bro, I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like
I don't
we
even
are.
know how that worked.
We're going to game 3.
Holy, okay, let's lock in.
Yeah, really well navigated from Dino here. Really liked the play overall and opted to go second and miss Arena's greatest trigger of their own and still won that game.
Oh, I forgot about the arena's greatest. I don't think I ever saw it end up on the board.
No. So that was quite amazing to be able to come back from that.
You know what's funny? When I'm at my LGSs and I'm playing locals, I always just say, hey, I say that to can I just put it on now? Can I just do the point now? I don't want to forget. And, you know, and I feel bad. Like, obviously, with Dino, you're on the camera, you're on the stream, and then, like, a little more extra nerves. I know the feeling, you know what I mean? And you make a little mistake like that. But you know what? At the end of the day, he overcame it.
Yeah, something that I do to try to remember those triggers easier is I actually hold my pointer finger out at the battlefield while I'm doing other things. So then I look at my finger, oh, yep, especially if I'm going first. But that's the way that I remember is just holding my hand out. It looks a little silly, but it works really well.
I mean, you can even take notes in Riftbound, right? You can record their hand when you're doing the skull. Well, why don't you just write down, get your point, get your point on top, and just do a big circle on that. But, you know, I'm actually excited to see a Game 3 here. I think this was fantastic. I think Randy definitely took that Game 1 with strength. And then you saw Dino make an absolutely fantastic comeback. But you brought up something really important there. Randy had to almost... I don't want to say pretend, but definitely showcase as if, okay, I might have a defy here. I got one up. He could have used the draw. He could have paid to draw, chose not to, and it was almost like he was feigning, oh, I can defy your salvage, and Dino went for it and ultimately went through. That was the major turning point of this particular match.
Oh, for sure. The difference of salvage gets defied there. It's a different card game for sure.
Targon's Peak, that's something that Randy definitely wants here because it's going to help him defend that Aurelia. Doesn't have to worry about those floats, can actually just utilize that battlefield to the greatest effectiveness.
Yeah, and Targon's Peak is really great for going first overall because you typically are the first person to conquer, which means you are ready to ready those runes nice and early. You're able to potentially hold with the Aurelia as well. There's a lot of options there, and he finds that Scuttle again. He's really good at doing that.
If you can find any unit turn one, I mean, Scuttle Crab's a great option. You get to draw a card, you get to take a look at their hand when he inevitably dies. I mean, it's a great card. We are seeing a lot of Scuttle Crab.
So something to point out here, of course, you know, Randy did take that going first, but we know from what we've seen with Dino, going second is his comfort zone. This is where he wants to be.
He chose to go second line. We were like, oh, he's going to go first, Arena's greatest game, this and that. Now he skipped the Arena's greatest trigger, but he got the win going second with Darius. I mean, he must know something that we don't in that case, and I'm glad that it worked out for him in that case. So he's thinking out his turn here.
Looks like we do have, I think that's a Cool the Week in hand. It's a little bit hard to see, but
yeah.
It might be that. And ideally, you know, that 2/2 drop, that's the dream start that we've been looking for, getting on the board nice and early, but we might not quite get to that. It looks like we're going to get a 3 drop going here instead.
Yeah, main board, I think we only saw one Call of the Week, if my memory serves me correct. And, I mean, it's a good card. And I'm not against the Crab, but generally speaking. We got Pike. Pike's coming in.
That's fine.
Early point.
And the first to conquer as well on Targon's Peak. We'll see those runes be readied. Being able to have that longsword potentially activated.
An excellent call there from Dino. Definitely want to hold that there. Randy thinking his turn through. 4 runes up.
Once again, probably missing out on the Stellacorn because we haven't seen that pretty much all game. And if we were to have the Stellacorn here, there isn't a ton of backline interaction with the Darius deck, so we probably haven't found it. Once again, having to filter through his deck. We have seen stacked deck over and over again, and not very quick choices on it, so we know that they haven't quite been the way. It looks like we have a Gust and On Guard, and I missed that middle one, but a couple options there.
Randy gave a little head nod as if he wasn't that impressed with his options.
I wasn't very impressed with them either from what I could see.
But you're right, we actually have not seen the... Oh, I thought he was going to do it. I thought he was going to do it. I was just going to say...
You got faked out.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen the Scuttle Crab sacrifice itself for the greater knowledge of Randy, and it almost did it there. Randy thought about it.
Hey, we're voting. I mean, I don't want Scuttle to die.
I do.
But...
I want him dead. I want him gone. I want to see what's in that hand.
That's the only reason. I mean, it almost brings a tear to my eye thinking of him just dying like that.
That's
but
it,
at least
Randy.
it's
Let's. Oh, he had a plan. It's more than that. It's more than just sacrificing the Scuttle Crab. On Guard comes out.
Likely what we saw from that stack deck as well.
I'm just thinking for a second.
Dino did not expect this.
No longsword then. I mean, it would go down to only 1 rune if he were to have that. But the longsword would do something here. However, 2 runes still up for Randy. Could easily be blown out by another spell as well.
Thinking about it. Sure.
Hidden Blade.
It's Hidden Blade, so yeah, he wants to draw cards.
Yeah.
And going down to 1 rune, we'll see if the Defy is in hand. Randy, once again, like we talked about, taking his time on making this decision, because a Hidden Blade getting out for a Scuttle feels, you know, she still has access to the Aurelia in the future. Is it really worth defying this, even if you were to have it in hand?
It does feel a little bad to have to play it out from hand like that. You pay the 2, you pay the power, but
that's fine.
And Randy deciding that's fine. You know, I'll take reveal your hand, and then also I'm going to get some. Oh, define. Oh, it's on his own. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
he was trying to get the draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab wins.
Ah, he did it once again.
I should have had faith. I didn't.
But still going down to 1 rune here. However, Darius is very low to ground, as we talked about earlier, very efficient. So with this 3, it really becomes 4 if we do get the Legion proc with the Darius Legend. So it could be okay here, but definitely needs to reestablish and develop this board. If we have another lower tempo turn, it's going to make it really tough to come back into this game.
And I guess another point worth considering is the Scuttle Crab is now even more valuable because Dino has more cards in his hand.
Scuttle just keeps winning over and over again. Why isn't everyone playing this card?
I guess, you know, maybe, actually, I'll be honest with you. I cut Scuttle Crab from my my Ivern deck. Maybe I gotta change that. And it's an Undying Legion again. Seeing a lot of this card. Not seeing the ability, like we're not seeing it come back from the trash, but we're just seeing it show up, I guess.
Yeah, once again, just not quite the tempo that you're looking at here for Darius. A big reason why we saw success in that second match was because of the higher tempo plays we were able to do, especially when we saw that Noxus Hopeful come out. Just missing some of those is tough, and so many cards in the hand too, so we know the options are there, and I think we did see a Cull of the Week as one of them, but really you're not wanting to cull Scuttle Crab here at all.
Yeah, and if anything, even if you think about bringing Aurelia out,
signature only targets battlefield.
You bring the Scuttle Crab back, just so it's like,
Nox and Guillotine.
Because you know Randy knows that, well, I'm against the order here. There's definitely the option to call the week here to protect.
That's why I'm asking you.
They can target anywhere.
Anywhere, okay.
So with Aurelia having access to Aurelia pretty much at any point,
I can ask
we're still in a really good spot. The big reason why we lost that second game was because we did lose out on Aurelia pretty early.
I mean, I know you play it,
Once
that's why
again, no Stella, so that's been tough as well.
And we still haven't seen Stellacorn Herder, because Stellacorn Herder comes out, it generates a ton of hand power for the Aurelia player, and then it gives all the options you need, all the reactions you need to then protect Aurelia as it drifts in and out of the battlefields.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's pretty
and
scary.
Looks like we'll go ahead and see the start of this next turn come up. 6 runes available.
And he's back, protected, and as we suggested, it is Aurelia's time to come out and shine.
Yep, keeping Aurelia nice and safe here. Can also potentially add the Guardian Angel on here. Could look at using the power for the Aurelia to go Conquer as well. However, you really want to keep that 1 rune up. The Targon's Peak, though, can't even be conquered because we moved Scuttle back from it. And is the Sunken Temple worth the draw? We're going to guess no. But we're going to go ahead and pass here, keeping as much runes available to us in the future as possible. We learned from last time that if we get a little bit too fast with it, a salvage can take us out, and that would be potentially game-ending for Randy here. So being a little bit more safe with this, playing a bit slower, saying, I know I can get the value out of this. I can get the draw in the future. I have ways to be able to continue this game, and the longer it goes, it's better for me as Darius potentially gasses out here.
Still in the early stages. It's 2-1 Randy, so, and I think you're exactly right. He learned hard the last game that losing that Aurelia just completely deflated his opportunity to make that comeback here. He's got a decent hand. He's got 5 in hand, threatening 1 rune up. Not too many options, but I mean, you pay the cost on that Aurelia turn, get it out, and then now he gets to actually work and start trying to score multiple points. And as you suggested, you know, you get into that Sunken Temple, and then I can't quite remember. Did he have a Boots of Swiftness? I think he did. We did have 2 Boots of Swiftness, I think, in the main deck there. So then he, with Aurelia, you could gank over to the Targon's Peak to then protect the Aurelia further.
Yeah, and really the Darius has a lot of options in hand here too. A lot more than I'm used to expecting with this deck, with it being as high tempo as it is, but we have kind of seen this be a little bit of a slower version of the Darius deck. Looks like we are going in for that Targon's Peak.
I'm gonna, oh wait, that's okay.
Should be a point scored there. And I think Randy's thinking about something here.
Probably Gust, I would assume. Oh,
Stack deck. Yeah, uses
okay.
the trigger to get a stack deck there. Which would indicate that he doesn't feel threatened by needing to have the 1-up for a Defy.
So that was a really quick choice here from Randy. We've seen him think about his choices pretty thoughtfully in the past. So I'm wondering if we did finally find that Stellacorn Herder that we've been looking for game after game. Or maybe we found those Boots of Swiftness. It seemed to be a pretty easy decision for him overall, something that he knew that would push his game plan farther.
Yep.
Dino thinking about this next play. Holding two power.
Pay 2, cycle these 2.
Yes.
Is that a falling star that we're going to see?
And it is the falling star. We get to finally reveal the hand.
Yes.
So he is setting up here for a Cold a Week. Yeah. So he wanted to take the Scuttle out, not play the Deflect on the Aurelia. And we're going to see Cold a Week come out here because of the tap out by Randy. We'll be able to play one. However, the Guardian Angel will be popped. But we will see Darius get activated. We'll see that second Cold of the Week come out here and actually kill Irelia while also losing our units. But we're going to have a reset game state here. And that big question becomes, did we draw that Stellacorn Herder and we're able to then continue get resources? If we didn't get that, this game could be very Darius favored quickly.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, Darius is definitely threatening to take over the board state here, which is exactly what happened in game 2.
And then bomb.
Finding the answers to this Aurelia is so critical. And
that.
it looks like with 2 Cold of Weeks in hand that that's definitely an answer that he could perhaps have.
And just like that, I'm down to 1 rune.
Yep, down to 1 rune as we see. But got rid of the Aurelia, and we saw second game. That worked. That's all that was needed. So a big question here is, do we have the units now? What can we do now?
And it's also notable that we do have Darius from the champ zone for Dino. So even if his hand's a little, like, underwhelming, he has that immediate option, and that Darius with his ability to get readied, it could quickly start chipping away at the point total.
So we did get Irelia back out onto the board.
Spent a lot to get rid of
so we spent so much to get rid of it, and she is back.
I'm pretty sure I heard Dino from here exclaim in fury.
Oh, I mean, you always want Diana to go away whenever she is, and it looks like a very quick turn. We play out the Rek'Sai, and it's back to Randy's turn.
Randy's going to carefully think this through here. I don't know if you noticed, we've only got 2 points on each side here. It's actually been a much slower pace to these games.
Yeah, overall, the idea is like we're generating value here from the Aurelia side. That is, if you can get Stellacorn up. And Darius does want to be pretty quick, but with Aurelia, it definitely slows it down as well. Targon's Peak also giving a lot of access to additional energy that we don't usually see access can make a big difference as well. But yeah, been a overall much slower played game. We do still have plenty of time left in the round, so the players are really taking their time on these decisions as well.
And Randy does take advantage of the Sunken Temple, pays the 1, gets the extra card here, has a decent hand now. So should have it. And there's the Charm. We're charming Rek'Sai in, and Rek'Sai is just donezo.
Yeah, and it looks like in the main board, we do actually have that additional Aurelia. So we were able to find it this time for situations just like this.
And Aurelia now gets readied, goes in, gets the Targon Speed.
No, pass priority, sorry.
Sorry,
so we're passing priority, saying, like, do you have any actions here, rather than passing the turn itself.
Dino is tapped out, though, so can't really react in any way. And it's Vex Apathetic. That is an absolute death knell to the aggressive nature of something like Dino's Darius deck.
Yes, and the big thing is we still have Darius in the champion zone, and now we can't even advance him anymore. We can't move him. He gets played, and he gets stunned, and then we advance him. Well, we can't. We've seen Vex be, well, this is really the beginning of Vex's reign, where you're going to continue to see Vex do really well and slow down these opportunities. And that's part of the reason why Fury has had such a rough go, is it has accelerate units. It has things that are able to move early, and Vex just says no.
To the surprise of literally nobody watching, Vex has proven to be a good card in Riftbound. And you're exactly right. Like, we've not been utilizing Darius early on. And then now you can't, because if he comes in, you ready him, then he's just going to sit there. He's not going to move. And so you lose a lot of pressure and tempo there. And
green
now
and a
with
buff,
Vex
one
sitting
for
there,
Chomp
and like,
is
obviously
green,
you have a massive
and,
hand
one
from
buff.
Randy. 3 runes up. He's going to be able to defend that Vex Apathetic. He's going to be able to defend the Aurelia. But notable that we don't have another GA come down, which I think he would have been searching for if he could, because I think that would obviously help Rain in this game.
Yep. And it looks like we will see Vi come out, a very strong unit, but won't be able to attack quite yet. So really just developing here. Randy is going to be able to hold. So really tough spot for the Darius now. Has to deal with so much. And like we said, the Darius and Champion Zone is just a bit dead here.
I would expect Randy here to pull these units back likely, position for the game-winning turn. He's got a lot of options here. But at the same time, it's like you got Vex on the battlefield. You want to leave Vex there. And he chooses to leave Vex there, understanding that, listen, Vex is there. You're not going to be able to like push right in. I got all these runes are ready to rip. And he's just laying out his 5 cards. I got stuff to do here. I got reactions. I got actions. Come at me. Try to win this game.
Literally all cards on the table here. So really saying, hey, you have to come break both of these holds. One of them for sure, but in this situation, you have to break both of these holds for me to not win the game. And with the cards, I mean, there's just so many options here. Aurelia just has access to so much stuff overall. So as Dino, I mean, what do you even do here? You have to try something. You can't do nothing. You probably go for the Aurelia though with Defiant Dances. Maybe you actually go for the Vex side because you want to, if you are able to clear that, you can use the Darius in the future.
I was just going to say, that is a heavy price to pay. Can you imagine Falling Starring a Vex Apathetic? The one thing about the Vex Apathetic, too, is it has the deflect. It seems like such an unnecessary keyword. It's like, oh, you got to pay all this power just to take out 1 card, and he had to do it, though, because if he doesn't, then he can't compete, he can't contest. He has to have an answer for that Vex.
And we see the Starcross come out as an answer of just saying, you know what, my Vex is going to go back to my hand. You paid all that deflect, and also I'm going to take your Vi off the board too, so she can't threaten my Aurelia. A fantastic play from Randy here, being nice and reactive.
And now we have it. Aurelia being challenged here by Darius 1v1. But I'm sure Randy likely has an answer here.
I would be shocked if he didn't. It looks like we are adding that +2 because Darius was readied. Yep.
Discipline, +2, +3. And that is the game. What an absolutely fantastic match between Dino and Randy. Randy is going to take it here in 3 games. I got to tell you, that was actually really nerve-wracking, and it went back and forth, game 1, game 2. And then with this particular game, Randy did finish it off, especially with getting that Aurelia back.
So that third match, the difference there was being able to find that additional Aurelia. Imagine if we were stuck like the second game where we actually lost out on the Aurelia and we weren't able to find a new unit to really take control, because without Aurelia there or Stellacorn, also too, seeing a game without Stellacorn and Aurelia is insane.
And shout out to Dino. Look how happy he's having the time of his life here on the stage. That's fantastic. Again, we've talked about it so many times. The spirit in these regional events is absolutely through the roof. There's so much energy, so much positive energy, and to see competitors like that it just warms my heart. I absolutely love it. And that game was remarkable. All 3 games really showcased the power of not just what Aurelia does and why you might see Aurelia later on in these events, but of course, why in some ways Darius is a bit of a dark horse and probably, one of Fury's main ways of perhaps breaking into the top cut.
Yeah, and I would say too, overall, the Darius deck wasn't even high rolling either. It was actually even a bit of a low roll in some cases, I would say. When that deck high rolls and you do get the turn 1, 2 drops or 2-drop in Noxus, it makes a huge difference where you're able to just take over those battlefields really early. This one did have a bit more of a control element to it, so we saw those Cold Weeks come into the main board as well, and we did see the work that they put in, and Aurelia does notoriously have a little bit harder matchup into the yellow decks for that reason. Like, we see why that'd be an issue for it. However, very well navigated by Randy, had that second Aurelia, which made all the difference in the world, and even without the Stellacorn Herders, was able to find a way to win that game.
You bring up a great point. We actually did not see Stellacorn Herder at all, and that is such a vital unit for the for that archetype and obviously for the domain to actually just generate that hand size to then protect the Aurelia with all the skills and of course the reactions is what I meant by skills. But let's go to game number 2 here because you voted on Randy's game, but we got another game to go to here. We have the second matchup. We're in game 2. We have the first setup here. It is LeBlanc. Now I know you absolutely love LeBlanc, and now we get a chance to actually see it in action.
I do. I love this deck because it has so many decisions to be made because LeBlanc is, I would say, very high skill intensity, a lot of decisions being made, and she just has the opportunity to do the most incredible things because of the death knell effects, and with Karthus especially. Seeing this card be a card that came out in set 1 and then wasn't played at all, and then all of a sudden we are seeing him as a staple in this deck. So it's really cool to see how the new set was able to rise up some cards that hadn't been seen that much. And of course, the MVP Glass Mixologist is the card that we see that generates so much value in this deck and also can bring back LeBlanc Fragmented, which allows this deck to not run out of cards. It just has so many options to it. This is a very standard build of it. So we're able to see a lot of pieces here. Of course, we have the baited hook itself, which is another set 1 part of a staple, and what it does is it allows you to kill off that Glass Mixologist to get lots of value, which is it's great. One thing I want to note here though is we're not running Galio, which is very common for the tank, and then also the high roll potential of it. So if we do want to find these higher might units, we actually have to sacrifice pretty big units and pretty costly units as well. However, we do have the 3 of Vi in it, which a lot of decks have been doing 1 or 2 of, but 3 Vi's. Love seeing this card being part of the staple in our yellow as well, so really excited to see what this deck does.
We've been talking a lot about Vi and how much we love Vi. It's great to see Vi Peacekeeper being a meta contender in the game of Riftbound. And we also have the Thousand Tail Watcher. You need a little bit of speed. Now, in the battlefield side, I mean, you do have Windswept Hillock, which is obviously a huge opportunity to generate value. But alongside that, Thousand Tail Watcher allows you to get on the board and then obviously push into the battlefields.
And something I want to talk about is Aspirant's Climb in this deck. It's a really great battlefield for going second. It also can be a neutral battlefield as well. But a lot of players have said, if my deck is inevitable, LeBlanc will outvalue you at some point, and there's nothing you can do about it. If I extend this game to be a little bit longer, Aspirant's Climb allows me to do that, and it also allows me to come from behind on tempo when I'm going second as well. So this has a key component of your going second isn't as weak as some other decks because Aspirant's Climb just allows you to have that extra time to generate the value you're looking at for winning with this deck.
Let's take a look at that second deck that's going to be facing off against LeBlanc. And of course, we have Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa was the deck to beat in Origins. Hasn't quite had the same success now.
So Kai'Sa is personally one of my favorite decks, and I played it almost all of set 1. And I want to note the return of Voidseeker. Voidseeker was very popular in Kai'Sa in set 1. It kind of fell off during Spirit Forge with all the equipment that we had. However, with the rise of Vex Apathetic, we are seeing Voidseeker make a return to the meta because it's a very clean way of dealing with Vex. You just have to pay 1 power for it because you can use Kai'Sa's champion ability. So Voidseeker coming back into the meta is huge. And then Falling Star also has been a staple card in the deck. It has never really left, but it has some matchups that it can just turn up on its head. It's still a very strong and prevalent card.
And Rocket Barrage, this is a card that I think it's a little understated. It is very flexible. It gives you the opportunity to target either a gear or, of course, a unit at the base. We saw a lot of Target Barrage in the Ezreal meta because you're able to take that unit out, but being able to target the base or kill a gear is extremely valuable. And in this case, of course, it's a natural main deck gear hate that you might need in this meta.
Yeah, another card that I'd like to note about is Darius was also very common in set 1 and had really fallen off. And I'm a little bit surprised to see it now. It might be one of those one-ofs I'm going to, surprise you with it because we are in a closed deck list format overall. However, because Vex is so common in the meta, we saw what that struggle looks like when you are playing against Vex and you can't play that Darius and move him early. However, though, he's still such a strong card, you can't really go wrong with it either.
I have to say, I love me some Time Warp. We got Time Warp in this deck as well. I think it offers a very unique way to win the game, and we're going to warp to game number 2 right now. Okay, we got Flex on LeBlanc, Traumatized on Kaisa. We're starting off with game 2, and it's that Asper's Climb you talked about coming in.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume here that likely the Kaisa player is going to be going first, and the LeBlanc will be going second, would be my assumption, as when Slept is usually saved at the end for going first because you want to be able to conquer first and get on the board early. It also is really known to be LeBlanc's strongest battlefield as well, so using it when you go first to really try to ensure that win. So on this game, we'll have to see what we get here from Kaisa.
And of course, the Ravenbloom Conservatory, fantastic for Kaisa, being able to peek through that deck, try to get those spells, which you obviously use to amazing effectiveness here.
Oh yes, I love the Ravenbloom Conservatory overall is just fantastic, and because you're playing such low-cost cards a lot of the time for your units in Kaisa, you don't mind that defend trigger at all, so if you discard a unit, it's not usually too big of a deal either.
Getting started here.
Good luck, man.
We are going to 9 points on this one here, as it's an Aspirant's Climb game. Game 1 did go to LeBlanc.
Plundering, go ahead.
Plundering Poro. I love me some Plundering Poro.
Yeah, and you might wonder, like, why are we playing Plundering Poro when we already have the Kaisa ability? Well, generating gold is just good overall, because there's multiple cards that cost more than 1 power, and including even things like the Time Warp in the future as well, but we'll probably use that gold before. And also, Kaisa's Legend ability can only be used for spells. It doesn't include units.
Kaisa, go ahead.
Okay, we did get the proc of the Ravenbloom Conservatory there.
Channel 2, draw.
On to the next turn. Kaisa Survivor is played down. One of the mainstays of the meta for Fury.
Yeah, and excited to see Fury kind of be back again. I personally, like I said, I love Kaisa, so being able to see her play, but I mean, this feels like it's interesting because Kaisa can just do a lot against LeBlanc with the Falling Stars and with all the removal. If LeBlanc really can't establish herself on the board, it becomes really tough. Obviously, that first game went to LeBlanc, so they did find a way to get through all that removal.
And I love the Black Rose Dignitary. It's not only does it have Assault, but you can leave it at a battlefield because you're like, you know what, you want to take this out, that's fine. You take this out, I'm going to channel Rune Exhausted, I'm going to kind of progress my game plan, and the further LeBlanc gets in that game plan, the more dangerous she becomes.
Yeah, as we said, LeBlanc is an inevitability, especially with Hook. We don't know the sideboard for Kaisa, so we don't know if there is any gear removal. Part of the reason that we've seen gear also be so common is we don't have Thermo Beam that often because Fury isn't as common. But I would be surprised if Kaisa wasn't sideboarding in Thermo Beam. That would be a high potential here with the Hook variant. Some Hook variants also do run Seal of Unity, but this one doesn't. But that is something that the Kaisa player won't know as it is a closed deck list.
Yeah, and we do have
Ready in the back.
Yeah, so we have the Scout coming in. Fantastic Death Knell, draw a card. You always like to see that. And yeah, I like that call out on the Thermal Beam because it's actually a good meta call as well, not just for the Dazzling Auroras, which comes to mind, but as also like we talked prior games, we talked about Azir being a meta contender, had fantastic results over the last couple of weeks, and Thermal Beam completely wipes out that board state for Azir, makes Arise a complete non-factor, and so it's like, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone situation. You have something like a Thermal Beam. It's a very expensive answer to those, right? It's not like an inexpensive salvage. You can just main board, but most certainly in the sideboard, you'd expect perhaps a Thermal Beam.
So looking at what to do with this Kaisa here, I mean, obviously wants the card draw because at some point is going to get outvalued.
Sorry, Ravenbloom trigger.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a Stupefy.
It goes to the bottom, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Stupefy.
One of the dignitaries.
And
Yep.
Ravenbloom trigger did go off. We did see that Harness Dragon recycled there.
Yeah. Did you draw?
I haven't drawn yet.
Yeah. Yeah. You
draw for Stupefy.
Okay.
Yep.
Waiting for the draw here, and the draw's done.
Damage.
Perfect.
So I'll channel 2.
Yep. I'll go to 2.
Yep.
I'll draw for Kaisa.
Yep.
So we get the Kaisa draw. We're channeling 2 from the Death there. And with this, pretty decent.
Okay.
Oh, the Falling Star is huge here.
Tapping Kaisa.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive.
Yep.
LeBlanc fragmented to the trash.
So really, LeBlanc would love to see a Glass Mixologist here. We have really great units that we could take out of our graveyard. So it would be really nice to see that. We need value here. we have so many runes. We have to find value here.
That was quite a turn from Traumatized.
You hold the free?
Yep.
And we have Rift Herald, which I'm really excited to see personally. He's really cool. As you move, you're able to look through your top 3 cards, find units, and when he dies, also is able to summon a unit with ignoring its energy cost, or its cost, which is great. So Kaisa did get the rare hold. You don't see Kaisa hold very often just because she's a threat that people want to take off the board very quickly.
Yep.
There is the Forerunner set down, and we'll probably see Kaisa retreat here as well.
Very interesting board state here. Furious Forerunner, great for holding a position there. We'll have to see here what the next play is here. Now, obviously, we did get a lot of ramp from LeBlanc on that last turn. And Kaisa did expel a lot of resources to wipe out the Fragmented. Now, I think you're right to call out the Glass Mixologist. I think that's the kind of card you want to see right about now. Bring that Fragmented back so that you can continue alongside your game plan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, essentially in this matchup, because Kaisa can remove cards over and over again, if you are able just to get past that onslaught at the start and then start generating that value, and the fact that this Rift Herald here is sticking could make a big difference here. We have so many runes that we have access to. Really, we need to see LeBlanc start really putting that value out and start putting a little bit pressure on. Kaisa is only at 2 points, but we need to do something here that starts adding the pressure and saying, if you don't have the removal, I'm just going to win here.
And, okay, got the trigger from the Rift Herald here. And it's the Glass Mixologist. Yes. That's exactly what they were looking for, and they did pull it off.
You saw how quickly there were 2 of them in there even, but took that really quickly because Glass Mixologist being able to get the draw in the future from LeBlanc just ensures that you don't guess out. Most LeBlancs are only running one of the LeBlancs currently. And we also are going to get the Deceiver as well here. So we have a nice 7 might unit here.
And of course, that death knell from the Rift Herald is going to be sought after.
Yep.
There's a Glass Mixologist.
Recycle order rune.
I can tell that the LeBlanc player is definitely in their comfort zone now. We got the Karthus as well. Oh yeah, once we ripped the Glass Mixologist, we knew that this was going to be a game in our favor. At least that's what we're seeing the reaction here quite a bit. Kaisa has to figure out a way how to deal with this. And the question is too is if there is like Singularity on the sideboard that's for 6 a piece, and that makes these Rift Heralds at 7 just a lot more resistant against the Kaisa removal.
Right. Yep.
So this is looking like a great spot. That is the second Karthus we see in the game, so another star to be able to take out the Karthus is helpful, but there's so much value on the board.
There is. And, I mean, if you get that the LeBlanc fragmented back, then all of a sudden you might be in a position to start to draw more as well, get more answers, but this game is starting to look like LeBlanc's game to win, and with Karthus on the field to play, like even something like a Ruined Rex, like if you think about what like Kaisa has and the kind of units that she plays, that 4 damage death knell is dramatically effective against their board state. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Traumatized is definitely going to have some answers here. And again, like it's such a powerful board state that LeBlanc built in just these past 2 turns. And of course, with the ramp from the channeled runes, it's like they're just ahead here. So we'll have to see what Traumatized does to try to make a stand.
And a big reminder, that is the Aspirant's Climb. We are going to 9 this game, which heavily favors LeBlanc in this position because we're at the point where, because the Glass Mixologist was found, we are always going to be able to find ways to draw more cards. The only exception would be this Kaisa is running Smite, which has to be a tech into these cards, specifically LeBlanc, who relies on that death knell. Oh!
Unchecked power. I feel like you and I are drawing these unchecked powers out in these games.
Hidden Blade.
Is that the second or third one we've seen?
The reflection token. Yep.
Yes, but the Hidden Blade actually makes this not even feel that bad because you just get to draw extra here. We have death knell triggers that are going to be going off. So the resolution of the spell is going off first, so we're drawing 2.
I I got really excited. I'm referring to the unchecked powers from the Lilia games we casted earlier, not from this one here. Might have been a surprise for everyone watching here, but yeah, that's an absolutely massive play here. It does exhaust all of the units in the base, but I think that was a very necessary price to pay. But again, you have those death knells coming, and it's oh no, it's it's hard to watch.
And also reacting with the sacrifice, so we will also channel more here and draw 2. So with the Karthus, just so much value here, and this is why this deck is favored by so many players. We don't even have the hook. We don't even need the hook in this case because we just have all the value in the world.
That was absolutely insane. Yeah, and Karthus, coming from Origins, it's kind of quietly sat in Origins and quietly sat in Spirit Forge. And whenever you see these double effects, you're like, eventually these double effects are going to be relevant. They're going to be good. And then what we got here is we have it on full display, going absolutely crazy here. And those are 5 Peacekeepers too, which of course have added value in trying to be aggressive. Like this is just wild.
And I love moving in the Glass Mixologist here because you don't mind if that dies. And if you don't have another sacrifice, then you don't have a way to control why it dies. So he is going to go ahead and think about this a little bit more. But I do think the initial thing of I want to move my Glass Mixologist in here makes a lot of sense. I love that play.
We'll have to see here what the decision is. And this is a great example as well. When you're playing LeBlanc Deceiver, like Flex is obviously very well practiced. This is the kind of deck that, you know, it takes a lot of mastery, a lot of time to play these lines. And when you look through these lines here, it's like you want to start scoring these points. It is a long way to climb to 9 from 3.
Yeah, and overall we've seen him move pretty quickly here because this deck does have so much things that you have to do, so he is used to playing this. Even his hand motion there to move the bird is pretty quickly. Because there are so many critical decisions in this deck, you want to move quickly so you can take your time on the critical decisions.
And there is the baited hook.
Just a little bit more value for us if we need it. Really, killing this Mixologist isn't the worst thing in the world. We might look into that. Killing a Vi doesn't feel great, although it does have a lot of 6 might or less units that you could find. Really, finding a Harness Dragon here isn't the worst thing. We did see one get recycled earlier, so likely would only be a chance of 2 in the top deck, so that's a pretty low chance.
I'm going to attempt to sacrifice
and it is the Glass Mixologist.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So staged there, I'll resolve this first.
Okay, so we are looking for 6 might or less here.
We'll put Rift Herald to that battlefield.
Another Rift Herald.
That's 7.
Then I want to cut those. And I resolve 2 of the
Okay, we have the Rift Herald out.
And there is Fragmented coming back, I think. Yep. There she is.
Yep.
Do you like drawing cards? Because if you do, I have a card for you. It's LeBlanc Fragmented.
Oh yes, bringing her back over and over again will be very useful, especially if she does die in that beginning phase, drawing 2 instead of 1, but even more with the Karthus Death Knell, of course.
Baited hook.
However, drawing 2 seems pretty good to us. I'm guessing we'll see it happen at some point.
Okay.
You can see Flex trying to trying to figure out what he wants to do here, knowing he has to play fast. It is an Aspirant's Climb game.
So I'm assuming
so it's a situation, if this game drags out, like they're gonna hit the time, right?
And look at those.
Well, it depends if LeBlanc just takes the win here or not. I mean, we are going to 9, and we have so much value on the board. I have a hard time seeing how Kaisa comes back. We do have a lot of units on the board. We can make some good trades. Smite could do something.
No, I mean, I screwed up. That's fine. Yep.
You're fine. All right, I'll be right back.
I thought about that, and I was like, oh, maybe
so we are looking at the
no, I'm just a bonehead.
The baited hook here.
We have a judge call here.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're discussing a prior play. But yeah, like it's kind of interesting to look at this board state. I mean, you have the baited hook here, and it seems like it's kind of funny. The baited hook is like one of the engines that LeBlanc's trying to utilize. It's like they don't even really need it all that much right now. You have such a strong board state.
Yes, we get to see the hand a little bit here. We got the mirror image.
Okay.
All right.
Just gonna have it park.
And we are moving back into the game. So mirror image, a huge tool of this deck because you're able to copy anything, including your opponent's units. So I have something I like to do sometimes is copy a Kaisa here and conquer in the future, but of course we can't do that quite now because we already own this battlefield. But the fact that you can copy your own unit or your opponent's unit is insane with this card. It just offers so much value, and you potentially get the sacrifice it too. There's just a lot of options here. We have so much on the board again. Must not be scared of a second unchecked power, because I'm a little bit scared of a second unchecked power.
Yeah, going all in like this it's something. I mean, you're basically saying, hey, you either have the answer or you don't, because you're going to have to try to peel all of these off for the next several turns. And I mean, obviously you have the reflection, and like not all is lost on a reflection dying, but you do have that bottom battlefield, and it's going to be Hextech Ray. It's going to come in, and that is going to be the Karthus paying the price. That makes sense, right? You want to get rid of that first. You don't want it to have death knells going off on multiple times. And it's 1,000 Tail Watcher, and it looks like it's accelerated as well. -3 across the board.
If there were to be a punishment for this, it's 1,000 Tail Watcher. Just taking out the Karthus right away on top of that. So the 1,000 Tail Watcher is the ultimate punish of just stacking this battlefield. I do wonder what the I'm trying to think of what the idea behind it is. Maybe once some of these units die, for example, the LeBlanc being able to draw more cards, you're channeling more runes here. Really, I think it was just more like, I had the value anyway. I just want the runes at this point is what it looks like. So the only one that really kind of becomes a question there is Vi, but Vi just adds a little bit more might against the Forerunner. So that's definitely the reasoning behind this, although is very risky into the Watcher.
Okay, we're going into Ravenbloom, and it's going to be a solo Furious Forerunner, which is actually a cool idea, because you're going to get those bots there as well. We got the trigger.
Dragon on the bottom.
Another dragon to the bottom.
To the bottom, yeah.
I'll pass. Yeah, okay.
So the good news about the Hook deck, though, is you don't really mind having to put these units back, because you're playing Hook, you will find them again.
Yeah, no kidding. And we do have a Conquer from the Furious Forerunner. That was actually, that was a surprising good turn. That is the value of 1,000 Tail Watcher, a card that has been a staple if you're playing blue in Riftbound. It has been since Origins, and it continues to be an absolute force to be reckoned with, and you saw for perfect reason why.
And still has more decisions to be made here. Is tapped out. We'll see if that Kaisa gets moved in here potentially, but that's still at a large amount of might. We have +6 there, -3.
You go to 5?
And that reflection, is that the Rift Herald?
I do.
Yes.
I don't go to 5 quite yet.
Or, well,
it
got changed.
Okay. F8.
We don't.
Right. That I would have.
You pass the turn there.
Yes.
It actually might be
I
Forerunner.
will let this go.
We'll see what it is here soon.
That was a Ferris Forerunner.
Yes, Forerunner.
Karthus in place, so I believe I should be getting 4 mechs in base.
4 mechs.
Yes.
They're all over here.
We'll have the mechs come out here.
3.
No, you got me.
So much was happening there. I forgot what was reflected.
And then now we will hold
so it's that
2/5.
Karthus out.
Yep. And then I will channel
Forerunner. So that is one of the neat things is that you do get the Death Knell triggers from the tokens, and so we do get the Forerunner. Just a lot of options here now. Didn't get that bird death like he was hoping to be able to channel more.
No, the bird's alive.
Yeah, bird held. Didn't get the channel rune there.
Right.
Yep, there was no attack in, so bird just gets to hold. Can't decline the LeBlanc trigger here for the Deceiver, because you really don't want to copy bird when you will likely have the option to conquer something else and get something with higher might and more value here.
I gotta say, that was a fantastic turn from Traumatized. Like, we were kind of like doing his eulogy there, trying to figure like, what do you do? And obviously we had the unchecked power, stuff like that. And then that was an excellent play. And it really did flip this game back into a position where perhaps he could make a go at trying to get back into it. And I love the fact that he's being very patient. Could have taken that extra, could have taken the battlefield Aspirant's Climb, but chose not to, and instead is positioning to perhaps try to make a run at the next few turns here.
And also has this Vi available and looking to go ahead and go in with the Karthus as well. That's not something we see very often here, because Karthus, you usually want to keep him safe in base. We do know that Kaisa does run things that hit at a battlefield, such as Void Seeker, we know has become more meta, although, like I said, those closed deck lists, it's something you'd have to make the read on. We don't see LeBlanc players going with Karthus unless it's usually mandatory.
That's a Ruined Rex. We did mention Ruined Rex prior. That is one of those units that you don't want to see LeBlanc replicating, because it will cause a lot of damage. The only unit here resilient to the effect in the Death Knell of Ruined Rex is going to be that 1,000 Tail Watcher. And they're coming back in, and it's Furious Forerunner that's going to be stunned by the Vi Peacekeeper.
And we do have the Ravenbloom trigger, and we saw that Noxus Hopeful was the card that was flipped over and just recycled, because it was not a spell, no draw.
Copy of Vi.
So Vi will be the copy that we see here on that. So we have 5 might, additional 5 might on the board. Thank you for the extra die. That will help us remind us what it is.
Sure.
And it looks like we have a second baited hook and a 1,000 Tail Watcher of his
Place
own.
a Ruined Rex to this battlefield.
Second Ruined Rex comes out. Threatening a lot of power
You
here.
can cut those if they want. So this will dial 2 Death Knell
So
triggers.
a big hook here as the Ruined Rex will
8
trigger
damage to
twice
deal,
because we have the Karthus out. We'll be able to do 4 damage to this Kaisa and to the
4/4.
Noxus Hopeful,
Yeah.
which is really, really strong here. Of course, essentially clearing out the board. However, I want to note we are very stacked on the board again. We do have the mechs behind safely, which I like. However, our Karthus could potentially be in trouble here.
at 6,
We'll
yes.
see what happens.
I have you at
Yeah, you definitely generally want to try to protect that Karthus, as you mentioned prior. Now, the 1,000 Tail Watcher
It's an awesome deck.
So strong.
can't really threaten there yet, but we'll have to see what's available to Traumatized here. He's thinking his playthrough. Can't quite see how many cards he has in hand. And it's a second
Another one,
1,000
yep.
Tail Watcher. The
Everything
answers
is
are coming.
smaller.
And that is going to be, that actually might be a really big punish, honestly. You're going to lose your Karthus here. Now, the Ruined Rex, I mean, do you just take out the mechs? Like, it's
I'm
kind of a
gonna
tricky
loosely
spot to be
represent
in here.
these. I'm gonna
That's
put
fine.
these are all
It doesn't
-2.
seem
Yeah.
too bad.
Those breath
However,
of
the big question is,
So
Kaisa,
you
yes, we've had
have,
1,000 Tail Watcher into
3,
1,000 Tail
4,
Watcher,
5,
which is great value.
6,
The question is, how many cards does LeBlanc have left to play? Because the answer is probably likely a lot. However, I believe that might be our 3rd Karthus that we're about to lose here, because we know one was lost at the beginning of the game, and I can't remember if this guy is stuck around or not, but it's either the 2nd or 3rd Karthus that we're losing, and being able to find that final one could be tough.
And if my memory serves me correctly, that reflection is the Vi. It's not the Ruined Rex, because the Ruined Rex as a reflection would have done a little bit more for us. And there's the Hextech Ray. Not sure what the target is yet. He's got a lot of options.
Yes, lots of -3 there. Wouldn't be surprised if we did potentially see it on that
Sacrifice the
Rex
Vi?
just because
Yeah,
it's more.
the real Vi, I
Okay.
assume you're targeting.
And there's
Yeah,
a
I'm
sacrifice
targeting
being
real Vi.
played here.
I can't
And
cast this.
the sacrifice can't
Is
be
it fine
played
if we just
because
get
it can
the
only be on
unit's not
5
might?
might units.
It is
So that's why
Unit
we
is-
are
the
seeing
unit is
that
not
being
mighty.
pulled back
Yeah.
there. It's no longer mighty.
That's a good call. 1,000 Tail
Yeah,
Watcher
so
doing
I'll,
its thing.
So Vi will die.
Yep.
And then move to damage.
Sure, move to damage.
Yep, everything dies.
Yeah, so
I have
Vi
2
still
Death Knell
dies
triggers.
here.
Yep.
And it looks like that 1,000 Tail Watcher will take that Conquer.
Wow.
And
Kaisa's back in the game.
the Death Knell trigger for the Ruined Rex is now going off as well. So he is deciding what he wants to kill with that.
2 here.
Okay.
Yeah, so you do have the Karthus. You do get 2 procs
Go to
there.
Raven Bloom.
So no Conquer.
And
You're at 7.
Yep.
coming on
I'm
back.
at 7?
I had you at 7. Or I had you at 6.
6.
Now, it's
Oh, you
also
had me at
notable that
6.
Traumatized, if I remember correctly,
Oh, you
we
didn't
did
conquer
shout
this.
out
No, I
during
haven't
the
conquered
deck,
yet.
the
Do
deck
you have my
design
fun
stage
bonus?
that there was a Rocket Barrage in the main.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
okay.
Rocket Barrage could serve as an answer to that baited hook. Like at first we were talking about like, oh, like you don't even need baited hook. Look how many units you have on here. And then all of a sudden, now that baited hook is starting to look like a little bit more of a valuable commodity considering the amount of damage that Traumatized has been able to do to the board
1
state
Death Knell trigger.
from Flex.
Yep, and to note here, getting that 6 point is very helpful because Kaisa has to end this game soon or else they will get outvalued absolutely for sure. So they need to figure out a way to push these next couple points. Even a double hold doesn't do it here as we are going to 9. I'm a little bit concerned about the mech here. Obviously, this is kind of tipping the hand of like no 3rd 1,000 Tail Watcher is what this is showing. And top of that, if we were to play 1,000 Tail Watcher accelerated, we would have to have 2 more blue runes as our triggers or as our channel as well.
That's a good shout out, actually. The amount of 1,000 Tails that have already been played have completely blown up the blue runes available here. And Mirror Image of 1,000 Tailed Watcher is being played here. A good option.
So this has 7, and then I will
Yep, and it is
come
readied.
in.
So we're going for
7 or 6,
a
yep, come in there.
advantage
that's
here
good.
on a
Okay.
trade. Yep.
I'll score to 7.
Yeah.
There it is.
Trigger
7
LeBlanc,
points.
discard a Watchful Sentry, make a copy.
Also,
and
on
then
top of
immediately
this,
book
I
it.
love
Yep.
the make the copy here, and the baited hook will be able to find
And I don't
7
have
or
anything bigger than
8
this,
or
I won't
less
screw it up
here.
this time.
And ooh, that is a bit of a whiff. We have Glass Mixologist, which isn't bad. So that will have to be, that pretty much has to be it here because the other ones just aren't really good enough for it. Glass Mixologist will be able to make sure that we can get LeBlancs back and have more card draw. So essentially, we won't run out of cards in this, which is very helpful as well. But there isn't too much gas left in the tank for the Kaisa deck.
Yep.
So we do have the Ravenbloom Conservatory proc there. It was a Electric Yordle. So no spell for Kaisa. It would have been a little bad. I mean, he is tapped though, but would have been nice to get a spell.
It's always nice to draw cards.
Now Flex is threatening to close out the game on the hold of the next turn here. We're going to need some accelerate. We're going to need some removal here, so we'll have to see what Traumatize can do. I mean, I don't want to count them out because every single time I've been like, well, it looks like Traumatize is in trouble. He found a way.
Yes, and we'll have to. All right, there it is. GG.
So clean, and then I just
Flex on LeBlanc does take victory here, and I got to tell you, I got to give full credit to Traumatize. That was like one of those games where it looked like he could have been counted out at any time, and then he just kept finding a way to claw back into the match. And unfortunately, LeBlanc had such an amazing mid-game that it was very hard to catch up.
Yeah, really, once LeBlanc gets online, there's no stopping her. I mean, big thing in that game is once we saw that Glass Mixologist, we saw that instant pick of the excitement and then moving very quickly because the Glass Mixologist is what mattered the most there to really make sure that engine kept on going.
Yeah, and now those Thousand-Tailed Watchers, honestly, were absolutely incredible. And you're right to call out, too, that like you're utilizing all those blue runes so rapidly that even if he top decked the third, he didn't really have an answer. But honestly, those board states were so aggressively pitted against Traumatize, but the Thousand-Tailed Watcher allowed him to once again push in, take control of the game, and fight back. I mean, the game looked like it was so far gone, and he found ways to consistently compete, which honestly, I think that's a great lesson for Riftbound players watching, because it's one of those things like you might be wanting to be like, oh, well, I'm going to scoop. Look at this LeBlanc's popping off. But it's like at the end of the day, like there are ways to claw yourself back into a game.
And I just want to note the amount of value that LeBlanc can generate. We saw unchecked power, Thousand-Tailed Watcher with a lot of value, and 2,000-Tailed Watcher with a lot of value multiple times. And LeBlanc was like, do I actually really care about these? I get some runes, I get some draw. This game looks pretty good for me still. It just generates so much value, and that's what we said, these control lists, they have a really tough time into it unless you are able to get them from the get-go and never let them establish themselves on the board.
And now let's take it to the desk where they're going to be interviewing Adulin, who won on LeBlanc.
I'm joined here by our other feature match winner that we had the pleasure of watching, and of course the great commentating as well. I've got Dulon here from Team Flex Slot, as we want to, of course, showcase some more of these teams. And you're playing a wonderful deck that we've already seen and have been talking about, LeBlanc, specifically on that baited hook variant. And the best thing that we really want to talk about, and what I want to ask you is, there are other versions of this deck that are running around. Why this one? As we saw baited hook be the most successful version of LeBlanc, at least in Sydney Regional Qualifier a couple weeks ago. But there are other versions, and do you think this deck is strong enough to maybe take down the whole tournament?
I'll answer that last question first. Absolutely. This deck is unbelievably good. I may be on Team Flex Slot, but I do want to give a shout out to Challenger TCG, Dan and Colin, who put into work to the LeBlanc guide. I learned a lot from that guide as well. I gotta respect the other teams. As for why the hook variant has kind of ended up being the default version, early on people were very excited about LeBlanc, but as a result, a lot of people built their decks to hate it. A lot of the purple decks have access to a lot of early disruption, to prevent you from copying your birds and your watchful sentries with Gust. The LeBlanc hook version is a lot more resilient to those hate pieces. And the end game of that deck is nigh unbeatable, whereas the other versions have like a more mid-rangey, lower top end. So as long as those decks are not able to rush you with aggro or something like that, they are simply never going to beat you. I think the only deck in the format that really can go over the top of it is Aurora, and even then. So yes, I do believe it is the best version, and I actually would say it is the best deck.
Wow, I mean, that is a bold statement, and of course, you're doing so well currently in the tournament, so you're on your way to kind of do that here in Vancouver, but you say it not only helps you maybe bring up some of the weaknesses of the other version of LeBlanc by implementing this sort of extra level of the deck, but it also maybe makes it a little more susceptible, do you think? Because people are playing gear hate. They are afraid of things like Aurora. Is baited hook, the real question here is baited hook that important of the deck for it to function in case you run into something like other people's salvages? Do you think the deck maybe can stabilize a little bit better even if you don't find it or it gets removed?
So the answer to that is that baited hook is what makes makes your engine whir at 1,000% capacity. But no, you do not need that. You have extremely powerful tools in your legend. Even just copying I always want to say Riptide Rex, the Origins unit, but if you copy a Ruined Rex, you don't even need baited hook. You can just let it die and destroy all of your opponent's creatures. And you can time your baited hook to where you can play it and get an activation before they salvage it or something like that. Absolutely not, and that's really what makes this deck so hard to beat, because you cannot attack this deck solely with gear hate. You cannot attack it solely with trash hate or death knell hate, which doesn't even really exist. So
Smite,
yeah,
that's like the big one.
My opponent was on Kaisa and they sided in Smite. They did not see any copies, but those are the deck is too multifaceted. It is too hard to attack it on one angle.
And like you said, believed it to be strong enough to take down the entire tournament. So my last question here, kind of almost bringing it back with your team. Yeah. So, I mean, you already think it's the strongest deck in the room. Do you have more people here that are kind of representing that deck? Or when you guys are kind of playtesting, is this where you settle on, with the sort of collaboration with Daniel or, playing other decks in Challenger, getting some extra context? Are you all kind of like sporting and piloting this deck? Or are some of you also maybe looking for some best ofs?
I wouldn't say that we are here for best ofs. We are here to win the tournament. I personally am hunting my qualification still. I came off a 9-3-1 in Atlanta. I was one match off, so I like to play the best deck. I was like this throughout all 3 sets so far. I think LeBlanc Hook is the best deck, and it'll give me the best chance to potentially win the tournament.
And you are well on your way to do that. Zulan, thank you so much for this interview. Very insightful, as we always want to kind of get into the minds of the players who pilot such an incredible time on the feature matches. So I wish you luck. Don't go anywhere, though. We got some more action, so we're going to send it back.
Yeah, that game was absolutely amazing. I'm glad to hear that, he is committed to try to win the turn. It's not just about best ofs, which, I love best ofs. If I was in here, I'd be playing some best of Teemo, I think, or at least going for it. But yeah, that match was absolutely incredible. Good luck in the future rounds. And on that note, we got more Riftbound coming, including round 4, after this break.
I'm joined here with the wonderful Randy. Randy, I'll be honest, I've seen you at all these events recently, but I have yet to sit here and talk to you in quite a long time. So first of all, Randy, how are you feeling right now as you have now just won and you're now moving on still undefeated in the current tournament? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Very tired from the jet lag. But yeah, feeling very good about this weekend. Much better than the last 3 weekends, so...
I'm kind of the same. The coming back from Sydney was a lot. So, but I'm glad you're doing well in the tournament. And speaking of the tournament, you are one of the players I've seen jump between quite a lot of decks in general. You were on Fiora just 2 weeks ago in Sydney, and now you're on Irelia, the deck that has just won. I'm interested to hear your take on why the sudden change, and in general, how does your sort of like testing go on what makes you make a decision on what to bring to the event?
I kind of played whatever I feel like I want to play. I only play strong decks. I try to only pick like actual decks that could win the event because that's kind of what I'm looking for. So I will not go for like purely best of decks. I was on LeBlanc at the start of the set. I just feel like it's not strong enough. So I decided to move off LeBlanc. I think it's very good, but I don't think it's like at the very top. So I was interested in a few decks. I was interested in Set, Diana, Irelia, and then my friend were preparing Fiora as well. And we kind of decided to wing Fiora for Sydney. We thought it had a good matchup into Aura, a good matchup into Irelia. Turns out none of us play into any of those decks. We just play into completely random stuff, and we just got crushed. Got very close to best of Fiora, the 3 of us. So that was kind of the idea for Sydney. Then I played the Chinese regional last week, and I brought Diana. I thought Diana was a lot of fun. I hadn't played Diana yet, and Alan is on Diana, a friend teammate, so it does feel kind of wrong to like contest each other for the best of. So that's kind of how I pick. I decided between a few good decks, and I'll just take whatever I think is much stronger if there is something. I feel like taking if I really feel strong about the deck, or whatever doesn't contest my friends, so we can all have a shot at the best of and all do well at the same time. Yeah, so I like changing. I like change because I play so much of this game all day, every day, that 2 weeks before the release, I'm already like 300 game onto LeBlanc. So at some point, it's like I'm not one of those guys who can play a full set on one deck.
And I think that's such a good skill to have for a lot of players because you know, I think playing multiple different decks and being able to swap on the fly doesn't just make you better in general as a player, but makes you really good and prepared about the mentality of the players when you play against those decks as well. So I think that's a great skill to have. We've seen you be proficient at it now. Of course, now you're playing Irelia. I heard, though, that you are still trying to kind of avoid the Aurora decks in the room. I know you don't really want to run into them. I know you were even mainboarding the Rake, you know, to like kind of prepare for that stuff, but speak to that a little bit. I know you don't really want to run into those decks right now.
Yeah, I think Aurora is pretty good into Irelia. It's not lost by any means, like you can still win, you're just unfavored. It's just that there is not a lot of play against Aurora. It's just like if they have it, they just have it and you can't do anything about it. So I'd rather face matchup where I have some play. Like the Darius is clearly unfavored for me, but I still have a lot of room for play. So it feels much better losing to a Darius and an Aura, even though it never feels good losing, obviously. But that's why I prefer avoiding the Auras as much as I can.
Well, and we'll kind of speak to that because you just played that match against that Darius deck, and I was a little worried there for him as he was, you know, game 2 was. You know, we missed the trigger. We chose to go second. I want to ask you about that soon. But we were on Arena's Greatest, chose to go second, and he had the, you know, the salvage being very strong. You didn't have an answer to it. Your hand was a little rough in that game. But then in game 3, he kind of did still hit you with a pretty difficult puzzle where he killed off the Scuttle Crab, shows you he's got 2 Call the Weeks, plays them both, and you've now lost your Irelia that you have. Luckily, you had another one, which kind of solidified you that game because he was so far behind in runes. But, like, you did luckily have an answer in that game, whereas game 2 you didn't. But, you know, it's okay to drop a game or two, as you kind of know. But my question is, I hear you do believe that going first is kind of overrated. Can you kind of speak to that a little?
Yeah, I don't feel like... So about him choosing to go second, it's just Darius, I think he wanted to kind of go for like 2 units or accelerate something to try and go for more points. So that's probably why with it... was it Targons? No, it wasn't Targons, but...
Yeah.
So I think that's why he chose to. As going second in general, I think right now a lot of champions are like 3 costs for Diana, for example, 5 costs for Irelia. So you can kind of curve into those anyway when you're going second. So I don't think going first matters as much in a lot of matchups. In some cases it does against a much more aggressive deck. But I think going first is not as important as people think. I think if you lose the dice, it's not that big of a deal. That's kind of where I come from and where the stakes come from.
That makes a ton of sense. But Randy, you're off to a great start here at the Vancouver Regional Qualifier. You play so much Riftbound, you change so many decks, and we're excited to hopefully see you in the future rounds of this tournament. But for now, good luck, and thank you so much. We're going to send it back.
All right, we are back, and we're trying to keep these rounds quick. We're already in round 4, almost halfway through the day. How are you doing, Ursa Day?
I am having so much fun. I mean, all these matches has been awesome. Even watching the Darius versus the Irelia last round in the back, I watched the Darius choose to go second one game, and I was mind blown.
Yeah, and I know you're jealous that you saw some LeBlanc gameplay, right? Definitely one of your Legends of choice was able to squeak it out too, so in a good running so far.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be, I mean, it's 1-0 on stream so far. I think that's a good start to maybe beating all of you guys to having the correct champion, the correct legend to win the entire tournament.
Yeah, and we're just going to sneak into our first game. We're going to see a new legend I don't think we've seen on stream yet. Let's look at the deck list. All right, we've got Poppy here. One of the new legends has a when hold ability, getting 1 XP, and when you spend 3, you can get a draw 1. So draw cards have been pretty popular, and we are seeing Aurora. I think this is the first Aurora deck we've seen on stream today. Am I wrong?
I think so, actually, which is very surprising, but I think this is an awesome one to start with. Poppy is such, I mean, I think she's really interesting, and also the player is such a good pilot. He's done really well in multiple different tournaments, many like grassroots, No Veggies has won, and he also has a best of Sivir, I believe, back from set 2.
For sure, and we haven't seen as much of order for it, but I think it's a good choice. We do have stuff like the Rift Herald, which is really good. Also, the Harness Dragon there being able to just get a kill on play is super strong. So it just means that, you know, obviously Elder Dragon is a very good pick, but we've got some good backups, which I think sometimes the Chaos version doesn't have as often.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great backups with this. I was actually talking to Veggie about this list before the tournament. He was telling me this Elder Dragon is the card to watch for when it comes to his Aurora. He said that he really likes playing it and watching things go boom, basically.
Sure, yeah, of course.
But you can see really here, even on this list with the Aurora, I mean, it's 6 dragons. So I definitely think that he is excited, hopefully, to hit and planning to hit the dragons with this Dazzling Aurora for sure.
All right, so that's our first side. On the other side, we've got Himothy with their build of Diana. We've seen Diana already today, so obviously one of the, you know, the deck, I think actually I'm hoping to win this event. But, you know, we've seen so many variances with it. I think that Diana has a lot of cards in its pool that you can really pick and choose the ones that make sense.
Yeah, I mean, between these two domains, I think there's fantastic cards that you can pick from. Obviously, a little bit different from the one that we watched earlier. I'm looking at both Vexes in this list, which is really interesting to me. And I mean, Vex Cheerless we saw a lot of in set 2. We've seen less of it today, but still super important and super strong that when it is in combat, she affects how the costs of spells go versus Apathetic, who's just the stun if she's out of battlefield.
Yeah, for sure. And I think another decision point card for us is the Frigid Jewel. It's a new card here from Unleashed, and so it's a gear as well. So when you draw your second card each turn, you get a friendly unit A+2, which is pretty easy for us to get an extra draw, and works really well with Hwei. Hwei has 3 different abilities, and you know, having a flex into the gear one, being able to ready up to 2 more runes if you need it, just having that in your wheelhouse of options, I think is really strong.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that seems like such a strong thing. We love resources, we love having more runes, and opening up that option just seems really smart.
Definitely. So we're ready to go. Let's get into it. It's going to be Poppy versus Diana round 4, and let's see what happens.
This is going to be so exciting.
All right, there we go. We do have 2 matches as well. We're going to see if we're going to be able to get to our second one as well. But again, we are going to be looking at No Veggies, who's running Poppy, versus Himothy, who's going to be on Diana.
Yeah, No Veggies is a part of Team TSS, which is a new team that's been popping up in Riftbound about the last month. So really exciting to see how No Veggies and the team as well perform this weekend.
Yeah, and on the left, we've got the Sigil of the Storm, really helpful for, you know, trying to slow down your opponent, right? As the Aurora deck, you get more and more value the later the game goes. And then on the right side for Himothy, we've got the Ravenbloom Conservatory again.
Yeah, and we saw it play so well earlier as with Diana. So I'm really excited to see how these two do, because obviously Aurora does have a lot of spells in it. A little bit different type of spells, obviously, but you get to have a lot fewer units in this deck because of Aurora, for sure.
All right, Himothy's going to start off with the Tide Turner there. Just a very good turn. 1 play, and moving back to No Veggies has the 3 runes, and again, this is, I think, at least our first Aurora deck for us today, right? And you know, it does play a little bit different than I'd say most typical lists in Riftbound here.
Yeah, Aurora is really interesting. I mean, the main game plan is to get your Aurora out and running. So a lot of this early game is going to probably be trying to get more runes, more cards, make sure that we have Aurora when we hit that number of runes that we need. And so we're going to see them start going through these and build up these resources, getting that gold, and hopefully putting Himothy, making them slow enough at least to be able to get to that turn where Aurora comes into play.
Yeah, and we use the blood money there, so not only is it able to prevent the point there, but it does get us the gold as mentioned, you know, analog to like Gust on the Chaos side. Something that you really get to use and take advantage of for Orda, including Cole the Weak here to get rid of the Dianas, just stopping any kind of momentum Himothy might have in these first couple turns.
Yeah, I think this is where Poppy's extra domain really comes into play. Cold the Weak is so nice, especially when you don't have any units yourself, so you don't have to pay that cost. But making sure that Himothy's units stay off the board while we hopefully get set up for this Aurora.
Yeah, and it's nice because, again, that blood money did generate gold gear, so we don't even have to lose any runes for it. So I'd say a pretty solid start for No Veggies to counter what Himothy's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting take on Aurora because obviously it's a lot of times I feel like it's order.
Yes.
Order is what you don't want to see as Aurora. So it's very interesting as it being a part of this Poppy list.
Yeah, and another thing too that I've noticed for Poppy as a Aurora deck compared to others is that our champion unit does not recycle anything, right? Doesn't have a power cost associated with it. So in a turn like this, you don't mind just playing it out. You get some interaction with it later on. And yeah, again, when you care about getting to 9 runes as fast as possible, having all these ways to prevent or mitigate power cost is really nice.
Yeah, it's almost needed, especially when we're already on these odd runes because we went second, that you really have to stay away from paying power if you can.
All right, so we're going to use the blood money once again, trying to get out of another battle here, but we're going to respond with the Star Cross. So you do have the ability to return the Poppy to hand here, so really nice.
Yeah, that'll be nice to get at least something back ourselves and set maybe no veggies back as well.
Oh, I thought, did it have to be the same sleeves?
All right. And
no, only when it goes
to we're just replacing the champion unit, sure. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
I for some reason thought no one would.
So we will see here. Tide Turner going back to hand as well. We'll be able to play it later, which is kind of nice with Tide Turner, honestly, because Tide Turner does have an ability that allows you to swap positions with another unit, so we can still reharness that ability later.
I didn't bring up.
All right, so we do have the Raven Bloom. We're moving it there, yeah, this will be the first point of the game, which we've had some pretty fast games I think already today, but 5 minutes in, only getting our first point already is a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, definitely different from some of the quicker games we saw earlier. Though I will say, obviously, Raven Bloom student taking the first point at Raven Bloom Conservatory, it speaks for itself. It's a great moment.
Yeah.
I will just quickly note, I actually love the plushie on No Veggie's shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Poppy.
Yeah, I didn't see that during our intro there. That's very fun. So, obviously, wrapping the deck, you want to make sure that you are fully in there, and yeah, making sure that we've got some sheets of paper just to confirm. I mean, again, we just scored our first point, so not irregular to notice until now that we didn't have it. But Raven Bloom's going to get that point there. We've got 5 runes left for Diana. To me, that means that there's potential for her way. I think most cards cost 5 or less for Diana, so many options for us right now.
Yeah, so many options. Diana has a lot she could do, but definitely I think Diana's game plan of hopefully getting in early here is not working the best. No Veggies. Their whole game plan until they hit 9 is to slow this match down, and you can even see that, as you said, in that battlefield. So it seems like we are definitely more on No Veggie's timeline that he wants than Himothy's right now.
Yeah, and we play out the Vex here. I think this is a perfect time to play it because we are very good for when we have to force a combat. We get this ability, and it's nice to have it on the board.
Yeah, that is for sure. It does look like we are coming up onto those 9 runes, so it's going to be an important moment to find out if we actually do have Aurora. It does look like Diana is at 0 runes untapped here, but she does, in a showdown, still have the legend ability.
Yes, yeah, and so we are not seeing the Aurora, and I think that's the only, one of the things you have to choose between Order and Chaos. Chaos is a little bit better at finding the Aurora, but Order has a lot of ways to be interactive without losing your ramp to it. But that is going to be the Poppy replayed right there, and then we are also going to play Forge of the Future to be able to get out a unit. Again, having a non-unit that plays unit is really good because it does get around kind of Aurora's finding the smaller body.
Yeah, that's a great point. You really don't want to hit some of those smaller bodies off of Aurora just because it already costs so much. You really want to hit big units that do a lot of damage or really can affect the field in some way. So really nice to have some of these units that do make them, just like you're saying.
For sure. So we're passing back to Himothy. We're at 2 points thanks to the Raven Bloom hold there. And we've got some pretty strong choices. Again, with the battlefield there, if we do end up conquering it, we will have to recycle a rune. So we've gone to, I think, late into the game that it's not as debilitating, but you love your runes, right? You want to keep them when you can.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to lose any runes if I don't have to. It does look like we are going to be seeing last rights come down the Diana side. This is a gear from the Spirit Forge set. And honestly, I think it did so much for a lot of different decks. In this case, when you equip it, you also recycle 2 cards from your trash back back to your deck, which can be really interesting and does give +2, which is really nice.
Yeah, and with it, when I conquer a hold, you can play a unit from your trash. So we still have that Diana there, so we could put the last rights on the Vex. We can attack into the battlefield there. And now that we've conquered it, we can not only, one, recycle it, but we will be able to potentially get there. And on the reaction to that, we will be sacrificing our Poppy to get a draw 2 and hopefully try to get a little bit deeper into our Aurora.
Yeah, it seems like we're definitely lacking in Aurora right now, which Dazzling Aurora is the card that this entire deck is built around. If you have, if you wait too late in game, you can draw some of those big units that you really don't want to be playing for full cost from hand. So we need to find it as quickly as possible and obviously to get things running as well.
Yeah, and well, the biggest thing is, the Elder Dragon here. So normally you're stuck at 9 runes. It's hard to get to 12 to play it, but because we used that sacrifice, we went from 9 to 10, and then going to 12 at the start of the turn, we've got 3 units in 3 spaces, and looks like we're going to try to Gus the student back to hand, but the Vex and the Diana are going back into the trash.
Wow, that was a huge Elder Dragon coming down there. As you said, killing all of those different units. We kind of did save the one, but we still are going to have to play runes next turn to be able to play it again.
Yeah, and also something to notice, no Veggies could have used that sacrifice at any moment, but waited until Himothy has kind of overextended a little bit, made sure that there's a unit on each location. Going from 9 to 10 means that, the Elder Dragon is a play on this next turn.
Yeah, it was a really great move by No Veggies, really getting to, use every part of the Elder Dragon's ability. We'll have to see how Diana can come back from this because, we're just starting to build might up now on No Veggie's side, and it's just going to continue.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to play out the Fizz, which looks like, I think they thought they had the Star-Crossed in their trash, but unfortunately, that was recycled with the last right. So Gus still is a great play here, and it might have been the play that they were hoping for. But we've seen so much Fizz Star-Crossed already. Would have been a great way to answer the Elder Dragon if we had it available to us.
Yeah, and sadly, Gus does get capped out, I believe, at 3 might.
Yes, Elder Dragon is just a little bit more powerful than that.
Just a little bit. So it was not able to deal with that Elder Dragon. But at least we do get to take that token off of the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Yeah, because it's a minor thing, but also, Poppy's gains that XP from holding, right? So, offering less chances for XP is fine. I don't think this build particularly cares about the XP, but it is a little minor add.
Yeah, very true, very true. It does look like Diana, though, was able to really start building out that base again. We have 3 units, and we're kind of being safe here by holding them all in our base. We aren't allowing it to be spread out to different battlefields, where if another Elder Dragon somehow appeared, either through Aurora or something else, I really wouldn't get to use it in the same way.
Yeah, so we're using the Catalyst of Aeons to go from 10 to 12, which generally wouldn't matter if you're going to 12 again next turn, but we are going to use the Mobilize to then get the Draw 1 since we were at full runes, and we're going to use the Sabotage. So choice there between our Frigid Jewel, and we're not going to get that one out of hand.
Yeah, Sabotage is so nice to take out some of these non-unit cards from your opponent's hand. Also giving you so much information about what they have. In this case, obviously, Himothy only had 2 cards, but you're able to really find out, is there something that could happen next turn? What is there? And then also, as they draw, you kind of have an idea what they could have drawn and what they will need to draw to do that play that you think they might have.
Yeah, but getting the Eclipse out of hand, that could be a great way for you to try to get rid of the Elder Dragon. Last rights can still be used because we kind of have a free Conquer on the other side right now, a little bit freer at least. So there could be a way for us to play something, but we are going to recycle 1 with the last rights and try to equip it to one of our units here. Looks like it's going to be the student.
Okay. Yeah, and as you said, if you do conquer a battlefield with a unit that has last rights attached to it, you then are able to bring back a unit. So it looks like we are potentially looking at what unit we may want to bring back, but first we do have to decide that recycling.
Yeah, and we might have to update our champion sleeve again just to put it back into our deck there. So
both of our players have had to update their sleeves now.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you're used to just champion zone, battlefield, and trash, but when there's so much interaction right now, they can end up in so many different situations.
Yeah, for sure. Though I do actually love having like a different sleeve color for my legend or my chosen champion.
I've been so close to getting game losses and warnings due to with having the same sleeve. So I completely understand. Yeah, especially when legends have been when you get different champions that you can use for the same deck too, you need to make sure that you choose the right one. So we do get the last rights on the student there. Currently has 4 might, but can have a 5th if we play a spell.
See, and it does look we are going to be moving up into that Sigil of the Storm with last rights Raven Bloom student.
All right. And looks like, we're going to go to 4 points here, so halfway there. And then, we do have to recycle a rune. We also do have to pay for this. I do believe we have 1 floating already from the attach for the last right, so I believe that is remembered. And then, recycling 1 for that, and I think we need to recycle 1 from Sigil of the Storm as well.
I'll trigger Poppy's ability to gain XP.
See. So it does seem like we are explicitly generating the XP, though, coming into No Veggie's side. So I wonder if there's some use for it, but we will have to see. And we do have that XP card come down.
Yeah, so 3 is quite a bit. I do know that I think Body does have a lot of ways to generate XP, though. So I don't recall anything particularly in the deck, but maybe in the side deck as well we could see in the future. But being able to have access to a draw 1 when clearly we need to see the Aurora more often ends up being pretty huge.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, hopefully we will find that Aurora. It is, I still believe, on Diana's side here, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah, so they do have the 3 points. Oh, well, another Elder Dragon.
Ouch.
Offers a lot of answers here. So choosing the Vex and the student there, last rights does fall off. Yeah, what a strong card here. I mean, it's the same as playing Aurora with just a couple extra steps, I think, right?
Yeah, just a couple extra. Or maybe a little fewer as well.
Fewer. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, fewer steps. So just a little bit more recycling. But we also do get to use the Forge of the Future effect. So we will be able to recycle cards into their deck here as well. So that means that it's going to be really tough to put 2 cards in the trash to equip last rights again.
Yeah, that's a great point. So few cards left in that trash pile. It is so surprising we still have not found Aurora. Obviously, the deck's very built around it. Playing these Elder Dragons does not feel the best from hand. But it seems like we're doing pretty well even without Aurora. Even though a lot of times when we talk about Aurora, we say, without it, these decks seem to fall apart.
Yeah. And I will say that Diana hasn't really seen a Hwei yet. That's something where if you let that get value, it just continually, runs away with the game. But you're still, both players are, keeping each other honest, I feel like.
Yeah, that's very true. We haven't seen Hwei yet, and I think No Veggies has done a great job at trying to keep some of these different units that Himothy is playing, under wraps. Like the Vex that keeps getting played keeps getting killed. Now does its 2nd time dying.
Yeah.
So we are trying to use these Elder Dragons to make sure that Himothy can't get some of these units out that may really affect the battle.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing 4 for the Vex here, and then an extra 2 to play out the Frigid Jewel, which has been in hand for a good amount of this game, but it will offer a +2 might as long as we get a 2nd draw, because draw for turn will count towards the 1st draw.
Nice. Yeah, and I think we only have 1 card left in hand here, but we have seen that Frigid Jewel in hand since the Salvage earlier. Not Salvage. Sabotage.
Sabotage, yes. Yeah. And we are at 10 runes currently. We're going to, make sure that we get the energy for it and also recycle it off of the Conquer there. We are going to pay 1 for a Gust just to put the Fizz back in hand. You could play the, the Gust again next turn. Not that it's going to be readily activating these or interacting with these Elder Dragons, but this is an intimidating board that No Veggie's been able to make.
Yeah, this is very intimidating. I'm not sure what I would do facing off 2 different of these Elder Dragons on both battlefields as Himothy, but I do like the idea of Gust bringing that Fizz back in hand where you can use the Fizz's ability when you play it again later. That being said, as you mentioned, the Gust is the only thing in the discard pile right now. So do we want to use Gust? I'm not fully sure.
And we're playing out the Vanguard Armory. So I've seen some like Victor decks play this, right? Since there are some ways to get this out a little bit earlier too. But just being able to have a gear that lets you play 3 1/1 recruits ends up being like really important here, especially because, you know, generally speaking, Call of the Week is a good card against us. So this lets us kind of change how we're using it, right? We're able to one, have some protection against Call of the Week because we have these other cards that we can choose for it, and then also it's good if we're using Call of the Week against our opponents too.
Yeah, that's a great point. And even earlier, you really hit on it, where Aurora, you don't have too many units in your deck such that you might hit something else. And because it's a gear, you're not going to have a unit to hit with Aurora.
Yeah.
So you can safely then generate these recruit tokens, still have these smaller units on your board without being at the risk that Aurora is going to hit a 1-might unit instead of your 12-might Outer Dragon.
Yeah, and Himothy's at 2 cards. It's open knowledge that one of them is Fizz. We do find the Hwei maybe a little bit late here, but we'll see if it's enough to get something going. No movement currently available to it, I believe, but it is just going to be nice and just a way to activate our Frigid Jewels moving forward.
Trigger Poppy.
Yeah, let's see here what they're able to do with it, though. I would love to see, I mean, obviously, Nubegi has really stalled out this game like he wants, but Himothy's still at 4 points, right? He's still in this game, and he definitely has, I mean, Hwei's coming into play. Maybe there's something we can do with it.
Yeah, and we are going to be at, I believe, 7 points going into this turn. We also get 2 XP, so Poppy can actually use its 3 XP ability to get a draw 1, which is really appreciated, right? And yeah, it's going to be difficult to, I think, interact with either, not to mention both of these battlefields.
Yeah, very true. Hopefully this draw does help us find Aurora, but it does seem like we don't need it this game.
Yeah, we have, I think, gotten to a good point. I will not look away at a draw right here. We'll definitely take it. And I think we've got 11 runes currently since we recycled 1 for the Armory. So no 3rd Outer Dragon, but maybe Aurora. But ooh, the Ruination.
Ooh.
Kills all units.
That's going to be an exciting card to see here.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at it, like, man, you're already so far ahead. Why would you kill all units? But you have the ability to create 3 more here. You know that your opponent only has 1 card in hand. Again, I believe it's Fizz as well. Looks like we also are going to react with Sacrifice here too. So it does offer us a way to get some runes back as well, and a draw 2. And yeah, there goes the board. But again, we still do have our Armory to set up 3 more. And yeah, I think we're okay with this trade because it really slows down a lot of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I have to wonder if, because you mentioned Hwei finally coming out to play, obviously Himothy is also getting a pretty wide base set up as well. But we took them all out with that Ruination. It did risk some of our own units, but it kind of shows like we are prioritizing making sure that Himothy can't get set up at all. And we do have those 3 units, like you said. We got those 2 points this turn, and we only need 1 more point to win.
Yeah, but like right here, you know, we're playing another Hwei. I mean, we got lucky. I think we just drew that off the top as well. I think it's still Fizz in hand, right? It can maybe get like a Gust to get rid of one of these tokens, but you got no cards in hand for Himothy, and there's just going to be 2 recruits to take both these battlefields. This might be our entrance to game number 2.
It'll be interesting to see what they choose to do, but yeah, it seems like a difficult spot. Looks,
yeah, which recruit do you like the least? Yeah, making sure. Yeah, sure, we'll play the Fizz, but yeah, not going to be enough. And we're going to game number 2. Veggie's taking that first one.
Yeah, fantastic job by No Veggies. I mean, again, we were able to win the whole match. No Aurora to be seen. I mean, and Himothy did a really great job, though, trying to get in, trying to get some early points if they could, but kind of stalled out, wasn't able to get in.
Yeah, and, you know, the Ruination felt, you know, you lost more might from the Ruination, right? You lost 2 Outer Dragons for it, but I think it's when you know that your opponent's like on top deck mode, you will clearly take away all of their resources. I mean, I know a lot of people want to try to get rid of the Hwei. That's probably the most expensive Hwei removal I've seen today, but it ends up, I think, being still worth it.
Yeah, I think that is a great point, and it definitely seems like it worked out, so great for them.
All right, going into game 2 real quickly here. Looks like both are considering a double put back here. Yeah, making sure, we put 2 cards back into deck here. And our two battlefields, we've got Forgotten Monument on the left for No Veggies and Targon's Peak on the right for Himothy.
You're good. You're good. It happens to literally everyone, yeah.
All right, so we're going to go our start here. We'll see if there's a playable card. Stack deck off the top, not the worst, but again, you do want to try to put units out when you can.
Yeah, especially getting these early units, I feel like, versus Aurora is just going to be so important for Himothy, so it doesn't feel great to be seeing that stack deck coming down right now. That being said, though, we did have a bit of a difficulty last game, even getting into some of these early battlefields. So while Targon's Peak, I definitely think is a fantastic battlefield for Diana, if we can't get it into the first place, it's going to be difficult to use the battlefield for its ability.
Yeah, yeah. And we're going to go at 3 runes here for No Veggies. Again, both players got a double putback, so that usually means to me not our best hands either, but we do get the Forge of the Future, make our first recruit of the turn, and pass it back to Himothy.
Yeah, and it is nice just to go on and get that token. We also have the unit now as well, so it definitely feels, it at least feels better for No Veggies here, but we do finally find a unit here with that Ravenbloom student, or 2.
And 2, all right. A little study session over there.
We're back. We don't have the Ravenbloom Conservatory, but...
Yeah. A little field trip to Targon's Peak or the Forgotten Mountain, or Monument. But we've got 5 energy here. Again, it's always funny when the Aurora deck can get the first point, but if we want to try to get the Monument or the Targon's Peak, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if they kept the recruit in the base.
Yeah, I don't think it would be that bad of an idea either, just taking one battlefield here.
Yeah, it's just going to be tough because you know that it's just going to, one of the students is going to interact with it. And yeah, No Veggies is like, you know what? This might be useful later in the game to kind of force some interactions, especially like if I have Elder Dragon out, the 1 damage from this recruit's enough to remove something. So I'm not going to I don't need the point that bad. I don't need the runes back at the next turn. So we're just going to pass it back with the 5 full open.
Yeah, and it's not like really either player can score 2 points here. They do have the units. But for those who don't know, Forgotten Monument does stop players from scoring at it till the 3rd turn. So the max you can get here is 1 point, and sometimes being at odd points can be a bit difficult.
It was 3rd turn overall, so we have passed it. Yeah. But it is a good point though that the Monument is good for preventing starts, especially we saw those Lilia players earlier if they have like the double sprite start. So, but I believe that they would be able to with the interaction. But we try to use a blood money here to do 2 damage, which we still do, but the Stupefy will let us get that additional point of might due to the student effect. Both of them are at 3 might right now, and the extra draw 1 might have given additional +2 might from the Frigid Jewel. No, sorry, 2nd time for the turn, so it hasn't happened yet. So both are at 3 might right now.
Let's see.
All right, so we're passing it back to No Veggies. No runes played last turn, but at the 7 right now. So without any runes recycled, we would be able to get to 9 to potentially play an Aurora for the first time. And you have to trust us so far. This is an Aurora deck. There's been no real proof yet, but this could be a tough spot if both these students can get a lot of points.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice. It does look like it is not going to be the Aurora, though. We are going to go in and play that Confront. It does let us draw a card, so we're getting a little bit deeper into our deck, but we're going to have to keep looking. And by drawing, we are hopefully getting closer to some of those cards we're going to want in this follow-up turn.
Yeah, so we end up using the Confront, and then there's this choice of using either the Poppy or using the Blood Money. So we are going to use the Blood Money to get try to get 2 damage on the student, which we do get. Is currently at 1. We could trade with the token, but saying, I don't feel safe that there's nothing left in that hand, so we're just going to pass it right back to Himothy again.
Let's see here. Himothy is up to so many runes now. Diana has so many options here on how to hopefully keep these battlefields. We're trying to get points to kind of win the game before Aurora comes into play, which is just potentially a turn away.
Yeah. So we've got, it looks like 8 runes for Diana here. Could be, a Vex. Okay, that's a nice add there. So since it's out of battlefield, makes the effects cards that are played next turn. So they're going to be stunned and can't move. We're actually even going to play out the Diana. So really trying to hold this Targon's Peak. Additionally, making sure that you have multiple units on the same battlefield means that Elder Dragon doesn't hit as hard.
Yeah, Elder Dragon can only, I think, target 1 unit per battlefield, so it would mean we would potentially be able to still hold this despite that, and it will come in stunned as well.
Yeah, so, but that's also why I think we've been so patient with this recruit. There could have been some situations. Yeah, we've got the Aurora for the first time for this game, for this match, for the weekend, I think. But I'd be surprised if it was the last. And looking off the top, let's see what unit we find.
Yeah, oh, and it is going to be that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, so definitely one of the students and then deciding, yeah, we're going to get the Diana. It does get stunned, and as the rules processing, as I'm aware, it will continue to be stunned until your next start of beginning phase, which is already passed. So as far as I know, it's going to be stunned, including next turn as well for no veggies.
Let's see here. But, I mean, it's true. It is a Dazzling Aurora deck.
Yeah, it is.
We were correct.
We have finally found it, and yeah, we missed out, I think, on this this game, some potential ramp to get there, but we were able to play it as soon as we could.
Yeah, which is going to be really nice. Obviously, it is going to be difficult as long as we leave that Vex alive, though, as you mentioned, with the stun and having that interaction with Dazzling Aurora's timing.
Yeah. So currently, we did get the +1 might on the student there, and we are going to play out the removal potential there.
Forgotten Memories?
Yeah.
I believe is the name.
Yeah, so give a unit at a battlefield or any gear temporary, and it does get killed at the start of the controller's beginning phase, so that will get rid of the Aurora before it's able to activate again.
Yeah, that's going to be rough for no veggies. He finally found found a Dazzling Aurora, and it's already going to be gone before next turn, which is going to be, I mean, difficult. Will he be able to find another one?
Yeah, and it's tough to see, right? Like, so many people are respecting Aurora right now. We've been seeing the removal in the main board at this point too, but yeah, there goes the temporary trigger, and there goes the Dazzling Aurora.
Let's see.
We are at, I believe, 9 runes again, because I think we have to recycle 2 from the Aurora here, and we'll see. But we do have the Elder Dragon on the board, and that's still going to be kind of tough for us to interact
he's still
with.
Stunned, but
yeah, it definitely is.
Yes. So this is
this is Vex apathetic.
Yeah, and I think they are just confirming the interaction just to put that. I mean, but if there's no combat this turn, you being stunned is not as terrible, but with stuff like Ride the Wind, there definitely could be some interaction points for it as well.
Yeah, it's always something you have to be concerned about, that Ride the Wind on the Chaos decks. And we do have those 3 runes up that Timothy could use, as well as the 1 energy from the Legend ability during showdowns.
Sure, and you kind of need to Ride the Wind here. I feel like just to be able to go to 6 points in your opponent's turn, then potentially go to the 8 on the next one. But we do get the Rebuke there removed from the Sabotage, and I did not see a Ride the Wind there, so you can be kind of cautious with the rest of the cards in hand. So we'll start off, though, with maybe a Recruit moving up.
Yeah, I think that was really nice to be able to get that Rebuke out of hand. Rebuke is one of those cards that would be able to send that Elder Dragon back to no veggies hand, and again, paying 12 energy and 4 power to be able to play it from hand is a lot to do.
For sure, and it looks like we're thinking about paying some energy here, at least.
Timer, please.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Harness Dragon based on the amount used and recycled, but Poppy's getting a little anxious there, wants to see the action.
She doesn't.
And
you gotta love it.
Yeah, there's the Harness Dragon. Going to choose the student there to get rid of it, and we're going to keep the Elder Dragon safe in the base, get 2 runes back to the Targon's Peak and back to Himothy.
Yeah. Part of me has to always wonder, like, that obviously you would want to get rid of that Vex because she seems to be dealing really just like kind of upsetting your game plan with the stun. Obviously, she's not on a battlefield right now, so it's not the same exact thing, but she always could retake a battlefield and potentially, again, stun one of these units that you might want to move up and take a point with.
Yeah, and there's also like the deflect cost you have to think about, so maybe there is a play they're hoping for next turn that they wouldn't be able to do if they paid the deflect. Obviously, Student has the potential to be above 4 might at times too, so I think it was a fair choice, yeah.
Yeah, I always think it's a fair choice, and obviously these players know these decks much better than I do, or anything like that. I do think we're still around that rune count to kind of just be hitting Aurora as well, maybe right above it. So this is where those runes really, really matter.
Yeah, and you know, being able to, there's the XP token, so back on the board there, got 1 XP, have 2 points to the 6 on the other side, but 6 is such an important number in this game. A double conquer could be all Himothy needs to force a game 3.
Yeah, it very well could be. We're only at, as you said, 1 or 2 points here. I think 2 from the hold, and then 6. We're definitely on the cusp of winning here for Himothy.
Yeah, and I think it looks like we must be at 8 runes right now, if I'm looking at this correctly. So that means that we can play Poppy, and since they are 3 away from winning, it does mean that we get the XP and we get to enter active. So that is the potential for a draw, which is nice. We do get the removal of the student, so that's really nice. So we're at 3 points here, and again, draw ones are good. They're great, actually.
I mean, they're very nice if you're trying to find your second Dazzling Aurora as well, for sure.
Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up being the case. But it's cool to see, yeah, the fact that this Poppy is also in like sacrifice range, I think is really important. Can be really helpful. And it looks like we're paying 2 for maybe, a mobilize there.
So we're just going to keep generating these runes to see what they're going to be able to do, but I do think you just pass back to Diana.
Yeah, I'm curious if there is something that I don't know about that maybe the XP could be using, right? I would feel like maybe a draw 1 could be warranted here, but looks like we've finally found the Hwei from Himothy. Again, it's been a little bit shy this match here, but can still do a lot of damage. And again, with Frigid Jewel on the board, can offer some additional might from all the draw that the Hwei gets to do.
Yeah, and I feel like we're already, in a pretty good position as Himothy. Obviously, we do have to take the battlefields, which No Veggies has control of both, but it does seem like we're starting to build out our base again. We have, I think it was 12 runes at the beginning of this turn, down to 11 right now, and we're starting to get some of these units that can do a lot.
Yeah, so we go to 6 XP for No Veggies, which is verifiably the most XP I've seen a Poppy player have, so fun to see that there. And, double Frigid Jewel Hwei can do a lot of damage next turn. We've got to be careful about that, but, we're still quite ahead. Himothy does have what looks like 2 cards in hand, and we'll see what No Veggies' response to this is.
Yeah. Let's see.
Poppy.
All right, yeah, we're gonna get our draw 1 here. Use 3 of our XP.
We still have 3 more.
Yeah, and again next turn we can do it again. So, sometimes it's a compared to other draw effects, I feel like this is a little bit expensive at times, but you definitely still take it, and it can be really helpful, especially when I think we don't have as much of this draw power in these domains. But we do have a lot of Harness Dragons. We got another one hitting the board. Pairing both up at Targon's Peak and getting rid of that Hwei.
Yeah, it seems like Hwei is such an important target to make sure that it doesn't stay on the board in this matchup. And I think No Veggies is just seeming to be able to hold here. It is seeming very difficult for Himothy to kind of retake these battlefields, even though they had such a lead at that 6 points.
Yeah, and this could be it for Himothy on either side, right? There is the potential for it'd have to be a pretty spectacular but double conquer here. We do have the ability to go to 8 might if we draw 1 more card off of both these Frigid Jewels, but yeah, the fact that we are reducing their hand size so often does make it tough for Himothy to get a lot of stellar plays.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. But, even though No Veggies only had the Aurora for 1 turn, it seems like he's been able to stabilize now and kind of come back from where he was.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Aurora decks a lot of the time too. You're like, I'm at 6 points, they weren't able to do it, I get to go there, and then they stabilize, you're like, I this is unclimbable. They've given me such a bad position here. But we're going to play with the Fizz. Looks like there's a couple options for us. We've got some Superfy, some stack decks. We've got the, I think just those two actually, because the other one is at a 4 cost, right? We're a little bit too expensive. But going to use the stack deck, or sorry, the stack deck here. Look at the top 3. we can another Fizz and another stack deck if we really want.
Yeah, we could have stacked deck again potentially, it looked like, but it does seem like we went on and picked what we thought would be the best card here, and hopefully we'll be able to see it help us. It does look like Fizz is going to come down.
Another Fizz here.
You didn't draw.
And I think we're making sure. Yeah, Frigid Jewel only is for draws. The stack deck puts the card into your hand. I think we have a Stupefier or 2 in the trash though, so we could use that, and then that would offer an ability to get a draw 1. So it makes our Vex. Yeah. So there's the Stupefy. Now we're going to use the +1 might. So this is a I think +4 might Vex right now.
That's going to be really nice if we decide to go somewhere. I think.
Yeah, we can conquer the top one, but again with Elder Dragon, it makes it a little bit harder to get the interaction. Oh, this is actually going to be a really nice play though. So we're going to use the Starcrossed on the Fizz and the Elder Dragon here. So now that's no longer an option for you. And with this Vex, this has actually been a pretty strong play, I think, from Himothy. We've got a lot of interaction, and we do have the potential to now be 8 might to 6. We were able to conquer the top battlefield, and then if we're able to hold it, we're forcing a game 3.
Yeah, this seems like a really nice spot to be in. As you said, that Vex potentially could go up in that top battlefield. We are able to resave our Fizz for a potential future turn. We might want to grab another one of those spells from the trash. And we're also going to Moonfall here.
Oh, wow. So using the Moonfall here, we are able to move one of the dragons over. And with the numbers, I'd have to redo them, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to get what we need to. So we essentially move a 5 over, but we give a -6 to the board. So that should be a full clear on this Forgotten Monument. And the other thing for the Moonfall too is that it can give you minus might here, so the recruit ends up being -1. And yeah, Vex gets the clear. We're at 7 points here. This could be exactly what Himothy needs.
Seems like the exact turn that Himothy needed to potentially try to struggle their way to 8 after being stuck at 6 for so long.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty much down to, does No Veggies have a way to interact with this Vex? If they can clear this battlefield, we're going to hold to 8, and again, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, and that would be super exciting. I'm trying to think if there's like any cards that would potentially be able to upset this Vex. Obviously, there is a Fizz in base to potentially protect it against anything like Cold a Week.
Could be another Harness Dragon, maybe.
No Harness Dragon.
Yeah, but it's kind of tricky because, again, we don't have a lot of movement in this deck, if really any. So it'd have to be like maybe like, what, a Confront into something? It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, so will be a difficult spot to be in. Let's see.
And I believe we've got 11 runes. If we had 12, we'd be able to play out the Elder Dragon and it'd be a non-issue. But with, I think, the only 11 that we have, I mean, maybe we have a Dazzling Aurora. It's a Dazzling Aurora, hoping to find either a Harness Dragon or an Elder Dragon to get the removal there. But just maybe making sure that there wasn't, before we have to spin the dice, that there's not a better play for us.
I think I saw Dazzling Aurora, but maybe I am clear wrong there.
All right, so it looks like we are going to play Forge of the Future. We're going to get rid of a couple spells, so prevents Fizz from being played again aggressively. Yeah, really take away the options. Yeah, Moonfall, yeah, good choice there, I think, because again, Fizz can really get some interaction with that. And I love Forge of the Future. I think it's a really good ad for Aurora decks, so it's really cool that Poppy gets to use it.
Yeah, it's very nice, especially you can see here with what they just did, because definitely there is that Fizz back in hand. We know Himothy has it, and we have to find a way to, let's see. So we are going to be recycling 3 runes here.
Oh, it could be a Ruination, perhaps?
Ruination?
Yeah, Ruination. Okay, I mean, again, it's an expensive way to interact with it, but it's a valid way to do so. And that does prevent a easy double conquer. There are a lot of ways that that could happen still, but this likely will buy us another turn.
We just saw it last game and I forgot about it. I was thinking about what could kill the Vex.
Yeah, it's just like it's at what cost, right? Like,
yeah, very true.
I don't lose next turn likely, but it makes it more difficult for me once again.
100%. Let's see.
All right, well, again, a kind of funny hand for Himothy, because if I remember correctly, I don't think there's any spells in that trash right now. So we can just play out Fizz as a no effect unit, it seems. Yeah, 3 and the recycle. And yeah, that's going to be the pass there. So no veggies, very happy to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, it does not feel good to be playing Fizz, obviously, when you can't also then play one of those spells in the trash. But at least we are getting a unit down in base. It is going to be a struggle from here. Himothy, obviously, next turn, that Fizz could be ready if it survives, but it can't take the 8th point by itself. Instead, you have to either hold to your 8th point or to have had control of both battlefields during the same turn. And so you would then instead draw, but it wouldn't be an immediate win if Fizz moves into these battlefields next turn.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to pay 2 for Coal of the Week here. Again, with them only having 1 unit, you do get kind of the removal there. And then again, we're going to be playing out the, not the Forge, but the Vanguard Armory, getting us 3 recruits here. And again, we have, we just have to get a double conquer next turn. We have that ability next turn for no veggies. And it's funny, it's looking like the same game we just saw.
Yeah, it really is. This Vanguard Armory may actually be, for me, the MVP of the game. But it definitely feels nice to be able to make those 3 units. Obviously, as the gear, you could be able to do it again. And I'm just like thinking back to earlier when we were able to remove the Forgotten Memories from the trash and recycle it back into the deck as well. Just making sure there's not any of that gear hate that can take out things like the Vanguard Armory.
Yeah, recruit goes to the peak, takes it, goes to the monument.
Start turn at 6.
Looks like there might be a confirmation, that they are at 8 points, and that's going to be it. Yeah, no veggies gets it, and yeah, what a crazy game. What a fun game to watch.
Yeah, fantastic job by no veggies. I think at the end he actually showed he did have the other Aurora, which is, I mean, really cool to see that he was able to win without having to play it.
Yeah, like again, those Ruinations, I feel like they almost hurt him more immediately, but when you know that your opponent's running out of resources and there's less and less units to play, I think that's really good. But honestly, Himothy did a really good job putting him on that pressure, right? Getting that Vex, getting that board clear. What a great game to end.
Yeah, I think it was so fantastic and kind of interesting to see. I hate killing my own units, if I'm being honest. Maybe that's why I don't do great with yellow decks.
Yeah.
But like, so many units of no veggies died when he was playing Ruination, and it was still able to come back because that Aurora has such a great late game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can tell your opponents, I Ruination 2 Elder Dragons today. They're my own Valor Dragons, but I still did it, right? So I think that's, a non-intuitive play, but definitely worked out. And, no veggies 4-0 halfway through the day, undefeated, super great. But I think we're going to our, other game right now. We've got some also unique legends as well. And we're going to look at Volibear here, another Aurora deck, and but plays very differently.
Yeah, it does play very differently. I'm really excited to see this one. Billionaire actually does have a Best of Volibear just from Sydney, as well as a Best of Yi, I believe, as well. So he is a fantastic player. He really knows how to play Volibear. And it is a Dazzling Aurora, but he actually, when I was talking to him earlier about his Dazzling Aurora list, mentioned that even if I don't hit Dazzling Aurora, you should watch the curve we play, because with how this deck is set up, I don't always have to hit Dazzling Aurora.
Yeah, and I'm a sucker for dragons, and so having that kind of sub-archetype is really cool. And Volibear and Dazzling Aurora are supposed to go together, and they do, but it's cool to see all these different other builds that do have these like really congruent backup plans for when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, because I feel like we really talk about how if especially in this set, sometimes it feels like it's hit the Dazzling Aurora or lose the game. And in this round, it seems to be the opposite. It almost seemed to work well for No Veggies not to hit Dazzling Aurora, and I would love to see Billionaire do well as well here.
For sure. So that's on one side. On the other side, I believe we've got a Master Yi, if I remember correctly. Yes, we do. And again, there has been a discussion, do we like this mid-range build? Do we like the Aurora build more? Is there Aurora hiding in the sideboard as well? There's so many different options for it. But, you know, Yi's been one of the most consistent legends in this game for a really good reason.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Yi deck. Back at Houston, I actually played Yi when I went to Houston. I'm just going to state it.
Yeah.
It was not the Aurora list, and this one is not.
Yeah.
But I really think it's just such a consistent deck. It's a lot of fun, and the leader ability to have +2 might when you're defending by yourself just feels so strong.
Yeah, the Legend's fantastic, and we do have a new champion, right? A Master Yi that we can just play out on tempo is great. We're also using one of the new Battlefields Amateur Recital, which is really exciting as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what Master Yi does with it. But yeah, when you hold here, you may move a unit out of Battlefield to its base, so it's good for you getting the point, moving one of your units back, and then use it to conquer the other base as well, or battlefield as well.
That seems so nice, especially with this list, I feel like. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they do play that Master Yi, like you mentioned. And it's also kind of using that EXP that we saw last game. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see.
Definitely. I think we're good to go into this one. We're going to be starting in Game 3, so one apiece, and we're going to see who's able to close out this match. All right, as mentioned, we got Billionaire on the left with Volibear using the Paper Tree, and we have I Missed My Cue on the right using the Master Yi, and we're playing the Arena's Greatest, which means I think they're going to be going first for I Missed My Cue.
That's very exciting.
You're gonna win.
And we are into that Game 3, like you mentioned here. I'm interested to see that obviously these two players, they've played the 2 games before. They've started to get an idea about how each other plays their deck, how they kind of are looking into this matchup. So it'll be interesting to see in this last game. Hopefully they have sideboarded exactly what they need, and we're going to see a great match.
Yeah, and honestly, like kind of a skill for these players too. Like, really good pace of play, right? We've got 18 minutes left for Game 3, so it should be enough to really conclude it out. We've got the Scuttle Crab hitting the board there and pass it back to Billionaire.
Let's see. I think obviously Billionaire is going to be kind of shooting for that Aurora, is my guess. Obviously, we talked about a lot of these decks trying to just like build up, and we do see that pass back quickly to the Yi. We are going to go and take that first, or I guess
second point. I think both are at 2. Yeah.
Yeah, second point at the Arena's Greatest, and playing Yi from our chosen champion spot.
Yeah, and sorry, two for I Missed My Cue, 1 for Billionaire. We got the 1, but quickly trying to prove me right. We've got the Rengar there, paying it and being able to get that additional point going to 2 there, and also being able to use the Volibear Legend ability. And since we did get the Scuttle Crab Death Knell right, we are able to get all of the knowledge in their opponent's hand, and not seeing the Dazzling Aurora is a good first step, right?
Yeah, it is a very good first step. I will say I feel like I may be a little concerned seeing some of these different cards. Cadragon is very scary when you're going into some of these dragon decks. Obviously, we saw that Elder's Dragon, but I guess to some extent, if you're actually going against Dazzling Aurora and it's in your opponent's hand, maybe that's a blessing in disguise because it can't come down from the Dazzling Aurora.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got 6 runes here for I Missed My Cue. Could be their chance for their own Rengar here if they so desire. Only 5 runes on the other side for Billionaire, so and all of them have been used. So a little bit of free reign right now.
I'm sorry.
See what he's able to do here.
8. And it reduces based on the might of the creature.
Let's see. Also, we do have 1 XP from the Scuttle Crab, right?
Yes.
I think Master Yi is a deck that can take advantage of XP a little bit more, especially with our champion unit here. I believe you have to be level 6 to be able to get the additional bonus from it, but we're getting our way there.
Yeah, I do love this new mechanic with experience, especially with the new Master Yi, with getting different keywords and abilities that you get at these different levels. Really interesting to see.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just going to preemptively play the Discipline here to get the +2 and then the Unguard. So could have just been a situation where maybe if I drew something, I would have changed what I did. But going to 3, getting rid of the Rengar, and again, once he is on a battlefield, being able to defensively have that extra might is going to be really, really nice.
Yeah, it is, and it looks like we are going to play Sabotage as well, which is always really nice when you're going up against Aurora again. This does, just like Scuttle Crab did, lets you see the hand, but in this case actually gets to remove one of those non-unit cards from your hand. If that could be an Aurora, like if it was there, you could then get it recycled back into your opponent's deck.
Yeah, and with the Scuttle Crab, I mean, sometimes there are times where I'm like, oh, there's nothing I can remove, or I know that there's nothing super great. So meaning, you know, the Scuttle Crab saying, oh, yeah, there is something I want out of that hand, really sets up that Sabotage.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to know exactly what you're shooting for to some extent. And so we are going to be going back to Billionaire. But yeah, I think it is interesting that he's got a lot of these units that he is playing, even though we don't see the Dazzling Aurora just yet. And he does seem okay paying these power costs, even though they could set him back on that Dazzling Aurora.
Yeah, well, so luckily with the Volibear, when you play a Mighty unit, you may exhaust me to channel 1. So it really just, again, mitigates the recycling from Rengar. So you just get to play out a unit, which is really nice.
Yeah, that is really nice getting to offset that there, which kind of makes it good for Volibear to be playing a lot of these units as we curve up into that Dazzling Aurora.
Just my energy.
And we are playing up the Guardian Angel here, and then we are attaching it and equipping it to the Master Yi here, so which is going to not only give it some defense, we're also at 5 XP, which so we're only 1 XP away from getting our bonus effect here from the Yi, but I think we're thinking about passing with, what, 5 runes open right now?
Yeah, and that's a lot of scary things in a Yi list for Billionaire then to have to account for if he decides to come up into that arena's greatest as well.
Yeah, and you know, obviously we've seen Rengar already just be a force in this meta. We currently have, I believe, 9 runes from Billionaire, so if we have been able to draw into the Aurora in the last couple of turns, it could be a play for us right now. We're currently at 4 points, I believe, for I Missed My Cue, so that will be, you know, the halfway mark. But we are going to go to the paper tree. Billionaire's at 3 right now. And think about the rest of them. Think about the units I know in hand. We do have the play here. Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah, Cadrigan is really nice to see come down here. I mean, and just kind of fortifying that paper tree. So let's see.
Again, we also do have, you know, we get to channel 1 off the Volibear. We get to draw 2. When you play me, draw 1 for each of your Mighty units, which we have 2. So obviously works really well with this deck to get an additional draw.
Yeah, it feels like Cadrigan really just synergizes so well with Volibear. Kind of just Mighty cards in general do with, I mean, both Volibear and Cadrigan. So really nice here. Obviously that Rengar, obviously that Cadrigan the draw, but everything's just working well together so nicely.
Yeah, and we do have 7 XP, so our Master Yi does get its level 6 effect, which is nice. We do play out a Scuttle Crab again, once again, to get a draw and the potential to look at their hand again. And looking what we want to do for the rest of these runes here, but you know, we're at 5 points right now. It's still a long journey if we're trying to just hold to 8 here, and we'll see what I Miss My Cue has decided to do.
It seems like we are at least slightly holding, I mean, being able to keep up on points on Billionaire's side. But let's see, I Miss My Cue is able to play that Lonely Poro. It is a very cute Poro. And it kind of goes well with that defending by yourself. But right now, it is going to obviously not kind of be able to deal with the might that is in Paper Tree. So we're going to have to find more here on I Missed My Cue side if we do want to break Paper Tree. But to some extent, we kind of don't have to right now since we are in the lead with points.
Yeah, we do. And, you know, I think the movement for Volibear is not super high, so having them both on this Paper Tree. We do also get like the extra channel for both players, which you know, I think means more for Volibear than Master Yi right now. Volibear will definitely, you know, allow both of them to get that extra channel here, but looks like we're spending 9 if I'm counting correctly.
Ooh, is it going to be that Aurora coming down here?
This one is tapped from the paper.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yep.
Let's see. could be another Cadogan too, but
Oh.
no, it's not.
Use Volibear?
Actually, yeah, it's going to be another of those dragon cards. I believe that was the Gentle, the Gentle Gem Dragon. When you play me or another dragon, you can ready up to 2 runes, which can be nice when all these units are costing a lot to then potentially be able to do something else with the runes that get ready.
Yeah, and then it works obviously really well with Volibear because you do also get to channel one too. Because you played a Mighty unit, we're going to play out the Mobilize here, so it gets us another draw since we're at full runes too. So obviously maybe missing out on something, but we've got a pretty bulky paper tree right now, so I don't think we should be too worried or pressed about them getting these extra points and XP off their Master Yi.
Yeah, I don't think we're pressed about that too much. We do need to break into that Arena's Greatest at some point. I Missed My Cue is at 6, leading the match here, so we do need to get into Arena's Greatest and hopefully offset those points at some point.
Yeah, so we're just going to move the Scuttle Crab into Paper Tree just to get the knowledge of cards in hand. We see 2 Elder Dragons. We see a Ferris Forerunner. We see Catalyst. We see Rengar. So definitely something to be scared about next turn. But currently nothing really interacting with us this turn.
Yeah, nothing for this turn for sure. But I'm definitely worried about some of these Elder Dragons. Obviously, Billionaire, I think it's all 12 runes in play right now. So Elder Dragon is definitely an option. And it's not like it would be alone because you would get those 2 runes back from the Gem Dragon.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit scary here. Yeah, Mastery has like deflect and ganking now because it's level 6. So we could move over to the other side, but interact with the Rengar maybe, get like a 5-for-5 trade, but not really nothing super great right now.
Yeah, and we're not really pushed to, as I Missed My Cue, right? Like, this is kind of our game. Obviously, we do know that Billionaire could outscale us with just the amount of might he is amassing on his side of the board, but until he does something, I Missed My Cue is kind of sitting pretty here. He has everything he needs, and in a couple turns, if Billionaire can't find a way in, then we are happy. That being said, obviously, Elder Dragon in hand could be a problem when that would free up that Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, there's a decision here to maybe, again, have the Lonely Poro head to the Paper Tree to offer a draw 1. There are also some ways to buff up and make this Lonely Poro lonely and mighty, so can maybe get some interactions with the Rengar potentially, but yeah, some decision making from I Missed My Cue for sure. Well, it looks like we also have a Charm in hand, which, yeah, that could be a really good interaction for making sure that you do get to defend with the Yi and get those extra 2 points of might.
Yeah, we could potentially see like a Charm maybe like over, like bringing maybe something like Rengar over while there is only 2 runes up. We also do have a pretty good idea like what is in hand. I'm trying to remember if I actually saw Sky Splitter that time that Scuttle Crab did, or if it was the time before, but
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we're just going to put a lot on the Arena's Greatest here. And this is I think, to play around the Elder Dragon, right? When you can, just only, with everything at one location, you can only get rid of one of these. Also, if you get rid of the Master Yi, you do have the Guardian Angel there. So this is going to be, I think, kind of tough for Billionaire to interact with because, you can hold up here.
Yeah, I think this is really smart by I Missed My Cue, starting to put more units into Arena's Greatest. I wonder what Billionaire will decide to do. I feel like sometimes you do want to like keep Gem Dragon in the back just because it can help continue to ready those runes. But is there some world you try to break in with her, start killing some of those units? But Elder Dragon is going to get played straight to Paper Tree, and we are going to kill the Akshan, it looks like.
And we do play a Mighty unit, and we get to ready 2 due to playing a Dragon, so that ends up being pretty nice. We're going to be at 5, still 5 points for Billionaire here, but it's not a lot of interaction on this battlefield. We're going to try to use the Gem Dragon to get a double removal here.
And I will pass.
I wonder what the hidden card's going to be.
Yes, yeah, I think.
Back off.
Yeah, I'm actually not. It's going to be back off though on this one, so we're going to use back off here play it from hand because it is 8 might to 7. And if the stun does happen, then you just get to just stay on the arena's greatest.
We have
8, 7.
Yeah, this stun would mean that Gym Dragon couldn't deal damage to either the Yi or the Lonely Poro. They can always still deal damage back, but...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I think it's 8 might to 7. We're going to use the Unguard here to make it 8 to 8. And so with it being stunned, you will be able to just get the removal there.
Yeah, that would be really nice. And Yi does, I mean, that's one part about Yi that's really nice. Obviously, that +2 from if you are defending by yourself. But it does have a lot of these like might-adding cards from like Discipline, On Guard.
Anything
Obviously, those stuns with back off. There was like Thwonk last set.
Yep.
So it does have a lot of options of how to deal with some of these battles. So.
Yeah, and we do have the Sky Splitter, using that to deal 5 to a unit at a battlefield. So that does get, I believe, the removal there. So.
Oh yeah, the ES deflect.
Yeah, we do have the Guardian Angel there that did get to survive with the Master Yi in the back on the battlefield, but we can maybe hold to this point here. It looks like Villanier's thinking about something.
In the hand, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Master Yi does survive in base from Guardian Angel, just like you mentioned, and because it does die, and gets revived though, it's not enough damage to kill the Gym Dragon, and instead it just gets sent back to base because it's stunned.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I think just clarifying, the Volibear is not at the spot there. Oh, we do have the Rune Runner though.
Ooh.
Very scary card.
Yeah, people love talking about Rune Runner, I feel like, during set 2. I think it was set 2 that Rune Runner came out.
Oh, and we're charming over to the Paper Tree. Love this play here because it means it's you don't have anything to move over to the arena's greatest. We're at 7 points for I Missed My Cue, and with 3 units at this battlefield, unless they have a spell to deal the damage here, they might have a hard time just getting over to this arena's greatest here.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right, going back to Villiers, has to be able to interact with this. And again, this is the first time I've seen a charm used this way, but I love it. I love to see that gameplay.
Yeah, it is so smart. Kind of really putting I Missed My Cue in a really smart spot. As we said earlier, all they had to do was keep holding that battlefield. They're only 1 turn away from potentially being at 8 points, and there's not a lot of, as you mentioned earlier, mobility in these Volibear decks to kind of get over, especially when you're already in one battlefield.
Yeah, because you're just so used to doing that. We do have a Rengar from hand. We do have another back off to stun it here, and that's going to be enough. I Missed My Cue, holding the arena's greatest, taking that game 2-1, ending the round 4-0.
What a fantastic job by that Yi, though. I mean, it is so, nice to see Yi being able to play without Aurora. I do think it is the popular choice this tournament with Yi to be doing mid-range. But really cool to see some of those awesome decisions, including that charm that you highlighted.
Yeah, that charm, what a high IQ play for that one. So, really great game. I'm happy you're able to watch that final game for sure.
Yeah, it was. I loved watching it, and the Volibear is also really cool to see. You don't see too much Volibear, but I don't know. There's just so many options with Yi. Obviously, you have cards that, there's like Defy that stops spells. We didn't see that too much. Might increasing spells like that On Guard, Disciplines, and then even these stuns that are just doing so much in this game.
Yeah, and I think that was like a thin needle that you had to thread through that game. I Missed My Cue was able to find it and loved watching it.
I did too, and I would say this time he did not miss his cue.
No, he did not. The cue hit for sure. So that is the end of this round. I'm not sure if we have any interviews or such coming up, but honestly, some really, really good gameplay.
Yeah, I just think there's so many cool options that you have with Yi. Obviously, it does seem like there is with Volibear as well, but Yi just really pulled it off so well.
Yeah. And it's funny because, you have to bunker up. You like at the end of the game, you have to really disregard your legend ability, right? It's like I need to have as many units as I can at this battlefield, especially with the Elder Dragon on the board, being able to interact with just single location units. So, being able to play around that and, pivot to that, I thought was good.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really smart choice. I feel like sometimes, especially with those the legend abilities, that you can almost get baited into just doing whatever the legend says. I know that I have that problem sometimes with Yi, where I just went no, I want my +2. But instead, he knew exactly what his lose con was, right?
Yeah.
Where he would lose if he lost that battlefield. So he did so many, really smart choices between what you're saying with holding with multiple units and obviously the charm and having one back off, a hidden back off. That just did so well in protecting it.
Yeah. And so if you're just joining us, we did have 2 matches we looked at. We saw No Veggies and Himothy. It was a Poppy versus Diana, where the Aurora deck, the body deck, was able to win with that. And then on the other side, we did have Volibear just narrowly lose to Master Yi, but really showing that there's been a lot of good body decks, I think, in this format right now.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely some fantastic ones, and we saw some great gameplay from both of those decks. That even though they played Aurora, they seem to still function without Aurora as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, because there is just a lot of choices. I think it also shows cards like Rengar from Unleash has been a really flexible, good card. We've been seeing it being played a lot, not just in the Rengar decks, right? And that mobility that card offers is huge.
Yeah, it seemed to be one piece that he definitely relied on for situations like that where he maybe couldn't get around. So, I wonder if there's any other pieces that you can add, though, in body that might still give that access.
Yeah, for sure. And we also were able to kind of show off the XP mechanic for this one, right? Poppy. I think it was able to draw 3 additional cards through the games there with all the XP it was able to get. And obviously having Deflect and Ganking, I think, was helpful for our Master Yi champion unit there. Even though it was mostly just it and Scuttle Crabs offering the XP there. But, that is just really important. Deflect, also the potential of ganking to get to the other battlefield, both just strong abilities.
Strong abilities, especially come into play when the Volibear is having to decide, where will my Elder Dragon damage land? He still had to play that extra deflect when he then targets the Yi. So I think that, it can definitely come into some of these decisions, or especially you saw in the Poppy game, where those deflect keywords really came into account when trying to figure out who they were going to kill.
Yeah, and also, as we're getting a little bit later in the day, right, being 4-0 is quite a feat in its own, but we're seeing, why these players are, earning the records that they have, right? Even for Himothy, right, it ended up being 2-0, but that last game was so close, right? Being able to find the way with the Vex really put, No Veggies on it to say, hey, you have to have an answer to this, or I'm going to make you go to game 3.
Yeah, it was definitely so close. It was crazy to watch. I mean, the hype moment around the charm was absolutely fantastic. Trying to figure out, still having that back off for the Rengar, so really cool.
And again, No Veggies has to have a lot of experience with it, but both those times playing the Ruinations, I feel like you got hit immediately for it, but knowing that you have more card draw, you have more, cards in hand on the late game, you can really take up that tempo loss for it. But man, it does feel bad when you, again, hit 2 of your own Elder Dragons with it.
Yeah, I think we also killed 2 Harness Dragons, so he killed 4 dragons in total. I would have been afraid to throw down that Ruination, just you're holding so strong. But he knew, right, that he had control of the board. Taking out Hui was the only way.
Yes.
And so it was really cool to see that, he knew that his game plan was late game.
Definitely. So I think that's going to be actually it for us for round 4. We are going to take a tiny break before we get to round 5, the second half of the day here. But we've got a lot of games still going, a lot of people grinding to get to that day 2, and no one's guaranteed quite yet. So we're going to take that break, and we'll see you guys in round number 5.
Welcome to a deep dive where Civil Fuse and I are going to break down one of the more popular decks of the format. I mean, we might as well at this point call it the big bad. We're going to talk about Dazzling Aurora. And you're my expert here, as I'm going to ask a bunch of questions to kind of really unlock and dive deep into why this deck is having so much success right now and what can we do as players necessarily to combat a deck like this. So, of course, the first one we've got here, Sivir. Specifically, and what we'll talk about soon, Chaos and Body taking advantage of Dazzling Aurora. And that's, I think, one of the biggest things I want to highlight here is why are so many players right now focusing on the Chaos domain to pair with the sort of powerful strategy within Body?
Well, the big thing is that it allows for a lot of consistency. We have Stack Deck, for instance, that allows you to filter through your deck and find those Auroras. We have the Lunar Boon as well that allows you to discard a card and then go through more cards as well. So the Chaos really just allows you to get that consistency, because without Aurora, this deck really struggles.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. That's really the hardest part, and what we've seen a lot of times, maybe even on stream or watching this deck perform, is a lot of the times if you just like draw the units instead of drawing the Auroras, yes, you can still play them, but you've then like given up more points in the earlier parts of the game than you normally would have if you can at least drop the Dazzling on 9 runes, of course. But moving away from the Sivir one specifically, Misfortune brings a little bit of a different dynamic, right? Of course, we now are focusing a lot more with Elder Dragon being added into this deck, and so having an additional tool in the deck with like Bullet Time being able to be paired with things like Flurry of Blades makes the removal of this deck specifically very, very powerful, because you only need to spend that 1 power cost to get the Bullet Time really going here to pair with this, and as well as what's just as good as having these large units, giving them ganking. The mobility of this deck is huge. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, the fact that you can just dance around battlefields without having to really think about it too much, and you're able to establish yourself on one battlefield, play a unit there, and then gank the other one over, so you're able to build up a ton of might very quickly and have control of both battlefields, rather than just pulling one back and then having to send it back in instead.
So I'm playing Chaos Body Dazzling Aurora. What are the weaknesses that you would say are probably of this deck? Because we are going to dive in a little bit further into some of the other Aurora archetypes that exist out there, but Chaos is so powerful, Silverfuse. So like, what do I have to use and what do I do to kind of combat against all of these, you know, counter spells that exist within? And then not only just that, but the units are just so strong. Of course, we have things like Mind Splitter that can look at your opponent's hand. Baron Nashor exists on Chaos. What is the weakness of this deck?
Well, a big thing a lot of players are doing right now is running a bunch of gear hate, a lot of gear removal, whether it be in the main board even, but the sideboard, almost every player you'll see is going to be having the Turn to Dust and the Acceptable Losses, funny enough, also in our Chaos domain. And we'll see a lot of gear hate overall. And the other thing you can do is be very aggressive against these lists. We see decks such as LeBlanc do extremely well into Aurora because it's able to just take control and maintain those battlefields before Aurora is really able to get online.
That's really the name of the game, right? You need a very aggressive deck to kind of take advantage, get those early points that the deck is already going to concede to you. But this is just with Chaos in mind, so we have a couple extra variants that we want to talk about, maybe some more fun ones, as I'd like to say. So I believe we've got Master Yi that is now maybe coming into the format at this moment, because Calm is a very powerful domain. Some would even say probably even the second strongest one right now in the format. And this deck is so interesting because it also gets to play powerful counter spells, but cards like Defy are so much easier to play with because it's only 1 energy and a power, whereas the rest of the things like Not So Fast, being able to protect your other units as well, and Master Yi getting that little bit of extra might and that legend ability. I think this deck is going to come in full force with the weakness or the strength that it brings to the table.
Yes, a big thing that a lot of the Aurora decks have had a hard time into is yellow decks. We've seen Victor do very well, for instance, but Master Yi with the Defy and the Not So Fast, as mentioned, is able to say, you know what, I don't really care about your yellow removal stuff. I have all this great stuff that I can play and then protect very easily. And because we've seen a lot of mid-range Yi, we are seeing players say, you know what, this Aurora card, pretty good. We saw it in set 1. We're going to see it even more in this tournament.
You said protection. Protection really is the name of the game, especially with a highlight here for Zhonya's Hourglass. You can even play cards, of course, like Guardian Angel, which do the similar effect. But Zhonya's Hourglass being able to keep cards like your Elder Dragons alive after they've been removed by just having this nice little hidden or 2-drop, essentially, of this gear that keeps that unit. And you're already playing so few of these units. Making sure that they get recalled and back to your base instead of actually getting killed is such an important part of this deck. But I've got one more fun one for you here, Silverfuse. This is another one that's kind of up and coming recently, and I would say when I was in Sydney, a lot of people were not necessarily on top of this one, but Poppy Aurora is really coming into the front here, and you talked about all the tools that are good against all the Aurora decks, but